Did you at one point work for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
What was your last assignment with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I was last assigned to the investigations division.
What kind of education and training allowed you to do that job?
I went through a post academy to become a sworn peace officer for the state of Colorado. And from there, I received on-the-job training and advanced my career into the investigations division.
Are you still a post-certified peace officer in the state of Colorado?
Yes, I am.
How long were you in law enforcement previously?
Total, including my time served as a civilian, would be 14 years.
I want to specifically get us oriented to January 2020 timeframe. Were you working at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office at that time?
Yes, I was.
What was your specific job assignment then?
I was assigned to the majors investigation team, which consisted of detectives that investigated homicides and robberies, assaults against people.
How many different homicide cases did you get involved with investigating, if you have a round figure?
Oh boy. I would say more than 100.
At some point, did you become involved in the Gannon Stauch disappearance case?
Yes, I did.
What was your role in that case?
I was assigned as the lead detective.
What does a lead detective do?
The lead detective coordinates the investigation mainly on a typical case and receives the leads and the information that's being collected by the other detectives. And then from there, analyzes that information and disseminates further leads, eventually leading up to either an arrest of the person or, looking at potentially a different suspect.
You said in the typical case, was there something about this particular case that made it different from those, what you would classify as a typical homicide investigation?
Yes.
What was different about it just from the initial standpoint?
Initially, this case was receiving a lot of attention in social media, and the case quickly grew to a multi-agency case.
Do you remember off the top of your head how many different agencies got involved with this investigation?
I would say close to 10, if not more.
Did that include both state Colorado agencies like the El Paso County Sheriff's Office and other agencies, also federal agencies?
Yes.
Did it also include agencies in other states?
Yes, it did.
Would that include South Carolina and Florida?
Yes.
Because of the scope of this investigation, did that change the role of a lead investigator from the sheriff's office to some degree?
It did, yes.
In what way did that happen?
Because there was so much information coming in, I assumed more of an investigative role as opposed to sitting back and collecting all of the leads at once.
Would you classify the investigation as almost an all hands on deck effort?
Absolutely.
Speaking about just generally how the course of an investigation might go in a typical case, what are things that can influence the direction a case will develop into?
Things that can influence it, I would say whether or not we have witnesses available, whether or not there's video, whether or not the suspect is willing to do an interview with us. Those types of things can influence it.
What about the potential absence or existence of physical evidence?
Absolutely, that can influence it as well heavily.
You mentioned witnesses, willingness to give statements or lack of willingness to give statements. Can that also influence the course of an investigation?
Yes, it can.
What about misleading statements from witnesses? Can that have an influence on an investigation?
Yes, it can.
Those things that I just referenced, did some of those things occur in this case?
Yes, they did.
Did some of those things have a negative influence on the investigation?
Yes, they did.
Can you, in a general sense, tell us what some of those things might have been that caused a negative influence on the investigation?
This ultimately ended up being a homicide investigation, and we did not have a standard homicide scene where there would be, evidence of the homicide and a body. That was not present in this case. Also, the suspect providing alternate leads, multiple stories of what happened, also influenced how we proceeded with the case.
When you've got that sort of dynamic going where there's different stories being presented to the investigative team, do you have to sometimes chase those down to see if there's any validity to them?
We should always chase those down. Absolutely.
Okay. And why is that?
It's just as important whenever you're trying to prove that someone did something as to prove that they didn't do something. We need to act without bias. And so if they present something to us, we need to take that just as it's a credible piece of information and vet it before we determine that it's not a good lead.
When did you first become aware of this particular investigation? Do you remember?
January 28th.
So the day after Gannon was reported missing by a 911 call and a non-emergency call?
That's correct.
By the defendant in this case?
Yes.
Because the initial call was for a missing or runaway child. Did that cause a investigative impetus or momentum to try to find this child that potentially had run away?
Initially, patrol handled the case just as a missing or runaway child, but then later, when it was brought to our investigations, our attention, we realized that he was 11 years old. The weather, his medical conditions, it became more important to find him soon.
Were there lots of searches conducted in the area sort of surrounding the victim's home?
Yes, I was aware of many searches being done by neighbors, some coworkers of Albert's, and also law enforcement.
Did that include vast areas of field and even reservoirs and that kind of thing?
Yes.
Did any of those searches in the immediate area turn up any clues that would lead to any investigative leads that you could pursue?
No.
You said that you first learned of this case on January 28, 2020. Did you actually reach out to the person that ended up being the defendant in this case on that particular day?
Yes, I did.
Why did you make that effort?
I wanted to contact Letecia to speak with her more about Gannon's disappearance and to meet with her preferably at her home so that I could look at his room to look for clues as to where he may have gone, if he had left anything behind, a note, or any behavioral changes.
Were you able to talk to Letecia?
I was, yes.
How would you describe her demeanor on that phone call? Was she willing to talk to you?
I would say she was hesitant at best.
Do you remember how you described it in your reports?
I don't remember verbatim, no.
Okay. Do you remember if you described it as being apprehensive, that she was apprehensive to talk to you?
Yes.
Did you specifically ask her at that particular time if you could go to the house and talk to her about what had happened?
Yes, I did.
Did she agree to allow you to come to the house?
No, she did not.
Did she give a reason?
Yes, she told me that there were several young children in the home, and she didn't want them overhearing what we were talking about.
What did you do then as far as trying to get her to sit down with you and give some sort of a statement to you?
I offered to meet her at a place of her choice. She ultimately asked that I meet her at Starbucks located on Fountain Mesa.
Prior to this particular phone call, had you ever met Letecia Stauch?
No.
Had you ever talked to her on the phone?
No.
Did you, in fact, then meet up with her at the Starbucks on Fountain Mesa?
I did.
Who was present for that interaction?
Letecia was present. Albert was present. My partner, Detective Mark Riley, was present. Myself and Jason Hess, Sergeant Jason Hess, also was present during part of it.
Okay. Did you actually do this contact with her and Mr. Stauch inside the Starbucks business?
Yes.
So was there a recording made of this particular interaction?
Yes, there was.
Can you hear sort of the normal chatter that you would hear in a Starbucks on the recording of this?
Yes, you can.
Can we approach with People's Exhibit 335?
You may.
Ms. Bethel, do you recognize People's Exhibit 335?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is a disc containing a field interview with Mr. Stauch and Letecia.
Is this the recording of what we were just talking about, your interaction with them at Starbucks on Fountain Mesa on January 28, 2020?
It is.
Have you had a chance to listen to that recording?
I did.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that interview?
Yes.
Now, at this time, I'd move forward admission of People's 335 and request permission to publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 335 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And before we publish it, the person that you had contact with that identified as Letecia Stauch, did that person have the same voice as the person you talked to on the phone just a little bit prior to this actual meeting?
Yes, she did.
Do you see that same person in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Will you please identify her for the jury, pointing out where she is sitting and what she's wearing?
She's sitting at the defendant's table. She has a pink shirt on.
With her head resting on her hand?
Yes.
I would ask that the record reflect she has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
And then permission to publish People's 335, and it is 55 minutes and 54 seconds, Your Honor.
And is this audio only?
Yes, this is audio only.
All right, go ahead.
I wasn't sure I'll let you want to be in. Yeah. So, do you guys still want to stand out here, or do you want to go in the? We can go in. I'm Detective Bethel, by the way. Okay. This is my partner, Detective Riley. Sorry, I'm so little. I haven't said that. And I'm not that. I guarantee you, if I put down there, so. So we were just notified about what's going on with Gannon, and so I just want to start from the beginning to make sure that I have accurate information. So your name, ma'am?
It's Tecia. And same last name, Stauch. AUCH.
Your date of birth?
8483.
Give me the address, because I don't think that street name's right.
It's just Mandan, MANDAN.
How long have you guys lived there?
A little over a year.
And your name, sir?
First name's Eugene. Last name.
Your date of birth?
82.
All right. Where do you work, ma'am?
They'll be concerned.
Which school?
I don't know. I don't know if I think it's for the college.
And you, sir?
I'm in Asheville. Full time.
So tell me a little bit about Gannon. How old is he? 11?
That's what y'all put out. That's, I'm not attention, that's not true.
Right. That's what I was told too.
So we were like, everything we've been basing the mindset on, based on that.
But someone actually texts me.
Yeah, technically last night he texted me. I was in Oklahoma at Fort Sill for training. And I had to come home emergency. But like he texted me last night. He's like, "Yeah, we saw him on the camera. Came in, did not look distressed. Bought some chips, left on foot." I mean, I can show you the text if you want to see it. But
When did you go to Fort Sill?
when? Yeah, I left Sunday. I've been there one day.
What school does Gannon attend?
They're not.
Grand Mountain?
Yeah, it's in our neighborhood.
I was going to say, I think that's a new one that opened up together. Tell me about his friends.
Most of his friends are right there, like right around our house. Like he has boys that live right at the end of the street. He plays with them most of the time. Braden is his name.
What's Braden's last name?
I mean, I got all his parents' phone numbers and we talk to him all the time. But
If I could get their number too.
yeah,
So you have Braden.
Braden. So they're like two families that live in the same house, but they're like related. So
Well, Connor, I know, but Connor's the Webster.
there's a Connor, but he goes to the web show actually, like because they rezoned him because of the new school or whatever. So he went there last year.
Connor's mom has been with us the past day or two.
She works at
Yeah, she works at Webster.
So this is one of them. That's,
Ian,
so like I said, I think it's two brothers and their families live in the same house. And they got like 3 or 4 kids.
But that's associated to Braden.
I think that's Braden's uncle. I got Braden's mom in there too. But you can get to him through this guy. This is him.
When was the last time that Gannon went to school?
We've been last week.
yeah, so Gannon went to school on Friday.
Friday, yeah.
When does he return home from school?
I'm like 3:15ish.
Yeah, 3:05 to 3:15.
Yeah.
They changed the new time of the school. Like it used to be like 3:30 to 3:45. Because of like snow days over there.
So Braden and Connor, are those the only two friends?
I mean,
I don't even know the parents.
I'm looking.
He wants to meet them all on top of home, so he has all their numbers. I don't even, like, I know them from coming to our house. Like, I don't have it locked down.
There's one more. This so Lily is my daughter's friend, but she has a brother that's Gannon's age as well, and they kind of live like right behind us.
What is the brother's name?
Reese.
Reese.
But you know that because I his name is said all the time.
So they live on the next street over, and sometimes they'll ride their bikes over there, but they mainly play with these boys, these Braden. And then right next door to them is a group of girls that my daughter plays with. I just know their mom.
Campbell.
Canberra is their mom, and that's her number right there. 801.
Oh, yeah.
CANBRA, I think.
So that's a mom of,
My daughter's friends. It's like 3 girls.
But one of them is the age of Gannon.
Yeah, I mean, these kids are like, they range from like first grade to like they're 6.
so these are neighbors.
Yeah, basically they live 2 or 3 houses down, but they live next door to one another.
Okay.
And that's about it. That's all they really play with. Now he's got some other friends at school, but he never really goes to their house and stuff like that. The point of concern was this right here. This is where the concern started. I'll show you the text message he sent me. Okay, so this was, I stayed at home yesterday because his stomach was hurting.
So we went hiking on Sunday.
Okay, so yeah,
I would tell that part,
Yeah,
she sees about the stump, and we went to Garden of Gods, and we get probably about, I don't know, a few miles out, a few feet in, he's like, oh, my stomach hurts, I'm like, it's probably because you haven't been, like, exercising all that. He's had this problem for a while, because he gets, like, really bad constipation, and so his stomach was hurting, other than that, and it was, you were either on the plane,
yeah, so that's
something,
on the way
we
up.
were, like, texting back and forth, and I was like, should I just stay at home, because I didn't, there was, like, blood and stuff coming out of his butt a little bit. And so I was like, I didn't want to go to school like that, and scared because coming like multiple underwear.
Okay.
So that,
And he gets really down and embarrassed about
so
that too.
yeah, so he gets embarrassed. He's very like emotional about that type of thing because he's sad about it. So he stayed at home. Well, we went about, we went and got good dogs, some new outfits. We got 2 new puppies. So we went and got the dogs and outfits at the Petco. He gets on, hose, Nevada, exit maybe. I don't know the numbers, but I know it's Nevada and the holes right there. And so we went in Nevada and the holes. He sat in the car because he wasn't feeling, but I wanted to make sure he was going to eat, and I made sure he keeping a light and stuff like that. I think that's about it. Came back, whatever. So when we came back, he was texting you, and that's where you know.
Yeah, so he had spilled a candle in the house, whatever. He was, because he felt like he was smelling bad because of his accident. He lit a candle and was playing. He spilled the candle, so he got really upset because he made a mess with that too. So
he burned a big.
So then this is where he starts texting me. I'm in Oklahoma, so he told me my tummy hurts, blah blah blah. And I'm just trying to stay positive, So he's worried about. Teacher said he was really worried about getting in trouble not for the accident, but for the candle thing. So then right here, I was like, we'll talk later. And he's like, do we have bath salts? And I'm like, immediately, I know what that's all about. So I'm like, what's going on? Where did he even hear this from? So I immediately texted her. I was like, we have a little bit for baths and stuff. So I was like, put all the stuff we use for our baths and put it away somewhere so we can't access it until we find out what's going on. And then I asked him for what.
So with that, the day before, when he tells me this, I said, he came in and asked me, did we have any the day before, which was the Sunday. And I gave him a bath bomb because I literally didn't know bath salt. I didn't know. So I gave him a bath bomb and we went to the bath. I still was clueless to the bath salts until we looked it up.
So then he tells me this. My friend said if I got some, we could play this weekend. And I told him, no, absolutely not. So we were still talking at this point. And then he was like, he went on a little bit, but he's like, his brother has a car for a sleepover if I can come over Friday. And that's kind of the end of it, that we need some more haze. So that's where we get the idea that he may have left. Well, no, he told her he was going to play. So,
which he does,
which they do all the time. They walk out and they're like, where you going? Be back at such and such time. And they're always, maybe it's 10 minutes late, but nothing like this. So, I don't even know who this friend is. That's the biggest concern on the surface. That's why, like she said, I always like to walk over there and meet, hey, this is blah, blah, blah.
We don't know anyone with the car.
Yeah. When somebody funny that has an older sibling that drives, none of his friends that we're aware of. So from these other people, we got some names of other kids on the bus that he plays with, and so we kind of hunted them down last night and heard what they did while I was on the way back. Found one kid named Jimmy, but he wasn't. They had seen him, and then they were like, "Well, this kid has an older brother or whatever." And they went to their house, and they're like, "No, we haven't seen him." So that's when it really
gave us the information that Jimmy had an older sibling. So of course we all went.
We think it was putting people together.
Right. So then Jimmy's dad answers the door, and they show the picture to Jimmy Connor's mom, with the one with my daughter. She's a 17-year-old. So he's like, "Yeah, I think I know that kid." And then they were like, "Do you know Jimmy?" And the guy was like, "Yeah, that's my son." And then he was like, "I'm sorry to tell you guys, but we don't have an older child that drives." So I don't know if she said Jimmy was the oldest, but whatever it was, Dad said there was no older boy that was in their home that drove. But it was, like he said, pieces were coming in from different kids trying to give us information and names.
See, the big deal here is it's not like, and I know kids, get influences, but he's a homebody. I mean, I'm like the same way. He'd rather be at home playing his little Nintendo or, watching cartoons. Sometimes I gotta make him go ride his bike and everything. So he's not one just to walk off. And, he's had times where he's been a little embarrassed about his stomach problem, but never anything to drive him to something like that. So that's why, I had to come to grips with it. I'm pretty convinced that something bad. We kind of, until ourselves kind of broke down that we either feel like he's at a house where some of this stuff is going on. They convince,
Has anybody called the school yet?
Yeah.
So the principal called this morning.
I got back up. I emailed the teacher first. I'm like, can you give us any information? I knew she couldn't, but I wanted to start that dialogue. So can you give us any information about Hannah's friends or anything? She's like, no, but I can go to the administration. So principal, somebody reached out last night. Her principal said he waited up front just to make sure he didn't come to school today, side or whatever. And an announcement is that, hey, if you have information, we're going to help Gannon. And,
They also just sent an email on the, do not reply. The district, just came to us, but the principal said he's sending out all payments.
okay, so yeah, so they're doing their due diligence.
So I just paid to us with that one.
What kind of social media accounts does he have?
I don't even let him get online with these things. I have.
Does he have a phone? Obviously, he has a phone
Yeah,
that's
it's in the
protected.
truck, but like, we check through that, I check the phone logs on my TT account, and we hadn't texted anybody other than the one friend.
So we have the capability to do a download on the phone and potentially see things that are deleted that you and I wouldn't see immediately. It would be like in cache data or whatever. Would you be willing to let us look at his phone,
Yeah.
do that download, see, just to make sure that he didn't have deleted something that we need to look at? Okay. So it's an iPhone?
Yes. You want to grab that?
You need what they paid to do.
Yeah, that would be great if we could.
I know we'll get to that, but I brought this because some of my buddies at work were like, they think they have a way to protect the device is hooked to the internet somewhere.
Okay.
Or maybe from somewhere and play this game on their Wi-Fi or something.
Is the Nintendo Switch missing?
Yeah, he had it with him. So like he was going to play games. That's why obviously he was going to play games with his buddy or something.
What's the serial number on that?
That's going to be right there if I'm not mistaken. Everything should be in it. I think that's it.
So does he, other than the stomach issues, does he have any other ailments, disabilities?
He just he takes ADHD medicine, but that's never really caused him a problem. Other than he makes straight A's. He actually got his first B this past time. So
That's his phone there.
yeah, that's 292. That's cool.
2922.
Yeah, let me give you this phone number. And I don't know if you have the subpoena information or not, but so my friend looked this up. He found it said that police can subpoena connection location for the switch, and that's the thing. And he found something on the internet that said that. So it's at least worth looking into, I think.
Yeah, we've got a database of stuff that we work with, so we'll be able to find a contact if that service exists with that. Any
Can I show you something?
Yeah.
I mean, I know you'll find it out, but I just want to share about the issue.
Oh yeah, he had looked up only one something that was.
Oh, that's, okay, where's the history?
Are there any other children in the home? Oh,
I have.
you mentioned a 17-year-old. So, biologically both of yours.
No, so I have Gannon and my 8-year-old daughter. And their mom is on the way now, so she's gonna be here. But
What's his sister's name?
Lena, Laina.
What's her date of birth?
12212.
And you have custody of both of them?
I do.
What is
Well,
mom's name?
technically shared, but they live with me and go to see her. So I would call it shared, but I really have this. Mom's name is Landon, Landes.
Do you know her last name?
Hiott, Hiott.
Date of birth?
4/11/85. And we have one other child in the home as well, her biological daughter.
Okay, what is mom's phone number?
Phone number?
Yep. And you said it's your biological daughter?
Hardin. Hudson. H-U-N-C. No, Hardin.
Oh, Harley.
Yes, sir. Hudson.
What's Harley's date of birth?
51010.
You mentioned younger children in the home.
Well, mainly I was meeting Lena because here's what happened. One of the people called this morning and she was sleeping and heard a lot of conversations and she's been like just crying and things like that. So, yeah, and she already has like a preconditioner with anxiety, but she gets very,
It's worked out.
yeah, worked up easily. So she's having a hard time because like the National Guard came earlier, so many people have been commenting, so it's a lot.
So like you said, I guess the search history had been deleted, but like that one right there, Monday afternoon. I don't know. I don't see a time on that, so I don't know when that happened, but I'm sure that can be found. But it says, can my parent find my cell phone in his office? So I don't know if he intended to take the phone.
What is this? Where does FGTV live?
That's so. This FGTV is some little kids show that they watch, what the kids watch, and they got
Like famous YouTubers.
it's like a YouTube thing that's going on. So But he left the phone.
Is he talking to 8 girls?
No, actually, I joked with him about that, but
He had a puberty class and he was like,
Yeah.
ew, I don't want to do, like, and
yeah, they just had a little puberty class in school, so he's still in the ooh phase. Yeah, go ahead.
now, if you see the messages that say to mommy in the last day, that's me talking to his mom. Because I don't give her mom.
To see if you get any searches and stuff on the maps. So he searched for 10315 declaration about you guys.
Declaration is probably somewhere.
It's always,
Yeah, it's probably,
oh, Glory,
yeah, it's probably something that we were, it could have been things that people.
what date was that?
10315 Declaration Drive.
When was that part?
It says Classic Homes, Wilson Ranch.
Yeah, I mean, that's our neighborhood.
Right.
Declaration.
I didn't look for any declaration.
Definitely lives on Kearsarge, so.
Yeah.
But we were driving around over there and somebody said that they saw a camera,
That was
on the old Glory.
address on there.
Wow, I didn't think about looking at that. But this, how does it make any sense? Because he went the other direction.
Sorry, I feel like that's someone's address.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the people. Is it recently? Because like,
So this is how it was, so when I pulled up his map, I don't have his cell phone, but address that listed, and that address. So when I click on it,
if you just put Orson Ranch, so is that the random address for that office? Address declaration.
bring up his map to see, look for hours. I'll send the car down the back, we'll figure out what that is. It's in most, I know it's right there, goes off to the south. So it's gonna be right by their house.
But it's kind of farther towards the school than our house. So that backside,
Yeah.
we're up right at the front. That first section.
What model iPhone is that?
That's like a 6. Yeah.
Search.
That comes up with Zillow.
They're over here.
So this here is the computer for the but we're going to use cell phone. So basically, what the cell phone waivers would say is that we're going to dump this phone with your permission. You have the constitutional right not to have it searched without having a warrant. I think that at this point, probably would be good. Started.
Yes.
But everything that's on that, to include all deleted items, everything, it just makes a copy of everything. And then we'll get it back to you. And we'll analyze the copy that we take from it. Again, it's, you're providing consent. I can't force you into doing it, and I would have to obtain a search warrant, if you didn't consent.
28.
I believe so, yep.
28.
So we'll keep the phone and start searching through that. Where might he go other than, does he have any other relatives in the area?
No,
No relatives in the area?
it's just us and those few friends. Yeah, I don't know. I don't recognize it.
Where was the car over there?
Okay.
Figure out why it's in the car. Did you ask about the bath salt and the address?
Yeah, so we don't know just the friend. We don't know who the friend is.
I can show you all it said.
in that text.
He said to me with bath salt, it's like, do we have any?
If you wanted to take him to a friend's house.
Yeah, let me pull it so I don't get it wrong. Huh?
I was trying to think like this.
What did you do for you?
Oh, thank you.
I got another water coming for you guys.
Thank you so much. So you can just read through it. It starts, I was in Oklahoma, it starts right there, so you can just scroll down. So you get those details we do with him. He's been having some stomach problems, so that's when he talks about his tummy. He had a little accident, got a candle, so he's upset about that. But then you can read what's talked about the bath salts. And in context with that, at the same time, as soon as you said bath salts, I got on the phone with her and was like, hey, yeah, because we do have someone to take, legit take baths with and stuff.
Yeah.
That's like, get it all, hide it, put it away.
And I told him
Figure out what's going
that
on.
you did ask me the day before.
Yeah.
And I gave him, because I didn't.
So, like you see, it's very vague. There's no, like, friend's name or where they live or anything. Because the intent was to have that conversation face to face or whatever.
I'm sorry, when did you say you went to Fort Phillip?
I left Sunday morning. Well, actually, I went Sunday night because my mom flew out Saturday night. My flight was Sunday morning, and then I got there Sunday, that one day of class, and then this all happened Monday night. So, which was, yeah, yesterday I came back and
What time did you guys go to Petco?
I don't know, I probably looked through what time we set the alarm.
Okay.
that was Sunday, right?
No, Sunday was, we went hiking on Sunday.
Did you go to Petco Sunday?
No, we went,
Petco Monday?
yeah, because it was just me again and again on the car because the stomach.
Okay.
Because Lena went with us hiking, but Lena was. What's that date? So.
Tell you what, yesterday was 27. So we're at that address. So you're sending a car to the house?
The only thing I can think of though, if that was the person that we took the jingle basket to,
How would you use this phone?
Gannon was with me. So if it ends up being the person with like the neighborhood to the jingle basket, that's the only thing, because it was somebody in Wilson Ranch. So you go like, new people, but that would have been December. So I don't know what they got. I don't know if that's their address, I'm just saying that.
Any clothes missing?
I mean, like I said, like literally from what she explained, everything was consistent with I'm going to play with my friends. So it was like whatever clothes he had on, we make him put his play shoes on. We got nice shoes and play shoes. He had his play shoes on. So I mean, it was pretty obvious that his intent was like, I'm not leaving, but I'm going to play, and I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do. And she let him take his switch. I mean, don't really ever do that. So.
When was the last time he talked to his mom, his biological mother?
Or something. He had been talking to. He talks to her, right? They talk almost, I'd say, 5 times a week.
Like it's,
I know he talked to her Friday and Saturday because my mom was here, and he was on the phone first. So.
sorry, there's just a lot of 27 numbers trying to start.
Bio mom's coming in from.
Yeah, she's on the way now. I think she just got on a plane. South Carolina. Yeah, that's where we're all originally from, South Carolina, but I'm right here for the military stuff. I mean, not to add any confusion to it, but like, the mom's married to a guy that's got a lot of trouble with the law. That was one of my first instincts when it was like, when the come and go thing came up and they said that he walked in all nonchalant, like everything was normal. It was like the dude was here or something, because he's got a lot of trouble like that in his background. So I was like, it came to my mind to put it down, but I mean, I don't know if it's anything legit.
Does she have your address?
Yeah, she does.
I know it says I disarmed the panel at Monday, January 27th at 2:29. So that's when we would have, and I set the back door to close. Because I would have like let the dogs out back then. So that's when
That's when you got home?
came home. I'm still scrolling up. I just didn't want to have to go to the back. And then, let's see, it says basement motion. I had to set the alarm. It's not showing when I set the alarm, but it says living room and basement motion at 10:10 a.m. Oh, here it is, armed by master right here. So Monday, January 27th, I armed the alarm at 10:05 a.m.
10:05, you guys went?
That's what time I armed it, so I'm assuming, yeah, because we had motion that morning because we were there.
Which alarm do you use?
ADT.
What did you participate in? Bingo?
But they do these little basket things where like they would like a group on Facebook or wherever with like 10 women or 10 families, just you set a dollar amount and it's like, okay, you bring a basket of stuff to their house.
Okay.
So it's like a Secret Santa, I don't know, something like that, but for the neighborhood.
I could even look on the lady who sends it. If you want to see if that's the address she sent.
It doesn't matter, we're gonna send a card
Okay.
anyway.
Okay.
So we'll make contact,
Okay.
verify.
Okay.
It's weird to hear without that address is on.
Yeah.
Does that, I mean, if that's like recent, or no, we
I
don't.
don't have a way to see when it was searched, I can just see what the address is, the only address on there.
Right.
Has he ever left before?
So, I mean, I know your parent says this, but he's a pretty straight up kid. And if ever he does wrong, like the only thing he ever sneaks is playing the games if he's grounded or something. That's it. I mean, other than that, he does his chores. I mean, he makes straight A's, kind-hearted. I mean, he fusses with his sister, but
And to add to that, I know Spirit was saying that the counselor has said every,
yes.
yeah.
So I because of so his mom in the situation with her husband, like she basically has lost everything. He doesn't have a place to live. Gone through a lot, on drugs and stuff. So I got custody of them. It's been pretty hard, for any kid. And I went through some of that as a kid. So I was like, let's get them counseling, just to be, sure there's nothing that they're dealing with and they know it's okay to talk. So they go like once a month on base. And I always ask at the end of the session, hey, is there anything alarming that he brought up or anything I need to know about? And
Yeah, she always says
for
that.
him, it's nothing, that he's just open and, he's going through normal emotions of, loving mom and loving dad and stuff like that. But nothing like, hey, you need to,
Does he go on Carson? And what's his counselor's name?
Dr. Burton, I have her number.
That'd be great.
Looking through this phone and listening to you, it's exactly, I lived through a 12-year-old's phone, talking to your dad. He communicates over a couple of game chats. He plays a game phone, He got this big video game.
This is it right here. And I refused, unless he's done it behind my back. I know he gets on YouTube and watches some stuff, but I have absolutely said no online game. So unless he's got on there and figured it out, then
So not necessarily communicating through the game, we have apps and stuff. If you can talk back and forth there with your
maybe
lobby game and stuff, and he likes to use those instead of text messages. If you use a different app, I would look at see that recognizing you in the our son did with before.
Yeah.
So I don't recognize any of them on there from what you use.
Yeah, and usually, once again, he's pretty innocent by telling us, or at least hinting at things. And he's never even like said, "Oh, I learned this from this." How he learns is he researches like YouTube and stuff.
I can see the way he was talking to you in our text messages about dealing in trouble if he still plays games and stuff like that.
But I did block him from the Wi-Fi because he was using TikTok. He had something about some choking game.
Yes, I noticed, and paying attention to what the news and all that. I banned them from TikTok and said remove it from all your devices because of the bad. I'm sure there's good stuff with that, stuff that encourages those challenges or whatever.
When was that?
Within the past week.
Yeah, I took him off, like he was on the Xfinity block.
Yeah,
And shut myself.
yeah, you did
So
that.
I did that because I look over and it was some people were choking and reporters. And I don't know what it was like. I guess they got high.
This is counseling.
Like you choke yourself or something. And so he was laughing, but I think he saw it as just people being silly. I don't think he was realizing like how serious that was. So I told him a story of which was a true story. He was playing a quarter game and it went down his throat and he had to go to the hospital, blah, 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 blah. And so then he kind of looked at me like, like it was serious. So I didn't think anything else about it. Didn't think he was going to do anything like that. I just thought he thought it was funny.
To see, the kid is so like tenderhearted, like I know kids are obviously influenced, we know that, but he would never like smoking or anything like that because his mom's got into that stuff since we split up, and stepdad as well, and his grandma, his mom's mom smokes real bad, and so he knows that causes bad stuff.
But then the thing was in his book bag.
What was in his book bag?
So she found after the bath salts, I said go check his book bag just in case. Initially she found nothing, but then after he disappeared, they went back and.
No, I didn't let her go look at it initially.
Oh, I thought you looked at it.
No, you asked me to go look at it, but I think I was doing other things.
So they found a
Harley.
2-pack of those little Swisher Sweets.
Yeah, I sent
So,
Harley to go look at it.
I don't know. Somebody had to give him those
When did you find those?
last night.
Yeah, so I sent Harley to go do it. So Harley was like pulling out the book bag stuff, and she's like, "Oh, I didn't see anything." And then the folder, she got a folder in her hand that dropped that folder, so she immediately used the text out. But it didn't look like anything was used.
Those kids that didn't.
Braden and Connor.
Connor not as much because
We've been there outside.
I don't know. Did they talk to the police last night?
Honest mom did.
Connor's mom was there, but I was texting the other parents because they were out in the neighborhood looking.
Brady's parents want to go?
Yeah, out in the neighborhood looking around. Yeah.
We talked to Brady's parents.
I'm not sure if y'all talked to Brady.
I know they talked with Braden's mom, because she was at
Okay, all right, there you go.
I don't know that you talked to Braden's mom, but I do know she was there at the time everyone was there.
What is the Rubicon Drive address?
Rubicon Drive, actually.
So Lily and
Is that-
like the friends that live on that address? Okay.
9865 Rubicon Drive.
I don't know the number, but the Lily and Risa I spoke about earlier, they live on Rubicon, which I think is a street right behind us. Is that Rubicon?
Yeah, Rubicon's behind us, but I don't know anybody. I thought Gap Home was behind us.
Okay, hold on, let me look at it.
What is it again?
9865 Rubicon Drive.
What is this? It's something.
That was the usual hangout, yeah.
Oh, okay. Who gave you this?
It was listed in the report. You guys gave it to him.
Yeah, I didn't give anybody no.
So there was information that you wanted to go to a party with the bath salts. That was a sleepover. Is that right?
No, he said I want to go to a friend's house. They said bring bath salts and my older brother were around.
Yeah.
That's piecing it all together, but in his terms, that's.
Yeah, but I didn't do the same thing
But,
anybody.
so this Rubicon, so we live on Mandan right here. That Rubicon would be those boys, that Braden's family right here. I'm sure that's,
Okay, so that's Brady's house.
I would assume that because they don't know anybody else in Rubicon.
Yeah, I wouldn't have
And Lily and Reese, well, I don't know, Rubicon goes around here, so unless he was going to somewhere right there, I don't know, but the boys do live there, Rubicon. Lily and Reese live on Capitol.
So we also have a deputy back over at the coming go. So we asked them to send us the videos. They can't do it in the store. They have to do it in the corporate office. It's a wireless system or whatever, if you're cloud, so I just send it to the deputies. Going back over to redo that.
It's Linda Reese. Or Reese Linda.
Oh, at that, declaration house? I mean, to know if there's any kids there, we'd have to go to the school possibly.
That's what they're doing now. They're going down to see anybody home. They have any kids, Sunday. And then why do it search that address, et cetera, and start from there. So we're headed down there and do that now. So deputy over, we're going to look at the over there. Did you talk to Deputy Donatello yesterday?
Would this been late last night?
No, we've been during, it would have been probably before work, you know.
I'm trying to, the only deputy I spoke with that I remember, one called me because we were getting overwhelmed.
Yeah.
I don't know who I spoke with. They were at the house though, right?
There's a lot.
I think they were at the house, and then Donahue,
Donatello, yeah.
Sean Donahue.
Now, Chris Donatello.
This is El Paso County. Yes, Deputy Sean Donahue, I think is the one I talked to because he said
The recording.
Okay.
he would text me the case number, and then he said we got come and go footage, so I texted him back. Yeah, I mean you can read the.
So the deputy that went to the come and go, the clerk said, oh yeah, he was reviewing, the deputy reviewed the video. He did not review it.
Does it watch?
I got he saw it here
With the one viewed today or last night?
last night. He's going back again today.
So let's see, Donahue said basically that it said there was nothing out of the ordinary. He didn't see him under arrest. He left on foot. He only purchased a bag of chips. And I continued to ask him questions about.
First, like, he got me from the clerk. And the clerk said, yeah, it's him. But the deputy went through the video. The kid is back in the video buying the chips.
Yeah.
He doesn't think it's your son.
Okay.
But he's over there back now. And we can go there and look at it, but we can't get a copy of it.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to have the video.
I mean, I was over there when, I don't know who was over there at like 11:30. There was another deputy over there around.
That would not have been the guys over there on my phone.
Yeah, so we were driving around. I saw a spark car, or whatever there. I pulled in and I said, hey, can I look at the footage? He said, like, I don't have permission for that. But he said, I've looked over an hour and a half. I don't see description of your son or something that's close to it.
What kind of iCloud sign in? Sorry.
Let's text real quick, and it's in my note. I think it's the kid's stop, isn't it?
I'll need a username and password.
Yeah, I got it in my phone.
You see anything in our report? I saw a screenshot on the phone of a kid on a sidewalk or something like that. You guys,
Somebody sent that.
So there's been like 100 videos, photos that I went through, and I know that a couple of them were what appears to be him because it's the same outfit, the same, looks like him, there were people scrolling on them. So we had like 400 comments to go through.
So that should be the iCloud.
We sent
Username and password for his phone.
Was relevant, we wrote it back.
And then,
Or whatever, so yeah.
yeah, you can write on it. And that's the Gmail username and password attached.
So yeah, we,
Do you care if I just take a picture of that?
Yeah, have a screenshot and send it to you.
That's
feel like it was on Gaplin. One of them I sent to my cousin, I just don't remember where this one.
That's it.
Gaplin's behind us.
Oh, you said Captain.
Oh, yeah, no, Gaplin.
That's way up in the city.
Message. All right, what's your number?
719-208-1406.
So, you guys saw one?
And I just left that's my daughter's iCloud too. Not that it'll matter, but just in case, I've just left that one on there for you.
You're pretty sure that's from?
Yeah, okay. But I mean,
So where was this one taken out?
I need to look at it. If we give that, I guess, they're trying to go for the same thing, but.
I can give you a number. I can send a picture to you. I'm gonna send it to the guy that's over the video. 719.
So.
No.
5657. And that one was somewhere over by your house?
Yeah, what video here, we didn't.
He's gonna be over the coming one.
Oh, I didn't say where, I was like, I don't really make positive photos, I was like.
So I did see he has a whole bunch of emails for something.
Well, this is why. This is why. So we'll all be in there. They only let you do the just for you, keep on clicking. So everybody in the house with phones have to get it. So it's
In the system.
Well, our son gets random emails from.
You'll notice like stickers on Wednesday.
Like, my email box.
Yeah.
That's your point.
That's why it's
So let's all
that's all. That's. And then I'll get in there and be like, what number am I putting in and try them all.
If anybody searched the Gannon house yet?
Yeah, so that was the first thing they did was, it was about 6 people, showed up and because we waited about 4 hours. And the first thing they come in, they just were like, hey, we need to get your ID. Maybe you have to run in like, I guess like search thing and stuff like that. And then they said, well, typically, or sometimes kids can like hide, and someone told me something about kids could be in the jar and not realize that they could breathe, like different places. So the guy went through every room and all the officers and everybody else like stood this way. And he did like flashlights and checked all the spots to make sure he wasn't like hiding, because at this point it had already been so long. If he doesn't ever come in to hide, he might do like a play, like jump out behind the thing, but not like anything specific. Yeah, so he went in like all of our closets. We like moved stuff. Everybody was silent. Then we looked at the alarm to see like if there was any motion that might have been in any direction that we, like we didn't know. And so I didn't do it, he did it. We spent a while doing that, going over certain things. Like they walked me around, they were like, does he always leave this here? The clothes that were laid out, because we laid up, when he goes out of town and it's just me there, I try to lay out all the clothes, and I do it for him too if I'm somewhere, so they can just get up and find their clothes. So they were like, all these clothes are laid out, and I was like, yeah, it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, because he's got like 2 beds, so he used to see other men just like to lay out all this stuff. So they walk through, he just asks them simple questions. Would he normally do this? Would he normally do that?
I'm working on the Nintendo right now. Does he have a gamer ID on that Switch?
Yeah, you don't remember the did it come through on his phone?
Can I see this one? It might be.
Absolutely. Yeah, we had one, and then we got the new system, we just created a different password for it.
When he goes to play, I know you had said that you have to like basically kick him out the door to go ride his bike event, but when he does play outside, where does he go?
Just to Braden's house?
Well, you don't have to kick him outside. He's not on his medicine. If he's not on his medicine, he's hyper, he'll go to. But if he's on his medicine, it's more like till it wears off, it's 5 minutes for ADHD. So until it wears off, it might be like, I don't want to play, like, it's zombie mode at first. So when it wears off, like if it's the weekend, we give it to him because we have to go to church, he would not go outside on Sunday because it's still in his system at church. But he didn't take it because he didn't take it Saturday. He didn't take it because we went hiking, because we did a 6-mile hike. He didn't take it Sunday. I'm sorry, that was Sunday. He didn't take it Saturday, he didn't take it Sunday, he didn't take it Monday, which causes stomach problems. So he was off his medicine. I don't even think he ever told me.
They said that the manager of the store says knows the kid. He comes in cooking with the dad. So that's not us. But which we constantly commonly have. Sometimes something goes, oh yeah, it's a kid. I see. So they said that the kid that they're saying it's kid, but he knows him and he comes in all the time too.
He's like,
So that's like we don't show back on, bro. Definitely not enough for a clerk to know. No, I don't think it's her fix.
all this says is this. I don't know if that's,
We go, we can get gas over here.
that's all it's there. Purchase sometimes.
The Gmail account associated.
I think.
It should be there.
I don't think he was last. So I don't need to be last year. The guy that originally reported me there saw him. That won't work. He's saying, yeah, I know. I'm like, this guy can all the time. I should just not do that.
Right, yeah, no, I don't think I might have been there one time.
The deputy was looking. The deputy did not think it was him. He's going back to her to see if this kid that he sees in the store that he might be chilling with her. Gets back into the car. I don't think that's good. I don't think he made that decision. I could be wrong, but it does not look like that's based on.
Did you get what you needed?
Yes.
I do think.
I had a lieutenant and everything going down for that, right now, but we went down and talked to them. I talked to a couple of deputies about foot this morning.
Okay.
Checking the golf course.
Yeah, because we saw him put the light on and we thought like there was people out there, but they were doing like another call, so he like kind of chased them down.
No, it was actually for,
Oh.
they didn't know what they were gonna find and whatnot.
Yeah.
They didn't want to get people around them. They were checking on it, they were trying away from their shed. I think it was in that golf course area.
Oh,
So they went in and started,
Okay.
to see what the business pushed down.
right.
He was not it. But I want you to know, that wasn't him looking for anything or following tips.
Because they were just like, we were going to talk with somebody and we both drove off and was like, we both drove, make sure it's not car. We both drove off and like, they're going in the woods and talking to people. Because we thought like,
Yeah.
okay, whatever, and drove on.
So they were going into that, I mean, 'cause there's an abandoned shed or something back there. But they went in there, fenced in, you can tell people going there, that's around. They were going there looking for it.
Okay, thank you. I mean, like, I'm glad they weren't like saying that, because soon it would have been like,
They just didn't want to.
right, right.
You gotta think you might be over here.
Yeah,
You know, 30
exactly.
people are running toward the shed.
Exactly.
You guys can mark it. I know if I can talk to, I must talk to your people, Swedes out there, you know what I mean? They might know what this party is supposed to be.
What color is Braden's house?
But I want to talk to the parents, I'm talking.
I don't handle anything. I don't even know. I think it's like 10. I don't even, I've never even spoke to their parents. So now,
Would your husband know?
yeah, I think it's like 10.
You guys,
I mean, I drove by it. I thought I was going.
Eugene,
They need to.
oh, yeah.
what color is Braden's house?
I told her I didn't know.
Is it on your street?
So come in our neighborhood, our house is like third from the end, something like that. T intersection, dead end right here. There's Canberra, where I referenced, and then Braden. Basically, you go straight to their house from the intersection.
So this is,
This is us. That's Mandan. Rubicon, right?
Rubicon. Find out about that declaration house. If nobody's there, we'll start doing a back search.
Braden.
And then and go for that. We'll be up there. All right.
you said,
Canberra, which she's in there somewhere. And
where's
this is-
Connor at?
Connor, they live over, oh,
Like Academy or something.
somewhere, yeah, way over up Academy. It's just his mom teaches at that Webster school or works there, so he goes to that.
They Connor's mom's number.
Did you give her that?
No, we got sidetracked on 15 other things.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So
I don't have-
Braden is on Rubicon.
Here's like Gannon.
But again,
Gannon, yeah.
Am I looking for Connor's mom?
Yeah.
you guys let me know when we get down that section. Okay, we'll do. Well, we're doing everything we can for you right now. Thank you so much. Guys, we got your number. Make sure you're taking charge, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. That'll work.
And so this is school down here, Grand Mountain. Just a reference. And what is it? What is Fontaine? Fontaine was the main drag coming in. Mark Shuffle.
Yep. I do know that part.
For the first term when you come in. Anyways.
Okay, perfect. So what I think we're gonna do is we're gonna, do you have a card on you? I don't have a card. We're gonna head down to talk to see if we can get a hold of Braden. See the time.
Sorry, time I break?
Oh my gosh, might be at school. We may, and he goes to Grand Mountain.
Yeah, they all, the whole neighborhood does now.
Except on it.
Okay.
Well, Connor, because he's way over here somewhere. I'll just have it said. Braden does.
We're gonna try and talk to Braden. We're gonna get a dump on the phone. Sergeant Hess, the guy that was sitting here, he's also working on things in the area too with other patrols. He's sort of like the lead for up in the field. We're gonna see what information we can gather from there. And I will inform you guys as soon as I can with what we find. If something comes up, no matter how minute, please call us, okay? That 208 number that you texted, that's my direct stuff. So, and I think I called you from it, so you should have it in your phone. So, yeah, hit me up, let me know what's going on. If I don't answer immediately, send me a text too.
Okay.
Okay? All right, guys.
That's a good place for a break. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:40, we should be able to start on time. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Ron. So after we had a chance to watch that initial conversation that you had, I guess the initial recorded conversation that you had with the defendant, I want to clear up some things that we hear in there. In your initial question and answers prior to us getting into actually watching the video, you mentioned that there were concerns about any health issues. Did some of that come out in this particular recording?
Yes, it did.
Was that the ADHD and the bleeding from the rectum report?
Yes.
There was reference of a Petco on North Nevada that the defendant indicated she had visited. Is that the area up at University Village dominated sort of by that Costco that's in that shopping center?
Yes, it is.
There was reference to a Nintendo Switch and trying to track that. During the investigation, did you learn whether you could or could not do any tracking on the Nintendo Switch?
We could not track the Switch.
Did you learn later that the Switch was actually found in the house?
I did.
There's lots of discussion in that video, or that recording, I should say, about things that required investigative resources. Do you remember hearing those things?
Yes.
Does that include going to different residences like that? I think it's 10350 Declaration Drive to look for potentially clues that would lead to discovery of where Gannon might be?
Yes.
In your experience as a seasoned homicide investigator and detective, is time an important element in an investigation?
Yes, it is.
Is the fact that resources are being expended to chase down potentially a runaway child as opposed to a homicide investigation, did that waste valuable time in the investigation?
Yes.
And was that wasting of resources a direct result of misdirection from the defendant?
It is.
During your course of conversation with the defendant at that Starbucks on January 28th, is this essentially the fourth time at least that she's given this story that Gannon has run away? Meaning there's the 911 call, the call for service, reporting it to Al, and then now reporting it to you in this recorded phone call.
Yes.
So almost a quadrupling down of that runaway story.
Yes.
What was her demeanor like? I guess because we can only hear what is being said. What were her outward demeanor expressions like? Were they normal?
She was calm and collected.
Did she ever change personalities while you were with her during this recorded interaction?
No, she did not.
Was her personality consistent throughout that interaction?
Yes, it was.
And then there was reference to, by the defendant, there was reference to ADT data to show what time she had returned from doing the run to Petco. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you also during this investigation become aware of neighborhood ring or doorbell cameras that caught that action as well?
Yes.
That confirmed sort of that timeline?
Yes.
Was it consistent during your course of this investigation that there would be some kernel that could be confirmed, a kernel of truth that could be confirmed from the defendant, wrapped around things that were unconfirmable or turned out to be totally false?
Yes.
Some point later that particular day, 3:45 p.m., did you reach out to the defendant again by phone to request particular items?
I did.
What were those items?
I requested that she bring a toothbrush and or hairbrush with her of Gannon's
What was the purpose for that?
to collect for DNA purposes to develop a DNA profile.
Is that a common thing to do in a missing child case like this?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because if the child is located and is deceased, we're able to identify them.
By comparing the DNA from the body to the DNA profile that you might gather from toothbrush or a hairbrush?
Yes.
Were you making efforts to get the defendant down to the sheriff's office to sit for a formal interview?
Yes.
While that was happening, did Al Stauch, Gannon's father, show up at the sheriff's office and actually sit for an interview?
Yes, he did.
Was that about 4:30 p.m. on January 28th?
Yes.
Did you send a text to the defendant asking her to come down at roughly the same time?
I did.
Did she come down?
No, she did not.
Did she even respond to your text message?
I don't believe she responded initially, no.
Okay. Later that evening at about 6 p.m., did you get a call from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
What's the, and what was the call? Was it to your cell phone?
Yes.
Does the sheriff's office have areas in the building that make cell phone service difficult?
Yes, they do.
Did you experience that with this particular phone call?
Yes, I did.
So what did you do in response to that?
Because I wasn't able to completely talk to Letecia on the phone, I hung up with her and I called from a landline located within the sheriff's office.
Did you get a better connection on that?
I did.
Was that particular phone call recorded?
No, it was not.
Do you remember what she told you or what the discussion was during that phone call?
She was discussing her relationship with Gannon and Lena. She told me about how her parenting and Al's parenting was separate, that they never formally adopted each other's children, that she wasn't allowed to make parenting decisions for Gannon or Lena, and Al was not allowed to make parenting decisions for Harley.
Okay. And then did she tell you during this particular phone call the last time that she actually saw Gannon, at least the way that she's reporting it?
She did. She mentioned that she saw him, I believe it was between 3:15 and 4, and she had mentioned that there was a TV show on that she had liked to watch. And I asked her what that TV show was, and she could not tell me the name of the TV show.
Did she describe the clothing that Gannon was last seen wearing by her?
Yes, she did.
What was that?
She said it was a blue shirt, blue pants, and his tennis shoes.
Did she also mention a blue hoodie?
Yes.
Did you ask her during this phone call if she would come down and talk with you at the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Did she accept that invitation or did she decline it?
She declined.
Did she give you a reason why she was declining it?
She said that her stomach was bothering her and she was having to make multiple stops at different Walgreens to use the restroom.
Later on at about 7:03 p.m., did you get another call from the defendant?
I did.
What was that phone call about?
She was FaceTiming me and she was mad because her daughter was left alone with a bunch of men in the home, she claimed. At that time, the sheriff's office was at the home to get Lena at Al's request.
So I think that's later on when she's asking about that. Would that potentially have been at 11:52 p.m., that particular call? A FaceTime call where she's upset about and needing Al to come home?
That could have been, yes.
Okay. I guess after that 7:03 call, did you get another call from Al in which he was upset?
Yes, I did.
What was that all about?
Al called me and he was sobbing. I could tell that he was upset. And he told me that he didn't tell us everything. He had previously done an interview with my partner, Mark Riley. And he explained that Letecia had rented a vehicle from the airport when she picked him up and that he did not disclose that to us.
Did he also talk about trying to find her normal vehicle, the black Tiguan?
Yes,
Was he able to find it?
he was not, no.
Was that causing him distress, at least as he's relaying it to you?
Yes,
Did that lead to him coming back into the sheriff's office for another interview?
yes.
And then later on that night, about 10:45 p.m., did you get a text message from the defendant? A rather long text message?
She's texted me multiple times that night, yes.
Do you remember the specific content of that text message?
I don't for that time frame.
Okay. If I showed you a report, would that refresh your memory as to the specific content of that text message?
Yes.
There, may I approach?
You may.
Seeing this paragraph here. Had a chance to review that? And for the record, what I'd handed to Detective, Ms. Bethel is pagination 01-0043. Did that refresh your memory as to this longer text message?
Yes.
What did the text message say to you?
She was asking what I wanted from her, and she was saying that she was being set up and that she learned that information from a fellow Blue with El Paso County.
Was that basically an implication that she had an inside source to the investigation to you?
Yes.
Was that, did that turn out to be true?
No, it was not true.
Did she also express during that text message the same sort of thing that she was upset about her daughter being in the house with people from the sheriff's office, men from the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Did she relay in that particular text message the idea that she could hear what was being discussed inside the home because of cameras or something in the home?
Yes,
Did you respond to her?
I did.
What did you respond with?
I asked her if she had any information to help me find Gannon.
Did you also invite her to come into the sheriff's office to talk with you?
Yes,
Did she accept or what happened?
she declined.
I'm gonna retrieve that page from you. And then just a few minutes after that, 11:52 p.m., is this the FaceTime call that you got from the defendant?
Yes.
Was this a recorded FaceTime call?
Yes, it was.
Audio recorded?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 336?
You may.
Do you recognize People's Exhibit 336?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is a FaceTime interview with Letecia.
Have you had a chance to listen to the content of that disc?
Yes, I have.
Is the recording file on there a fair and accurate representation of the audio of that FaceTime call?
Yes, it is.
At this time, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 336 and ask for permission to publish.
All right, you may go ahead.
Are you accepting it as being admitted?
Yes, yes, it's admitted.
Okay.
You can go ahead and play it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was distracted because I was looking down at this. This is, while it says FaceTime, it's only audio, right?
It's only audio, yeah. And just so that the record is clear, I never did hear whether there was an objection or not from defense as to it moving admission.
All right. All right, Exhibit 336 will be admitted.
Go ahead.
I'm just trying to figure out, I got your message about something, I talked to you earlier, you didn't say anything else, I'm just trying to be, I'm confused at what you want me to do, what's going on. You talked to me, now you want to talk to me again.
But you sent me that message saying, I don't know what you want from me, so.
Yes, because, I mean, my child couldn't leave, I couldn't go home, I don't have anywhere to sleep, I mean, like, I just don't understand.
Well, I'm sorry, I mean, that sort of kind of came out of left field for me. All I'm trying to do is gather information to find Gannon.
I don't understand what you mean came out of left field. My own child could not leave, so how is that out of left field?
What do you mean your child couldn't leave?
She was trying to go to Starbucks and was left there and forced to stay there with men in and out of the home by herself.
Okay, I don't know what happened at your home. I know that she was offered the opportunity to come into the office and she didn't want to, so she didn't go into the office.
But what does she need to go in the office for? She can't go get food. She can't go get coffee and have to be asked why she gets coffee. Either Starbucks staff to see that she gets coffee like every day. Hello.
Is there anything more that you might be able to share with me to help me find Gannon?
Just give me this.
Where are you now?
You keep asking me this over and over and over.
Where are you now?
I'm not going in to talk to you
Okay.
without an attorney when you already talked to me earlier.
Okay, that's perfectly fine.
But I just don't understand what's going on.
Do you have any further information to give me that may help me find Gannon? Any new developments, new
I
information?
told you this.
Okay. Well then, I'm going to go ahead and end the conversation then, because we've already spoken.
Okay, so why do you keep saying because someone came and looking for me, wanted me to go talk to them, so now it's you. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
You and I have already spoken. If you don't want to come in to speak with me at the office, that's completely fine.
Okay, but why was someone
I don't know. And so what I'm saying at this point in time, Letecia, is if you don't have any other information for me to actively look through to find Gannon, there's no point in me continuing this conversation. I need to get off the phone here and start working on leads and developments.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
So, first of all, where were you when you got that FaceTime call?
I was in the sheriff's office.
The other noises that you can sort of hear in the background, do you know what those other noises were?
To me, if I remember correctly, it sounded like windshield wipers on a car.
Okay, making that weird moaning sound?
Yes, they're rhythmic.
Okay. The sounds like potentially her demeanor is a little bit different than what was happening at Starbucks. How would you describe that?
She was angry with me.
And angry because of the idea of trying to get her down and talk to you at the sheriff's office?
I I'm not exactly sure why she was angry with me, but she was angry with me.
What was your goal? What were you trying to achieve as you're accepting this FaceTime call from her?
I thought that maybe she had additional information for me to follow up on so I could find Gannon.
And did she resist that giving you additional information that might help find Gannon?
Yes.
Besides the fact that she's expressing anger, did she have a consistent personality with what you had experienced in a previous phone call and at Starbucks?
Yes.
There was reference made by her that she wasn't going to come down and talk to you at the sheriff's office unless she had an attorney.
Correct.
Did that indicate that she had a good understanding of what her rights might be if she does come down?
Yes.
Ruled.
What was your answer?
Yes.
And then did you basically throughout that night, early morning hours, were you getting text messages from the defendant?
Yes, I was.
What was the nature of those text messages?
A lot of them were about her, focused around her. I kept asking her to come in to talk to me if she had any additional information for me. And eventually in the early morning hours of the 29th, she gave me a story that she needed to talk to me. She was asking for a friend if we released information to the media. I told her we did not. She said something that had happened to her and she couldn't tell me around Albert because he would be mad and would become violent. And I ultimately arranged an interview for her, which was supposed to start at 10 o'clock at the sheriff's office on that Wednesday.
10 o'clock a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Was it odd to you, as you're describing those text messages, the early text messages, that the focus from her perspective was on her as opposed to finding Gannon?
Absolutely, yes.
Why was that odd?
In my experience, investigating other crimes and investigating other missing children, the parents are always willing to give me whatever information they can to find their child. And I've never experienced a parent being concerned about their own well-being or welfare while their child is missing.
In those text messages, did she also describe injuries that Gannon had suffered?
Yes.
What were those?
She said that he had blood on him.
Did she say from cuts?
Yes.
Did she also describe burns?
Yes.
Did she deflect any cause of those injuries away from herself?
Yes,
Did she in fact say that she did not hurt Gannon?
she did.
At that stage of the investigation, was that an odd development that she's now indicating that he was hurt, but she didn't hurt him?
Yes.
In what way?
Most times, if you don't know what happened to somebody, you wouldn't put yourself out there to say that you didn't do something to that person.
So you mentioned that you arranged in these text messages to have the defendant show up for an interview at the sheriff's office at 10 a.m. on January 29th, which would be Wednesday. Did she show up at 10 a.m.?
She did not.
Were you able to have any contact with her around that time frame to indicate where she might be or why she wasn't there?
I did text her, yes.
Did you get any responses?
She eventually did respond to me and told me that she had to put measures in place because she was being, or excuse me, her daughter was being stalked and her family was receiving death threats. And so she wasn't able to come in until she got those things taken care of.
Was there any indication, in the investigation, that either her or her daughter was actually receiving death threats?
No.
What time did she arrive?
12 o'clock noon.
All right, may I approach with 337?
You may.
Detective, I'm sorry, I keep doing that. Ms. Bethel, do you recognize People's Exhibit 337?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
It is a copy of the interview I conducted along with Detective Kat Houston with Letecia at the Office of the Sheriff.
Is this the interview from January 29th, 2020 starting at roughly 12 p.m.?
It is.
Have you had a chance to review the contents of, I think that's actually a thumb drive or a portable drive, right?
Yes,
Is the content of that thumb drive a fair and accurate representation of that interview of the defendant?
it is.
All right, at this time, I'd move for admission of People's 337.
Mr. Cook?
No objection.
Exhibit 337 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, permission to publish, and just for reference sake, this recording is 4 hours, 19 minutes and 46 seconds long. And so we will have to stop at for the lunch break, and then probably a second time as well.
Okay. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, what we'll do is, this is both video and audio, right?
It is.
Okay. So we're going to start this. We will take a break, a normal lunch break. We'll flex that to a reasonable breaking period. And then we'll send you on your way and we'll come back. But in the meantime, start with that. And Ms. Bethel, you can step down and sit in some place that's a little bit more comfortable for that long a period of time. And prosecution, go ahead.
Thank you. Kind of slide it to when they actually come in the room.
Good idea.
And then just because you're in here and you're in our building and stuff, do you mind if I just pat you down over here? We hug. I need you to face that way for me. If you need me. Yeah, go ahead and put your arms out for me and just separate your legs slightly for me. There you go. Nothing that's gonna like poke me or anything. Like you're not diabetic or anything, are you? No. Okay. Is the phone? Anything in your purse? Probably. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Great. If you can have a seat on the couch, we'll be right back with you. Thanks.
Your Honor, just while we're actually watching this part, I do want to put something on the record. Normally, I wouldn't necessarily want to play the dead time when there's not an interview happening, but I think her actions inside the room are also relevant for mental health issues.
That's
So
your
I'm
call.
playing it differently than I know.
All right. That's your call. How you doing? Did you get some sleep?
I haven't eaten today.
Oh my goodness. Want something to eat? I've got some stuff.
I would love that.
What would you like? I've got some pizza hot pockets and some tamales, a breakfast burrito.
Hot pockets would be good. But I mean, you don't have to like, I don't
No, we can get you that. Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah, let me get that started for you. I have like Coke and Sprite and like apple juice. Do you want something like that?
You have diet?
We searched high and low
Okay,
for diet. There's no diet.
I'll
Like
take a regular Coke. Thank you.
all the vending machines are even sold out.
Thank you so much for getting that.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's my card, just so
Okay.
you have it, so I don't forget later. I'll get that. Okay. So that's my partner, Detective Houston. I know you saw Mark with me yesterday. I work with a couple different people.
You're like in charge of.
No, I wouldn't necessarily say I'm in charge. It's just, we all pitch in and help out where we can. So, Mark helps me whenever I'm out and about, and Kat helps me whenever I'm here.
Right.
So she's going to be hanging out with us. And I also have something going on. So if this ends up going over, which
Right.
is totally fine. I just want you to know who Kat is in that. Okay.
No problem.
Where did you park? Did you park in the garage?
Mhm.
The garage that's right behind our building?
I got a parking ticket. Yeah. So.
Oh, okay, perfect. For validation, what kind of vehicle were you in? So that I can put that on the validation slip whenever because I'll give you something to turn in so you don't have to pay.
Yeah, it's a Volkswagen Tiguan.
It's a Volkswagen Tiguan?
Yeah.
Okay. And let's see, what else? So I'm just gonna go through my normal spiel with you.
Okay.
I know that we talked last night, but because you're in here in the police building, I want you to know certain things, okay?
Right.
So first of all, you're in here voluntarily. You can leave.
Okay.
You just have to let me know that you want to leave.
Right.
Because I need to escort you out of the building, okay? If there's ever a time that you need to take a break, you need the bathroom, you need more water, you're still hungry, whatever it is, let me know, okay? I can't read your mind, so I need you to let me know what's going on with you,
Okay.
so that I can help you,
Mhm.
okay? Because the whole purpose of this, of us talking, is to gather some information, and I
I have
know
a
you.
question about that. I understand that. I know it's recording and all that. It's totally fine. But does that usually stay within the court? Stuff like that. I'm just asking
Yeah, so this
because I'm gonna have to tell you some very personal things.
okay, and that's perfectly
Right.
fine,
Yeah,
and,
okay.
and so it is not our common practice to go and,
Okay,
and be
that's
releasing
fine.
stuff like
Okay.
that. Also, another little admin thing that I do just to sort of kind of cover my butt whenever I have people in here talking is to go over a Miranda waiver.
Mhm.
It doesn't mean that you're in trouble. It's just because you're in a police station,
Right.
and I want you to be absolutely certain of your rights.
Right.
Okay? So I'm going to go over that with you right now. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned.
Mhm.
If you can afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish.
Okay.
You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements.
Right.
Do you understand each of the rights that I've explained to you? And having these rights in mind, do you wish to speak with me?
Yes.
Okay. So if you could circle yes, circle yes and then initial. It's sort of redundant, but if you'll initial next to yes. And then down at the bottom is an X here. If you'll sign that for me. Now, sorry, this was, I gotta be watching. It does not like to work for me. It's 12:10. Thank you. So, because, I know I met with you yesterday. We talked on the phone, we texted, we've been talking with each other a lot. But because this is recorded, I want to get, let's start from the basics.
Okay.
Have who you are. You have your ID
Yeah.
in your purse? Well, those are my glasses.
Yeah.
What are they?
Yes.
I haven't heard of that. Is that a new?
It's like a Quay brand.
Wait,
Yeah. They're really good. They're better than the micro quarters and things
Oh,
like that.
really?
Yeah.
Okay. I know this is your South Carolina ID.
Mhm. Thank you so much.
What's your middle name?
Well, it's I do my maiden name, which is Hardin, Hardin.
Hardin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's your maiden name?
Mhm.
All right. I'm just writing down. There's a deal number. Have a given middle name?
Lynn.
Lynn.
Mhm.
L-Y-N?
Yes, ma'am.
There you are. Thank you. What's a good phone number for you in case I need to get a hold of you?
843-655-7460.
I don't ever drink shit beer, so this is probably going to be like this. What is, in case I need to send you any documentation via email, how can I do that?
TECIA, like my name, Lynn, and then 2006 at yahoo.com.
Are you on any social media platform, Facebook, Instagram?
Well, I wasn't for a long time, but just recently I just got my Facebook back because we didn't have for 2 years.
Uh-huh.
So I do have Facebook, but I've always had Instagram, but it's mostly a travel YouTube type thing.
Okay, what's Facebook?
It's just my name.
Is it Letecia or
It's
Tisha?
under Tisha. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, you said it's under Tisha?
Oh, actually, it's not. It's because I abbreviated it. It's TT.
Is it your same last name?
Mhm.
Stauch.
Yeah, because I really don't my first name. I'm always like, oh, oh, Kesha. They're like, what Kesha? So I just put T because I'm not saying your name wrong. No, you haven't, but I always try to change it. My mom didn't like it, so like we tried to change it. So yeah, so I just gave up. Just to put T.
What do you want me to call
You
you?
can call me. You can call me Tisha, which is my.
Tisha, okay.
You know, we always have a name we don't like or something.
And you said Instagram.
Now my Instagram is under Dr. Stauch.
Dr. what?
Stauch.
Is it the spelling of your last name?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because I have my doctorate degree in education.
Okay. I'm like, is this like a Dr. Pimple Popper kind of thing? So it's for your education doctorate. All right. And then address that I need to send if I need to mail anything.
It's 6627 Mandan Drive.
Mandan Drive.
And then 80925.
And where are you working?
Well, I was working with WD3, but I didn't want to work as a teacher anymore. So I decided I was going to be a flight attendant. So that's currently what I started doing with Spirit. So I had been going back and forth doing like FAA. First you have to get like a study guide. I know you probably like, oh, you have your doctorate degree, you want to be a flight attendant. You know, I just like to travel. But my goal was to like teach online too and do the flight attendant, so I could do both. Sure. So I've been looking over my books with Spirit and like things like that so that I could go to training. So I was supposed to go to training. We get like a training date February, March, April. So in the meantime, I was just doing like subbing at the early college. That's why I told you early college, picking up sub shifts and stuff like that.
Okay, so you're more of a substitute.
Well, I was just a fifth grade teacher at French, but this has gotten so difficult in the elementary schools. I don't want to do it anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of like in between. I just finished working with them, and
Yeah, I'm sure kids nowadays are a handful, right?
it's hard because I did special ed for so long, because that's what my doctorate's in, and then you're like, oh, like you try to help so many people, and it's just hard.
All right. So you're gonna do flight attendant with Spirit.
Well,
Have you been picked up by them yet?
well, I got an offer letter from Spirit, I just got one yesterday from SkyWest.
Oh, okay.
And the reason I like SkyWest is because they have a domicile in Colorado Springs and in Denver, so you can actually like work there, and I could do both at the house. So I was gonna, I thought it was something vibrate. I was gonna do like Seek, and like I'm sure I wouldn't have a problem because I just finished this past year. So I was gonna just do them both, and then so I hadn't decided. But now that SkyWest just had offered it, I was like, that would be perfect because it was just like centrally located, you know. So
Right.
you could come home all the time.
Yeah.
So that was a big problem that we had, is because I was gonna take the Spirit job, and then I wouldn't be based anywhere. They don't have a base anywhere in our area. So like I would have had to be in Las Vegas.
Oh wow.
So I would never get to see anybody at home, and then you like stay in these crash pads. Are you familiar with it?
We were on vacation with some people who the wife used to be a nurse, and she actually transitioned into being a flight attendant.
Right.
She was telling us all about it. Actually.
Right, yeah, so-
it's very like
Started getting-
familiar.
I did start getting scared about it being in Vegas, and I was like, man, I'll never get to see everybody at home. And so, like,
Yeah.
I mean, I love the travel part, so then I was stuck with traveling but being alone, or traveling with everybody else, but maybe not as much here. So, but, you know, that was in a nutshell. I was kind of, and I was still evaluating. Is it okay if I just stop that? Because it's like,
Yeah, that's fine.
drives me crazy. But yeah, look, so I was in like a self evaluation type thing, trying to figure out, you know, transitioning from education and never having like another career. Which, like, and then like worrying about how people would look at you like, oh, you have your doctorate degree and you're a flight attendant. You know, you guys like don't make money.
Right.
You know, so.
My niece is actually a flight attendant, so
Yeah.
for Southwest.
They said that's the best one, and whenever they have openings, it shuts the website down.
Oh,
That's what I heard.
that's pretty awesome. I didn't know about that.
And apparently it's really hard to get into because
Mhm.
they're supposed to like handle emergencies in the air. So
Yeah, and like the training is so. You think people just think we will serve people, but the training is so.
I heard it's very intense.
Yeah, they like do ditching exercises. They kick people out every day. If you're late for class for 1 minute, kick you out.
Oh wow,
And I
that's good. We need standards like that whenever
Yeah,
we're
so like,
flying.
and let me just tell you this in case it comes up like somewhere. But Spirit flew me out to do the December 20-something training, right? Problem is, I didn't have anybody to watch Harley. And Albert was working night shifts. And so it's always hard because it's always on me to find babysitters for everybody, all the kids. It's always on me. So I get out there, and he was supposed to help. I know she's 17. We let her stay by herself, whatever. But through the night, because he was working 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., that kind of scared me. And so, like, she just joined the Air Force. So, like, I know she's going to have to learn how to, like, shoot a gun, protection, but, you know, like, she's not ready yet, mature. Like, she's very mature, but she's not ready. So I came back, you know, and I was, like, talking to them. I just told them, I was like, my daughter's at home, whatever. And they're like, we can move you to the next class. Like, I think it was February, whatever. So anyway, so just in case you're like, oh, I thought you were, but I did fly out. They flew you out or whatever. And I came back because I was panicking about her, the dogs, everybody to take care of. So,
She's your baby, right?
yeah.
So, why don't we talk a little bit about what's going on? So, I understand. So, initially, you didn't tell me some things because Albert was there. And when we say Albert, we're talking about Eugene.
he doesn't like Eugene because his dad is Eugene and he was a child molester.
Okay.
So like he like raped his sister. So he freaks out about the word, like if he hears Eugene. But I said maybe that might help you. If you don't have to call him Eugene, it probably would be.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I want you to do is take me through Sunday into Monday.
Okay.
And be as detailed as possible as to what you were doing, who was there, where you were at, how long you spent, et cetera, et cetera. Because the more detail I have, it might spark something for me.
Is it okay if I take my notes out? Because like I wrote down all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I was like, I tried to write down anything he might like say, and just in case, because I have like notes from different things or whatever. So we already talked about the beginning things. I figured you read that. So my paper is that we're at the same story that we started with, but then you want me to start with Sunday, which was the day that we went hiking, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we went hiking at Garden of the Gods. We actually, did you see the picture from Garden of Gods?
I didn't.
Okay, so we have pictures where we went to Garden of Gods. We were going to take the dog for a walk, but then my daughter got called in to work because she works at massage days.
Okay.
So we were like, okay, we're going to go hiking. The crazy thing is, like, it's always like, you got one kid likes to hike a lot, the other one don't. So we spent the whole time like, come on, let's go. We got to burn calories. Excuse me, all those type of things. Gannon, he started having a stomach problem and he pooped in his pants. So it kind of cut our hike a little bit short, but I was like, it's okay. It was kind of cold. I say cold for me, but I'm used to like 80-degree weather. So it was kind of getting cold. So we decided to go home.
Okay.
So we go home. I don't really remember what we did the rest of the day. It was probably just like random things around the house. I feel like we went to dinner. Oh no, we didn't get dinner because he wanted to take a bath. That's it. So he came in and that's when he asked me about the whole bath ball.
Okay.
And he had pooped in his pants. So I thought he wanted to like take showers. I gave him a bath bomb.
Okay.
So we went through the night. We were just doing like a regular random. I was like, I don't know who I should be talking to, but
you can talk to both.
yeah, we used to be doing like random things around the house. It's Sunday, no football on. I mean, I don't know like specific every little detail we did, but just a normal everyday situation. Other than he was in a lot of pain because he gets really bad. Is it okay if I like show you like graphic, like not graphic, but like with my hand motions?
Yeah, that's nice.
He'll get where he has to like poop, and like I swear they're like that big. It might take like 2 to 3 weeks. He has like a GI problem. So, because he takes Vyvanse. So, like, he had went the whole time without Vyvanse. So whenever that happens, sometimes it'll get where his stomach, like, wants to work, but then, like, can't. So he spends a lot of time in the bathroom, like, kind of, like, hurting and things like that.
Okay.
All right. So then, at this point, the dogs, we have 2 new little Frenchie and a, what is he? An English bulldog. They're really, like,
French and English bulldog.
Yeah, they are. They're really kind of like Sadie's the French bulldog. She's kind of like high maintenance. But the kids always help out a lot with them, but Gannon wasn't feeling too well. And the dogs, they all, how they like know someone's not feeling well. So they were all laying down there and it was gassy, like very, very, they're back with that, very, very gassy or whatever. And, life goes on. But so Gannon had started a candle. Again, normal day. He's very like responsible in terms of like, if you give him something and say, do this, and like a list to prepare, it's fine. So we let him, do things like that. Like Albert lets him like use the box cutter to cut the boxes down, and like teach him things to be like a independent, growing up adolescent. So I didn't see a problem with him, light a candle, whatever.
Okay.
Well, I don't remember the exact time. I'd have to look at when the fire thing went off. I was tired. Albert had left because we spent the whole night prior with Saturday because he was going to train in Oklahoma. So we stayed up most of the night.
Okay.
Just everybody would miss each other, wouldn't see each other for a while, whatever. So I was kind of like, tired. I had dozed off for a little bit. And Lena asked me, could she stay up and still watch the rest of her iPad or whatever. Usually I'm always like, no, strict, like, hey, no, you can, whatever. But I did feel kind of bad because it was just her birthday. And at the same time being her birthday, we had a lot of stuff going on.
Right.
So we made it about her, but like I was trying to give her a little extra because not everybody got to make it there. And we went all out for Gannon's birthday. Like we took him to a Rockies game. We took friends with him. I mean, like popcorn, hot dogs. But we didn't do that with her. But in her defense, we bought her a Switch. So it's kind of like different, but she didn't understand that. So I let her stay up longer than she's supposed to. As like a, kind of sort of bribery, but So stayed up a little bit later. And so she was still she's a very hard sleeper and she's hard to like pick up, move if she falls asleep, whatever. But I could tell she was just barely asleep when I went in there. So it starts beeping. It's like a beep, 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 beep. And I thought that someone was coming in the house. So I look and don't see anyone at any doors or hear anything. So I was like, I thought it was just a sensor. So I hit in our 2564, which is our alarm code, but it didn't go off. And I was like, what's wrong with this thing? So I walked through Lena's room the alarm is in her room, and I walk back like through the top part of the house, and you've been in the house, so you know the top part of the house.
I haven't been in here.
Okay, so there's the upper level and then there's the below basement. So I like walk back and forth or whatever. I didn't see anything going on. Then it started saying fire, 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 fire. Like it kept saying fire.
Oh, wow.
So and I thought it was you know how like so there's like sensors for your fire alarm and then there's sensors for your like alarm.
Mhm.
So I was just going to everything trying to like scan it while it was going off because I was thinking kitchen, fire, nothing's wrong, whatever. So I was putting like towels over some of the sensors because I thought that was like monitoring the fire thing, whatever. And then I realized it kept going and going. So then I see smoke coming up from the downstairs. So I run downstairs and my idea of a big fire is anything that I see on fire pretty much and there's smoke, you know, that's just because I grew up in the country. So, you know, like I remember bonfires and like things like that, you know. So there was smoke coming up through the basement. So the basement has, so if you walk down the basement, there's a sofa and stuff over here. It was coming up through the basement. So I like run back up the stairs, go grab Lane, and luckily, my point telling you about her being not a rough sleeper, she woke right up. So she woke back up and I like almost like grabbed her and I was like, get up, get up, get up, get up. I said, I gave her the keys. I said, can you go, I don't remember the exact order, but I said something along the lines of, can you go take the dog to Daddy's truck and sit there and wait?
Right.
So I don't remember the order of how we all ran out the house, but I know that at that point I did. She ran out, and I can't remember if I ran out to make sure they got the truck or if she ran out by herself. I don't remember that part, but I do know that they weren't. I know that they had gotten in the truck. I came back inside, run back downstairs, and that's when I was trying to get Gannon because I couldn't get. I didn't know how to get everybody at once. So my main thing was to get the front people out, you know, and then go. So then I ran back downstairs to get Gannon, and then the fire was on the floor over here, then on the sofa. So I'm pretending this is the sofa and this is our floor. So it was right here and right here, and I saw the candle that was over here. So there was covers everywhere because the kids always get on about. They leave a lot of covers laying around all the time. I mean, there's like 10 clothes and LOLs and blankets and all this. So they were all right here. So I take a whole bunch of them and I go and like basically smash down on the sofa and the fire to put it out. So I got a burn and then I was like, get up again and started running at that point because it wakes him up. He's alert. He's realizing that the covers and everything's on fire. The carpet's on fire and we all go outside. So we get in Albert's truck and we drive. And I drove off in panic because I saw that I put the fire out. So I knew that there was no, you know, like nothing wrong, like it wasn't gonna keep going. I drove off in panic because I was like, oh my gosh, what do I do now? Like, we break the carpet, you know, we done this and this. Gannon's upset, freaking out because he's scared he's gonna get in trouble and da 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 da. So, you know, like the whole talk was going on. So we drove maybe around the block a little bit and came right back. So we came back in and like developed a plan for the next day to figure out, honestly, we were gonna fix the carpet and try to like not say anything. And the reason for that is because like Albert freaks out about every little thing. If the kids do something and I'm on like me and he'll be like, you did this, you weren't being a good mom, you weren't doing this, you weren't doing that. And so we both kind of were like a little like worried about it. And he gets very like crazy, like if something goes wrong. So that was the plan. Go to sleep, rest. He was going to stay out of school. We were going to get the carpet fixed and then go from there. Plus something hurting. So Lena didn't want to sleep in her room. You know, everybody was still kind of like frazzled. And I think Lena slept with me or on the sofa. I brought the dogs up. And again, he wanted to go to his room at that point because he was already sleeping with them. So that's where Sunday, like pretty much kind of like stopped and everybody went to bed and yada, yada, yada. And I think I sent Albert messages because he was sleeping, was on a different time zone and he didn't see him that night. So.
Okay.
And I didn't feel that no one was in harm. Make sure I say that because the fire was not going. Now, I know that Gannon had like black marks all on his shirt, like smoke marks. But he had on a long sleeve shirt and a short sleeve shirt because sometimes he has on whatever. He had on a short sleeve shirt with a long sleeve shirt. So I didn't see him in any kind of like nothing other than the little burns that we had. I didn't see.
Where did you see
anything
burns on Gannon?
All right, so with Gannon, I just saw that. Okay, so like on the top, like right here, so like say the shirt's right here, so like right here there was a burn, and the reason for that was I think whenever like he was trying to come up, it kind of burned him a little bit. I'm not gonna make an assumption. I don't really know. And as far as that, I didn't see anything else. Like I didn't know any like other differences or anything like that. All I saw was that. I said, "You okay?" He ran out the house. He was firing out the house. Everything was normal. Yada yada yada. Now I'm gonna let you know in a little bit why he was bleeding. But
Okay.
at that point, when you get to the Monday morning thing, I'll let you know about that.
Describe the flames for me. How tall are these flames? Is it like smoldering on the carpet, sort of kind of creeping across like a grass fire, or is it like coming up, working its way up the couch? Like how is it?
Well,
looking?
I really don't know. I know that it was like here, centralized on the floor, but like I could see, I think the smoke might have like kind of intimidated me more because I spent the whole night coughing. So I think that kind of intimidated me so much because the visibility was starting to be a little bit, you know, like as if I had walked into a small fire and I was just afraid that it was going to because, you know, like upholstery for the couch. That was my biggest concern, was the upholstery for the couch. So,
Okay.
so I would say, you know, it was like maybe like in this area, like right here. It wasn't like here.
So the flames were, you know, 2-3 feet high, you think? How much light did you see coming off of this through the smoke?
No.
Okay, and that's fine if you don't know.
I'm not like a professional, and I was in the moment of freaking out to like give you an accurate answer
Sure.
of, because I don't want to tell you what's here, and it might have been here. I don't want to tell you this, and it's, I don't know.
This is all based off of your memory to the best of your
Right.
ability. And that's all it is,
I
okay?
do know that I saw covers coming up on fire.
What was what covers were coming up on fire?
Like he had a cover on because he was sleeping on the sofa.
What,
Or sitting
what
on
was
the
he
sofa.
covered with?
What do you mean?
What kind of blanket? You had mentioned there was LOLs, there's quilts.
Which color?
Which kind of, what blanket was he using?
Oh, I'm not sure. There was a couple that were there. There was a black. They were all. Some of them, I put them all back in that bin that was sitting there. Did you? He said you didn't.
I haven't been in
Okay, so there was black. It was like a little furry. There was watermelon ones. I don't remember specifically which one he had, but I know that there was blankets in the area because they always leave blankets around. It was a mermaid went around. But the whole operation of when I grabbed them and put it out, I grabbed them all and done it. So,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Were any of them like damaged whenever that happened?
Oh yeah, they all. I left them all there when I showed them that night that, you know, like they were damaged or whatever.
Okay. Well, I haven't been in the house either.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was speaking to you like you.
Yeah, no, I didn't go into the house either, so I was like trying to make sure that we're
Yeah.
So then Gannon decides that he doesn't want to go to school because of his tummy issues or because he's going to help you with the carpet. What is,
It was kind of a combination of both.
okay, and who excused him from school?
But well, I had texted Albert and said, could he not go to school for his stomach?
Okay.
Because he was hurting with his stomach, but also the whole plan was that we were going to figure it out. Like,
So who actually contacted the school to excuse
it
him?
wasn't me. I didn't. I don't know.
Okay.
Did someone contact? Because I didn't.
I would assume that
Okay.
somebody would contact the school, or you probably would get like a phone call. I know with my kids' school, if they're not there by 8:15, the office.
Then they would call Albert, not me, because he would have the like the automated system where he's like, your child's missing. I mean, your child is missing from school today, whatever.
Okay. So that's Sunday, and you're saying a lot of we and that kind of thing. So you mentioned earlier that Harley had gone to work.
Mhm.
She got called into massage MD.
Mhm.
So who went on the hike?
And so it was originally going to be all of us. Harley, me, again, and Lena. And then Harley got called in. She switched shifts with someone, but then that person, like, I guess the policy is that person agrees to take your shift, but then don't come, you still have to come or something. I don't know. But, so she just was like, I have to go. She's only going to be working there like a few more weeks or whatever. So I told her, I was like, don't burn any bridges. I know it sounds crazy that you have to do that, but you got to go in. So she went into work on Sunday.
Okay. So it ended up being you, Gannon and Lena that went hiking.
Right.
Okay. And so then let's go through Monday. Yep.
So we wake up on Monday. Normal. How we wake up. And you're like, everybody gets up, whatever. Gannon stays in bed. He already knows that we are going out and about today. That was the plan. I walk Lena out, because usually Gannon walks her outside. So I walk Lena out to the front door and around to make sure I seen her around the corner to get to the bus stop. And she did.
Okay.
I come back inside. I don't remember if I laid down a little bit. I probably played on my phone for a little bit, wasted a little, because she goes outside like 6:50, 6:55, still early, take the dogs out, things like that. Well, I go down, start talking to Gannon about, hey, like, this is the plan, like, go downstairs, the basement, whatever. I say basement, but as in, like, his room is downstairs, it's a furnished basement. And I realized that Gannon, he actually had, like, marks, like, on his arm, and they were actually, like, peeling at that point. And I swear, I did not realize that they had, I don't know if, like, they start, like, the burns are sitting there. I don't know if they started, like, peeling, like, overnight or, like, whatever. And he has, like, really bad anxieties. So whenever things are peely or, like, things like that, he bites his own nails a lot anyway. Like, anything that's, like, loose and things like that, he bites them. So I don't know if, like, as burns, like, burned a little bit. And when I do this, I don't mean, like, I'm giving you a location. I'm just saying, like, as in burns, like, on your skin. I guess when, like, like, pull a little bit stretchy or whatever. So, like, on the arm, it kind of gets a little stretchy and peeling. Mm-hmm. So then I was, like, freaked out because I was like, I didn't know that his arms were like that. So I'm, like, crying because, and this is where I have to start telling you, like, I'm, like, very, like, I was scared because my thought process was, Albert is going to kill me. Like, because I made a mistake as a parent and forgot to, like, really check him down. And he really got a little bit more burns than he should have. So I was freaking out because, like, it's gonna kill me. And Gannon was like, it's okay, like, there was blood. And, like, he had on his arm, And as it was peeling, I should have called.
Where did they have that?
I should have called the hospital and just asked, you know, I don't know enough about burns, but I should have called the hospital and just asked, like, I made a mistake. I did. I swear to y'all, I didn't know they were that bad. I did it all. So I feel horrible. So here I am. I know it's not, you know, about me, but as a person, I was feeling horrible that I didn't call Albert to say, you know, they're like this. So I told him, I said, okay, listen, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna put some like aloe on your arms, you know, and things like that. And I was like, it's gonna be okay. We're gonna fix it. We're gonna, you know, and all I kept thinking about was we're gonna fix it. And I don't know in my mind how I was gonna fix it. As far as he wasn't in pain. He wasn't saying like I'm hurting or anything like that. He was more of like peeling it, like, you know, like it was like a boil. Am I saying the right word? Boil, like blister? Like a blister. Like it was pulling a blister, you know. So there was blood, and then so I'm like holding him, and I had blood. I mean, and when I say blood, let me explain to you. I don't mean like dripping out, pouring everywhere blood. So let me not like give you that thought process, because sometimes when I say like if I say flames, to me I'm like, this is a big flame, you know. So there was blood. So I was just so like let's forget. So I said, we'll just clean it up. Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out.
Where's the blood at?
So the blood was on his arms, on his like sheet that he had, which we washed the sheet. So it was on his sheet, it was on his arms, and he had some on like his arm had, I guess from like sleeping or whatever, he had some on the wall. So we cleaned up everything. I put like garnish am I saying that, garnish like the wrapping, but a wrapping. I was like, we'll check it with the aloe and see if it gets better. Because my next thing was I'm gonna assess the situation in so many hours, and if it looked, because I did look online and it said like if it turns a yellow color that it could be infected or whatever, and I was like, that was gonna be my next step. So I don't want you to think that I was like neglecting the fact that.
So you realize that he's got a burn. You do some treatment that you think is appropriate at the time, and then you tell yourself, you know, I'm gonna do this follow up.
Right.
Okay. So then what happens after you take care again and make sure he's okay?
Honestly, I'm facing the house, and I know there's two things I gotta fix, you know. And when I tell you that Albert will freak out over things, I just want you to know that. So I want you to picture in my mind of how I'm like afraid to be like, okay, I gotta fix these situations, and I need to fix them fast with carpet and things like that.
Okay.
So number one, I was like, I need to fix the carpet. So this is where we're gonna leave out. I think I told you guys it was like maybe 10:35 or whatever the time frame we left. So this is where I should have like made this mistake. So I drive to so Larson Ranch. At the end of Larson Ranch is a bunch of new builds, like construction, things like that. I drive through the new builds. I was gonna be like, hey, look, he here knows how to, you know, fix it. Because if I get online and start calling people, then they'll be like, make an appointment. I figure I might find somebody that, you know, would do like a little side job and come and help us fix when I say carpet, I'm talking about fix the living room, the spot that I had cut out or whatever. So I did. I pulled up. On the back part, there were some new houses being built, and there were some like Hispanic, and I'm not saying that to be like discriminatory. They were Hispanic people that were out there, and I was like, hey, do you know where you can get the carpet that is in the Larson Ranch model home? So I told him the model home, which was the same home that we had. I mean, I don't know if it's a model home, but I gave him a name because I asked, like, I looked online for the company for the name. And I said, it's in this. He's like, everybody has that same carpet. Mm-hmm. Yes. So we got a roll of the carpet.
Where'd you get that from?
We got it from the guy on the scene. Like I say, on the scene, but the construction area. So we got the carpet from the guy in the construction area. Well, I didn't get it then. He said he was going to bring it to me. So I gave him the address. And this is where I messed up. I gave him, and this is why I couldn't tell you this in front of Albert. I gave him our code to get in. He was going to go fix it. And I just assumed working in the house, he was going to be okay, you know, whatever. And me and Gannon left. I just said, hey,
Did you give him the garage door code?
Yeah.
And what about the alarm?
Well, if you go in through, say, like you're walking in through our house, there's no sensor. So we always keep it on our alarm, and you can walk in through the garage and the alarm will never set off or off. Never. Okay. And the reason for that is like there's no door. Like there's nothing that tells that door that it's open. You can sense.
You don't have a sensor there.
Right. So we just always, and the kids come in every day in the garage and never have to like set, you know, reset, anything like that.
Okay.
So me and Gannon go on. I don't remember exactly where we went first. I know we rode a little bit because I was looking for different places to buy the dogs some like different cute outfits because sometimes I get them at Ross. But Petco has some really good deals going on right now. So I was like, I'm gonna go to Petco. Gannon was like, at that point, it was like he wanted to lay down because his stomach was hurting. He wasn't complaining about like any like pain on his arms or anything like that. He just said he wanted to lay down because his stomach hurting. So we were in Albert's truck. So we lay down. I mean, he laid down in the back of the truck. So he's just laying down, whatever. I went to Petco. I can't remember if I went in the store beside Petco. I know we went some places around town, just different location.
places did you go to?
I know I went to Petco. I know I went to a gas station to get gas.
Which Petco did you go to?
The one at, is it Nevada and something?
Okay.
I don't really.
The newer one, like the
It's
bigger
nice.
shopping
It's
center?
a nice area. That's the area I basically was in for, I wasn't gone that long for most of the time frame. That was the area that I was in. And then I made the wrong, when you're coming back and it tells you go this way, I made the wrong exit. Like I got in the wrong one. So I went back. I guess that would be, I went back. I went north a little bit before I turned around to come back because I made the wrong one. So I get back and let's see, did we go eat at that time? I feel like I didn't get anything to eat. Maybe I just got Starbucks. I could look at my credit card or something like that. See if you want to look and see what I spent that day. You want me to look?
No, eventually, yes.
Okay.
That would be helpful.
Okay. So I don't remember what happened. Then I realized I had to go back to Petco. That's why we turned around and came back. Because I started off, I bought 2 outfits, maybe 1 or 2, and then I came back in Petco and I got the rest of the outfits that were on there because I was like, oh, I'll go 2 more for this price. So I did go back to Petco twice. So I'm sure you'll see that.
Long in between did you go?
Let's see, if we left at 10 something, it's like a 30-minute drive from Lorson Ranch.
Mm-hmm.
So if I got there, got gas, got Starbucks, maybe I was there at 11-ish. I don't want to say time. Because,
Okay, so you go to Petco the first time, and then how long in between the first visit and the second visit to Petco?
Can I give you that, like, looking up?
A guesstimate or
Maybe an hour?
maybe no? Do you have like any tracker apps or anything on your phone? Because I know, like for me, I have that Life 360, and it'll tell me.
To show
Yeah.
you what we think.
It'll tell me, what my short trips are. It'll even tell me if I walked somewhere. It's freaking awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, I just get tracked by Google. I have Android phone, so it just tells me.
My family likes to know where I'm at, so
Well, I do that to Harley because, Harley, was the only child, and then her father was killed. So it's always like she and I, and like she was like really all I had, and so I got reneged or whatever.
Mhm.
So I kind of like do maybe a little over board of stalking them.
Hey, you know what? I
do that right now. Like, all right, let's see.
do you have the one with the subscription? I'm like trying to figure out if I should
No,
get that or not.
I don't. She always says something about purchasing it. She said it would help if
Like
you
the
like
crash
right.
detection
That's what
and-
she was saying.
Yeah.
And she was saying that it was kind of like how the Apple Watch would do if you had a crash detection, it would alert authorities. Let's say, yeah, okay, this is, I don't know if this is like a service thing, but it's on. I would say, I would say hour-ish because I'm a very indecisive person when it comes to like shopping. So I had to go back and make my mind up. I can leave right here, but it's loading. I think maybe.
Can I see it? Maybe it'll give me better reception.
Yeah.
Oh shoot. You have a password or something? I can put it in.
No, I could do my finger.
Okay. Sometimes this corner, if you hold it up high, it'll, because I know people watching, I want them to have my passcode in, and they'll know our code for a lot of stuff. All right, here we go. Is it working? No. Oh, that corner is like typically the sweet corner.
Hold it up here.
Yeah. We can set it down here. Just see if it kicks on. Okay. Okay, so you make the second trip to go back and buy more outfits.
Mhm.
And then where do you go from there? Is Gannon still telling you that he wants to like lay down? How's he doing?
Something happened. There you go. See, I told you this was a sweet corner. It says purchase could not be completed. I didn't purchase anything. The purchase cannot be completed. Huh. What does that mean?
I have no idea. I've never had that pop open before. The purchase could not be completed. Please try again later. Well, I mean, we tried.
I guess it says
We have no signal, so.
free membership include 2.
How long have you guys had that app?
Oh God. Since I started driving for a long time.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe a long time. Yeah.
If I want to say, like, it's never had me do a purchase.
He just says. He didn't even ask me to put anything. Purchase or purchase could not be completed.
That is bizarre. You didn't hit anything. I didn't hit anything. Okay. So you go back to Petco the second time. Does Gannon, these places that
Sorry, I was gonna say it says crash detection disabled. Does that mean I don't have the?
yours looks different than mine does. And you don't have a subscription?
Mm-mm. Like it gives me, but it sends me all the alerts. Like it says like Carly arrived home.
Well, yeah, I mean, I get those too.
Yeah.
If you have certain places set, like
No,
work
I get
or
those.
home.
Yeah, well, I get the work at home, but it'll say completed a 4-mile drive, completed a 15.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like I get.
I think we might have different versions because I didn't Android. So anyway, that's neither here nor there. So when you and Gannon are out running around to these places and you know, getting your gas and your coffee and Petco a couple times, and does he go into the stores with you?
No,
or-
but I parked, and I know you're gonna see this, so I'm gonna say that I parked on the front, and like I don't know if you'll probably if you see the Petco cameras. I'm in the. Can I show you? Sure. I'm in the store a lot of times, walking back to the front door doing this, and my point of doing that is because I was making sure that I didn't see him like if he needed something or like getting out or whatever. And he stays in the car. Like I will stay in the car all the time with like if like Lena's in the car, he'll be like, "It's okay, stay here, buddy. We'll be right back." Didn't think anything of it because he had his Switch with him and he was playing his Switch.
Did he know what store you were in?
Yeah, Petco.
So like if he needed you or your else.
But and I did keep walking to the door the several times, and I'm pretty sure I did it on the second visit too, walking back to the door just to make sure. Like if he was like, "Oh, sure, if I need you, whatever." Sure. So yeah, you can see that on there. So do you need to know like what I did in there,
So you're just in there shopping, and then
it wasn't even a long shop.
Okay.
Like it wasn't.
and then you come back out, and then where do you go?
So I know we were right in that area, like different places, but I don't think I stopped anywhere else specific to get anything other than Starbucks. I made a wrong turn, and then 2 times at Petco, and I was looking for Marshalls, but
After the second time at Petco, did you go anywhere?
I think after that Petco is when we started to head home.
Okay, so you go home.
And I want to give you like an accurate of that if I pull this up because I feel like right after Petco we went home. I don't want you
to try and bring it up.
Yeah, I don't want you to think that I missed a stop or something. And I will tell you on the way there, we did stop and get gas somewhere.
Okay.
I can't remember if it was on the way there or way home.
Do you remember what station?
But we did stop
Michelle,
and get gas.
7-Eleven.
Here,
Come and go.
if you gotta go.
I hate to do this. Yeah, I need to run out. I'm gonna come back.
Okay.
Okay. It shouldn't take me very long, hopefully. But please continue talking with Detective Houston, and then whenever I get done with that, I'm gonna come back in and we'll get back on again. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull this up 2 minutes. Oh.
Sure. The USA app is being slow too.
Is it my phone?
I don't. You can try that corner again. It might. The floor is a little weird. So after you guys left Petco,
Mhm.
So did you buy something there that time or?
The second time, yes.
Okay. Okay.
And I know she kept asking me about what was Gannon doing, what was he, whatever, blah, 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 blah. So I'm going to say this about getting back.
Okay.
So everyone has been, like about this whole thing about camera footage and this happened because we didn't see this or didn't see this. So I'm very sorry.
What do you mean, everyone?
So like my whole family is being harassed. My mom is being threatened to be killed. My daughter is being stalked. It took me a while to get here because I had to put some safety measures in for her own well-being.
Okay.
And my family from back home is being threatened. People are saying they're sending people after them.
Okay.
All those things. So, there's always a world of people making situations and saying, let's be a good person, but then threaten someone else.
Okay.
And so being aware of that's what was going on. So in between all that and all these people were sending me like messages that people were saying and blah, blah, blah. I didn't respond to any of them. During all that, there was something along the lines of someone checked neighbors 2 doors down or something, camera footage, and never saw anyone do this or that. Like, I don't know, like specifics. But my point behind telling you that is, if this is what you guys, and I'm not saying this is what you're basing stuff on, if this is what you're basing stuff on is like in the day and age timelines, security, things like that, you will see on somebody's security, Gannon and I run to the car at 10 some that morning and be returning at 2 something.
Okay.
So I remember specifically the truck, I pulled it right in front of the ring. And like,
More ring?
yes, but we don't have a subscription.
Okay.
But according to these neighbors who can see all the way to the truck every day,
Okay.
they should be able to show you during those time frames that we run in, we run out, we run back in, or whatever.
Okay.
And
So
then
you leave around 10 something, and then you get back around 2 something.
I feel like it was like 2:35, 2:25, 2 something.
Okay.
Because I knew I had to be back in time to do a couple of things, and then I knew Lane would be coming there. I knew Harley would be getting off work, yada, yada, yada. So that was the whole thing. So going on from there, Gannon goes inside, I think first. I don't want to misquote myself, but I'm pretty sure he ran in first. And I had the bag for Petco and all that stuff in my hand. Now, I don't.
Which store did you guys use?
We always go in through the garage if we like park like on the front part of the yard or things like that. So we go in through the garage.
Okay.
he goes in through the garage. I go in. I'm getting ready to put up things, stuff like that. And this is where it got. I made a mistake. This is it.
Okay.
So as we got inside, I heard something, but I didn't think anything about it because I thought, maybe Dana was like doing something. Maybe we were like doing whatever.
Mhm.
The guy was in there, and I gave him the code.
The guy from the.
Yeah, it's all my fault. I gave him a code to fix the carpet. And he was inside. I noticed when I had like walked in and I saw we had like a little bookshelf thingy. I keep my shades in there too, but we also have like our guns and stuff. I saw it was open, but in my mind I thought maybe I left my shades or whatever.
Your sunglasses?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I didn't think anything of it when I heard the noise, and I just started walking downstairs. I didn't walk downstairs with like a gun or anything like that. So I started walking downstairs, and then when I walked downstairs, I hear something again. Well, at that point in time, Gannon was on the sofa, and I saw him, and I heard something again, and I walked on around to where so Gannon's room is here, and there's a storage closet here.
Okay.
And I heard something, and so I walked through the storage closet to open the storage closet, and when I do, it's him, and he was standing in there, and he had on gloves.
In the storage closet?
Yes.
Okay.
He had one of those.
Okay.
And then he just knocked me down and like towards Gannon's room, and he was hitting on me, and it was like hard, like on the ground. And he was trying to like rape me, and I just told her. I said I have to tell you about it.
Okay.
And like from there on was like in a blur because I was trying so hard because Gannon had a table in his room, and I went back and hit my head on it, like with him. Gannon runs inside the room.
Mm-hmm.
And like tries to like be helpful, do something, whatever. And from there, it was kind of like a blur. Everything else that was going on because I was just like crying, I was freaking out, and I swear to God, I don't know what. I really don't know. I don't.
Okay.
I don't. And I'm just like in the moment thinking, like these memories of like wow, like the thing was open, he had the gun. I didn't remember what happened there, and so I kind of like blacked out just a little bit, and so all these things are going through my mind as I'm blacked out. I don't know if like I know he was like when Gannon was like trying to get on him. I know he was like moving Gannon, and and it was just all like so like a cycle to me, and so I'm like out of it for a little bit, just for a little bit, and then from when the time I woke up, but like I kind of like got a little bit, and I immediately like freaked out. I was like. I couldn't find Gannon.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like the guy was still in the house. Lena was on the way. I didn't know where Gannon was at because I was calling for Gannon. I thought he was hiding. Like I legit thought he was hiding in like maybe the other closet that was on the other side, the other, whatever. I thought he was hiding. Like I was so scared. So I run up the stairs because I hear, I know it's like almost time for Lena, and I hear that the Ring app had like an alert for someone at the front door, but it could have been just like Amazon or something driving by because there was nobody at the front door. And then I run back downstairs. Because in my mind, I was like thinking, where's Gannon? And I didn't want to leave and like run outside and scream and, go crazy because I did not know where he was at the time. And everybody says to me, because I told Albert and them about it. And they're like, why didn't you like run to go get help? And I didn't want to leave to go get help. And I was terrified because I know Albert would kill me because Gannon was still in there.
Mm-hmm.
So then when I get downstairs, he has the gun and he has Gannon. And I'm sitting there like freaking out, like, what are we going to do? And Lena does make it to the door at this time.
Mm-hmm.
And then so I go upstairs because I know that he was like, don't say anything because I didn't know if someone thought like it was a cop or, if someone heard something or I didn't know anything. So my thought process was if I say anything, Gannon's down here, I need to just be as cool as possible at because we order things on Amazon like all the time, books and things like that. So it was Lena. So the reason I sent Lena away was because I wanted her to be safe too. So I sent Lena on a mission to go get like the mail. Lena, it never gets the mail. Nothing like that. I sent her on a mission to go get the mail.
Okay.
And so I just started making up random things for Lena to go do. And I looked at Lena and I said, she was standing there, I was like, just stay gone for a little while. Because I didn't want her coming back and then that's, like her in the situation as we were too. So like in my mind, I think if I say anything, if I do anything, I just didn't know what to do. I was in complete panic. So I go back downstairs again and I'm like pleading and like talking and like all these things going on. Like, just back and forth with him and why are you doing this? Why did you hurt us? Why are you doing these things? Mm-hmm. And then it just started being like a hustle and puzzle, like back and forth. I don't even remember how it kept going for, like maybe I say 5 or 10 minutes, but I don't know if it was that long. And then he was like on top of me again. And then I kind of lied down again because he hit my head again. Really?
And then, yeah, and then I was on the table that was inside, like in between the red blue table in there.
Okay.
He forced me in there again, and he was trying to do it again, and I was just like losing my mind, like completely, like Albert's sister was raped, and so like in my mind I kept thinking Albert's going to be like I'm nothing, and I shouldn't have been thinking about that. I should have been, but I was, and that was all I could keep thinking about. You know, like was like Albert was going to be upset, Gannon's over here, Lena's coming, all these emotions are running through there. And he was like, he asked me to give him a suitcase, and I gave him a brown suitcase, and then he hit me on the head again, and I was like, right here. Like hitting me right there like that.
Okay.
And so then he did that, and then I wiped out again. I was having a panic attack. And then I don't know what happened from there. I really don't. I don't know. I just know that I did lie. I did. When they came, I did say, Gannon left, whatever, you know that.
Okay.
But he never did. He never left to go play. I just didn't know what to do, and I panicked in the moment. And I didn't want Albert to be like trying to hurt us. We kind of get a lot of fights. Yeah. And I just want you to know that's the only reason that I made up the lie, is because I knew that I didn't want to face the consequences of, you know, trying to explain to him all that was going on. Because he was saying to me, you're trying to make this about you. You know, this is not about you. And I knew all those things because I've lived in it. So I panicked, and I just told a story, and I was going to try to think of, like, you know, plan. I'm sorry that it might have delayed, you know, like looking for Gannon, but I do not know where Gannon was. I do not know. I do not know his whereabouts from that point on. But it was still in the same time frame that I gave you guys. So there was no contradictory to that same time frame, because it still was about 4 o'clock.
Okay, so go over the time frame with me. What was the time frame?
It had to be around like 4.
Okay.
Because Harley gets off at 4:30.
Okay.
And so Harley had just gotten home, or no, was on her way home or something. And my phone was like alerting. I knew Harley was on her way home. And I was going to tell Harley when she got there. I was going to be like, look, this is what happened. We need to get help. We need to call 911. And all I kept thinking about was, it's going to be my fault. Because I gave him the code. He brought the carpet. He did all that.
Okay.
And did
he fix it?
No, I had already cut it.
Oh,
He
okay.
brought the big roll of carpet. It's at the house. He brought
Oh,
that.
it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
where's that at the house?
it's in the back storage room.
Okay. Is that the one that he was hiding in?
Huh?
Is that the storage room that he was in?
Yes.
Whenever you went down there?
Yes, I put the carpet back in the storage room. The reason I put the carpet back in there because it was laying like in the like. So the storage room was right here. It had fallen over at some point when all this was going on. So I picked it up and put it back like on the thing. I rolled it up.
Oh.
It wasn't all the way rolled out, but it was like somewhat rolled out through the commotion, and I rolled it back up and put it
Okay.
on the inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you doing okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So the time frame is that 4 o'clock is whenever,
I don't want to tell you exactly 4. I don't like saying that because I
about
don't
4
want you-
o'clock was whenever, we can say about.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
So
Did
Lena's-
Harley come home or?
yeah, Lane is still out and about. Harley's home, comes home or whatever. I'm pacing the house, like trying to think of a plan of like, what do I do? And I should have like immediately like gotten on the phone, did whatever. But all I kept thinking about was, it's all my fault. It's my fault because Albert's going to say to me, you gave some stranger access to our home. You know, this is all on you. And in my mind, I thought I could fix it. Like in my mind, I thought I could fix this. And I don't know why I thought that. That was horrible decision making from. But it also was in a very emotional state that in normal situations, people can say all they want. I will call, I would do this, I would do this. But if you're not in a situation, everybody handles things differently.
Sure.
And I was making an irrational decision in a panic situation when I should have immediately, being an educator, being all these things, it should have been one of those things where it was immediate, know how to answer. And you might think, this girl's going to want to be a flight attendant. She's got to be able to think fast. It was not that easy in the moment because my mind was in so many directions that I could fix it. I literally thought I was going to fix it.
Sure.
And that was where it went from there. So I was going to tell Harley. I didn't tell Harley. I paced around the situation and was thinking, okay, if I don't have any kind of like information, like if I don't have a plan in my brain by a certain time, that's when I'm going to call Harley.
Okay.
And so that's how.
So you had like predetermined a time that you were going to call if you hadn't figured
I
anything
didn't come
out?
up with a specific time, but in my brain I kept saying, okay, I got to act soon. But I knew that, you know, I'm like thinking by 6:30, like I need to make a good decision because
Okay.
what am I going to tell the girls? Because they're going to be like, you know, like where's Gannon? Like we said, because we were going to all go eat sushi. So that was where that time frame
Okay.
would have been like, what am I supposed to do? Go get in the car and be like,
Gannon's not going with us. I couldn't keep going on and on with the irrational decision of not calling 911.
Okay.
And I had to stop the decision.
So what happened? So tell me what happened as it went on.
So I called 911
Okay.
and they said, hey, sorry, you know, this is not an emergency. You have to call this other line.
Okay.
So I called the other line and it was a 4-hour wait for them to get there.
Okay.
So 4 hours later, they came. I'm still in a panic set. I'm like, these people are, nothing I say is going to solve the situation. So I did say that, can you look at this time? Again, I've admitted it's a very rational decision because it could be more helpful to be honest and say, this is the description, here's who we're looking for, instead of like the situation being like, he was gone. And that was horrible. I should have done that because I panicked.
Okay.
I made a decision.
Okay.
You know, and so from then on, that's when you guys came. They came through, asked me questions. They searched the house, every room, flashlight, you know, whatever. They went outside in the garage. They searched my car, blah, blah, blah.
Okay. And was Harley there at this time?
When they did the searches? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Because it took like 4 hours. So it was like later in the night that this had happened.
Okay. So when you say they searched your car, which car did they search?
Like the car, my car, like the black car.
The black car.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like so there was a deputy, there was like 6 or 7. And then one of those deputies that responded to the scene, he came around with a flashlight and he like searched like everything up and down every room, would ask me questions like, would this wallet be here? Would this be here? You know, like, would this be here? Would this be here?
Sure, trying to figure out what's normal, what's not normal.
And I put everything back in order. Like,
Okay.
like I told you I moved the carpet, you know, I fixed the situation because I was being stupid. And I should have told them what had really happened.
Okay.
And so he went through everything. He went through the outside. He went through the car. He went through the trunk. He went through everything.
Like he actually got into the car?
He wanted my ID.
Okay.
And he asked me, he said, do you mind if I look around? He
Sure.
in the garage. He opened my car. In fact, he left my car to open because the next morning the back door was open.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he went in the car doors. I mean, I'm sure you guys have a record of who was in there. But he opened the car, opened up the trunk. He looked through the bags that were in the truck. He looked through everything in the garage, looked through the bags, whatever over here, came back in. He did the same thing, and you know, like in different parts.
So he's trying to be like really thorough.
Yeah, like trying to be really, really thorough. He was going through every part of the house.
Okay.
And he asked me if anything missing, and it was the truth. There was nothing missing because I did take the gun that he had. I did put the gun back.
Okay.
So
Okay. So, was there anything else that happened on Monday? Like, did you talk to Harley about it or
about
Lana?
about what I told you.
Mm-hmm.
No, I told them the first situation.
Like what you told our dispatcher?
Right.
That, and that was that Gannon went to go play at a friend's house.
Right.
And do you remember the friend's house name? Or?
I never gave anyone a name or anything at all.
Okay.
And also too, like, I didn't want to leave out any key points or whatever.
Sure.
I had my headphones on because when I was like upstairs when it all started, I had my headphones on, so my headphones were still on through the whole scene. So that's why if you ask me like did you hear any noises? Did you hear anyone leaving? Did you hear the alarm go back off? I had my headphones still on. They were still on my head.
When you came inside the house?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, like I had my headphones still on when I came inside the house. Like not coming in the house with them, but like in the house. When I went downstairs, I still had my headphones on.
Okay.
Yeah, like I did like this.
Okay, so help me understand. Yeah. So when you came into the house, you didn't have them on, but then you had them on when you went downstairs?
Yeah, because I came in doing like a normal, I would get ready to listen to music, I was going to work out.
Okay.
So I you move them back and forth.
What kind do you have?
Like I have Beats audio.
Like the ones that go over or like they come in?
Yeah, the ones that like they kind of like smash your head in or whatever. Yeah, so I always have to,
like,
I always have to,
on your head?
I always have to like move them, like back and forth and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's what I was doing, like moving them when I was like, do I hear something? Because it's kind of like I heard something, but I wasn't sure that I heard something at all. And that's when I started going downstairs.
Okay. And are they like noise canceling or anything like that, or ambient sound, or do they just do like play regular music?
I mean, I think they would be noise canceling, right? Because that would be.
I don't know. I think you can get them either way.
That would be Beats. I'm not sure.
I think you can get them either way. So I didn't know if you knew.
Yeah, I don't know. We have 2 different pairs, and the one we have 2 different, and I know one of them is like the push, like push in kind or whatever, and the other one doesn't push in as much, and I have the ones that like. So that might.
You have 2 different pairs?
No, Albert. I'm saying like we have 2.
To the family.
Yeah.
Okay. So which ones were you wearing?
Mine.
Okay. Which color are those?
I like they're like a gold or maybe like a matte gold or
Okay. And what color are Albert?
black and red, I think.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. We just want to make sure
Yeah.
that, like if we see them or whatever again, then we know which ones are yours,
Yeah,
which ones
yeah.
are his. So that's like, if you said that, that your head got hit and stuff like that, and we'll go back to that a little bit, but maybe if he like touched them or something like that, then we want to make sure that we get the right ones.
Right. Was there anything else that happened Monday, like after the deputies left or anything like that?
No, so I went out to my car that morning because I knew that Albert was going to fly in or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so normal, like routine, you know, like I got up, whatever. I got in my car and I realized that the guy had left the back door open. And then so I was like, oh, my car might not crank. And I, you know, drive out and I drive down the street because I was going to drive my car, blah, 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 to pick it up. And I decided to come back because it was too early. His flight wasn't coming in until 8:53.
Okay.
And I was going to, like, honestly, just drive. I had to think in my brain, you know, I was like, this is the best thing. But I didn't. I just drove down the street, came back.
And that was in your black car?
Mhm.
Okay. And then you ended up picking him up later?
Yeah.
And you took your black car to do that?
No, so, well, yeah. So what happened is I took my black car, but I sent him a message earlier and I said, hey, is it okay if we get a rental car?
Okay.
And he said, yes. I have a leased vehicle, so you can only put like 1,000 miles on it. And I'm like pretty anal about, you know, like I don't want to go over and that type of thing.
Okay.
So his car is very expensive on gas. So I was going to get I did get a little economy car and I knew we'd be driving around everywhere. Everybody was like searching. And in my mind, I was like freaking out because I'm going to blame because they don't want our codes and our home. And so I was like, I know we're going to drive everywhere all day. So I was like, I'm going to get a rental car.
Okay.
So I did. And so I got my rental car and I left my black car at the airport.
You left it at the airport?
Right. Because I had to have a way to, like, I didn't walk. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Albert asked me where my car was at, and I told him it was at French. The reason I told him that is because Albert and I get in a lot of fusses about this whole working and changing career thing that you guys, I told you about in the beginning. And that was like a personal situation that I didn't want to fuss with him about, you know, like the working and changing, you're going to give up your career for this, and this. So I just said, look, he knew I had just worked at French. So I said, it was at French, one of my friends brought me. That's what I told him.
Okay.
So that's why he thought it was at French, but it was my way of, so he thought that he knew I had to go get my stuff from French because I stopped working there. So, and that's kind of, I wanted it to go with the story because I wasn't ready yet to tell him I wasn't returning at all to education. It just wasn't.
Okay, so he doesn't know that yet.
Well, he knows that like I'm gonna be a flight attendant and oh, never mind, I can't do it because I've been back and forth. You're gonna go from making I make like 60 grand to, I think they make like $18 to $20 an hour, but you can only do so many things like reserve shifts, you got my crash pads. So I'm back and forth on something I really want to do and the money. So I went back and forth with him on that, and that was just one of those things where I just wasn't prepared to be like, oh, you're gonna be a teacher again. Oh, you're gonna do this again. Oh, you're back at school again. Blah blah blah. You know,
Okay.
so you're back at subbing again. So
you drove to the airport in your black car. Okay. What time did you do that?
his flight landed at 8:50 something, so I got there in time to park my car, and then I walked up to the thing, and he was coming down the escalator, and then I go over to budget, and I get the rental car. He's sitting on the little corner over here, waiting on his bags. We walk out, we get the car.
Okay. And so where did you park your car at the airport? Do you remember?
In the short-term parking, maybe about like a middle.
Okay.
It's a long, like the short-term, like it goes from, you got the rental cars, the section here, section. So it went to like the farther section, and maybe like over here.
Okay. Okay. And then, so you're in your black car this morning?
Right. Because I had to turn the rental car back in.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So you picked your car up this morning?
No. So I took the rental car back last night because I didn't know what time situation, he's upset with me for not telling you guys first, so that, it could have been a quicker search or whatever the case may be. So I didn't know, like, I thought we were gonna have to stay, like in a hotel or something. So I parked my car. My Harley picked me up because I was going to get a room at the hotel.
Okay.
And so I thought you guys knew that because it was sheriff's there this morning. So.
Well, people are working different pieces,
Yeah.
and so I just want to make sure that while we're talking that I have all of the information, right? So if I ask you something that you feel like has already been covered before, I'm not trying to be a brat or anything like that. I just want to make sure we have everything. We're all on the same page with everything. Okay. So you drove the rental car back last night, early this morning?
No, it was last night. It wasn't that late.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then Harley picked you up, and you left your car at the airport still?
No. Okay. So I drove my car. I drove the rental car back. Got in my car.
Okay.
Left.
Okay.
Okay. So I didn't have anywhere to go because they're fussing at me and people were everything's going on in the searches and things like that. So I didn't really have anywhere to go, and some of my stuff was at home, so I didn't have a car to get gas. I didn't have anything like that. So I was basically like just, like going somewhere parking, like trying to stay warm because it got a little bit cold or whatever. Sure. So finally was gave in. I was like, Albert, look, and he was like, I need you to tell me the truth. And that's when I started messaging her that, hey, Wood, I'm gonna come home and I'm sorry. I'll tell you exactly what happened. It's all my fault because I should have let everyone know that I gave someone the code, and I tried to replace the code. So
So at that point, I leave my car at the hotel, which was near Harley's work.
Okay.
And Albert was like, "You guys coming?" I said, "Yes." We're on our way. I leave my car at the hotel the entire night, and leaving Harley's car. We stay at home tonight, last night, and then I come back with Harley when she came to work this morning, and I walk over to the hotel.
Okay. So had you gone and gotten a hotel room and then changed your mind and decided to stay home? Parked your car?
No, I parked my car because I was going to get a hotel. And
Okay.
my thought process was if we got in Harley's car and went home, and I didn't want people like his ex-wife is there, I didn't want people like, no domestic type situations like going on,
Okay.
with me, myself against, like her family and that type of thing. So my plan was we'll just come back here and stay at the hotel
Sure.
if we have to.
Sure.
So that was the whole point of me leaving my car there.
Okay. Okay. Do you remember which hotel it was?
Yes, it's the IHG, the Holiday Inn that was right there.
Holiday Inn?
Yeah, and again, that's where the police were at all morning, where my car was at.
We were?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it could have been something separate, but I just assumed because when I got in my car to pick it up, I just like
work at
at the one at Center Point.
Center Point, so
Mhm.
over by like the movie theater and stuff like that. Okay. And it was sheriff cars or CSPD cars?
El Paso, whatever, white and maybe green, maybe white and something.
Okay.
I just assumed they were there because you guys think my car was there, but I parked it there because we only drove one car in case it came back. We had to stay at the hotel, so
Okay.
yeah, it was parked there.
Okay.
And then I picked it back up this morning. So.
Pick it back up this morning.
Yeah.
And then you came here, or
Yeah.
did you go anywhere first?
No, I was just driving around because I was on the phone trying to figure out situations for like my mom was getting, like I told you, was getting all these messages. So I wanted to like talk to them because they were freaking out and I hadn't been able to talk to them in the last 24 hours. So at that point, my mom was like really worried that I hadn't told her why are these people, in her death threat, and so at that point in time, I had to make that decision to focus on making sure my mom knew like, hey, listen, don't respond to anything people say, and that type of thing.
So I just have one question. I know, like, and it was probably really frustrating. I know your husband was upset and stuff like that too. Like we took a long time to get out there for,
Mhm.
I guess we were under the impression that it was a runaway or whatever.
Right.
So it took longer.
In her death threat, and so at that point in time, I had to make that decision to focus on making sure my mom knew, like, hey, listen, don't respond to, anything people say, and that type of thing.
So I just have one question. I know, like, and it was probably really frustrating. I know your husband was upset and stuff like that too. Like we took a long time to get out there for,
Mhm.
I guess we were under the impression that it was a runaway or whatever.
Right.
So it took longer to get out there to you guys. But in the meantime, like when we did get out there, there's like all these people out in the neighborhood and like stuff going on in Facebook and stuff like that. How did that happen? Like,
Albert had someone else start talking on Facebook.
Okay.
One of the kids' moms.
okay,
So she like initiated something on Facebook, and then of course all the people commented.
okay,
Because the community page is a quite active page for it.
okay. I didn't know if like you had posted something or if Albert.
Not originally. He had the little Cambria
Okay.
to post an original post initially, and then
Okay. Is that like a friend of your guys's or?
that's one of the kids, Braden's mom.
Okay. 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 So I want to go back a little bit.
Okay.
Just to
I
kind
think
of.
I could like use the restroom really fast.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Sure.
I didn't get to eat all this. Do I have to like be like? Is it
No, we're coming back. We're
okay?
coming
I was
back.
gonna say, was it like a long-term process or something like that?
No, you can just leave everything wherever it is, and we don't have to like clean up anything or anything like that. And I'll just show you where the restroom is. Do you want to leave that here or move what? Your hot pocket. Oh, you don't want to take it to the bathroom, right?
Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm so sure on it.
Forward. Stretch break.
Yeah, no, that's a good stretch break. Take a seventh inning stretch break here.
Got the horn section over here. Dave.
You guys don't want to section everywhere. We good to go?
We are.
Okay.
Y'all thinking? Anything else? You need another comb? Okay, thank you. Water or anything? Okay. Yeah. No, I'm sorry, yeah. I know. I can't, but he'll lose his job. If he loses his job, I don't know. I don't know. Like, it wouldn't work out that well. Yeah. I know. I'm not gonna do that because Albert will lose his job. Okay. All right, what we do? Sorry, I didn't know you were on the phone. It's okay. Sorry, no caffeine. Oh. Okay. So I just want to back up with you. We kind of have like a good overview of everything, but so we can start really narrowing down to try and find Gannon and everything else like that. I just want to try and get some more specific stuff on everything. Yeah. So I did write some stuff down. So, I did. So going back to the just a little bit to the fire part, you said that Gannon had some stuff on his arms. What part of his arms was that? Like I don't remember, like the inner area. You can point to like wherever, like in this, like in the inner area, like this. Okay, so like right here. Yeah, but like the burns were like not like you're thinking like round burns. It was more of like not like burns that are like this. Right here. It was more of not necessarily burns, but like a little bit of like skin, like it was like skin peeling, like in. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And so that was like on his left arm, his right arm. It was on both arms because remember when I came in, I took the covers and like basically like got on top of both of like on him and the fire. Oh. Not like him pushing him on the fire, but like you know like I was just trying to get the fire out. Okay. And he was like hanging off the side of the off the side of the sofa. And he was still asleep. No, he was like saying my name. Like he was alert, like what's going on because he had just like woken up. Okay. Yeah. So he was not having a full conversation with me, but as in just like calling my name, and he's like, "I'm so sorry." He kept saying he's sorry. He didn't mean to do it. Daddy's been got me for a year. So it was him thinking, "Oh my gosh, shoot!" Like kind of like waking up being like, "Oh shit, I just made a mistake." Like we would say in the mind of a kid. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that for me. Okay. So the next day, you go to, like, you're trying to figure out how to get this carpet fixed. And you said that you had already, you cut the carpet? I cut the carpet. Okay. Yeah. What did you use to cut the carpet? I had Albert has like these tools that are like wood working tools, like chisels and I don't know the specific name of the ones, but they're like a little saw things. And I just like took the carpet and did like this. Okay. Okay. I mean, I didn't necessarily saw it, but I just kind of was like, they're very sharp tools. He has a lot of woodworking tools and stuff in the garage, so I just took one of those things, got like a handle and. What color? You know, like you use. Because I tried with a box cutter, but I couldn't. Like it wasn't like deep enough to like really pull whatever. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I tried a couple times with a box cutter until I get kind of like started the process, but then
I had to get like a stronger object or whatever
Okay.
to do it.
Okay, sure. So you cut the carpet,
Mhm.
and then you guys are gonna go try to figure out how to like get this fixed or whatever else. So you said that you went over to like where some new construction is.
Mhm.
Do you remember? Can you tell me more about that?
I'm not familiar with the area. I mean, I could, if you want me to drive you there, or next, like, or whatever. I don't know, like, they give you street names if that's what you're asking.
Sure, that's fine. But can you just describe it for me a little bit better?
Okay, so like the school, there's the school in the back, and so there's a bunch of new buildings
Okay.
that are in the area right near the school.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember like when you went to the new builds and stuff like that? Was it like the first house in, or like 12 houses in, or
Yeah, I was
how far in did you have to
There
go?
was a couple. I'd rather just go show you because you're going to quote me on me telling you an estimate of a number, and I don't think that's fair to me. So I can give you an accurate description of which house it was.
Okay. Well, for now, let's go with what you kind of remember. Like, do you remember? Did you have to drive far in there, or just a short distance?
I don't know what you mean by like far in there. Like,
Like into where the new builds are.
they're all like you just go around. It's like in loops.
Okay.
So I don't know what you're asking me
Okay.
so far.
Sure.
I mean, I could show you. I just don't know your terms of distance that you're asking me. Like,
Okay. Well, I guess like so. You're saying that they're like in a loop or whatever.
no, the whole area is in like there's loops, there's streets, there's
Okay.
like different sections of the new build.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's like I can show you because you're going to quote me on me giving you hand motion and things like that, and that's not fair to me being on a conversation. That's just not fair. And I'm sure if I had a attorney here, he would say we're going to go show instead of just
Okay.
giving you something that would be an estimate.
So you went to the new build,
Mhm.
and you found this guy and asked him about
Yeah, his name was Eduardo.
Eduardo.
He said, or Eduardo. I don't know how to say the Spanish names right, but Eduardo,
Okay.
something like maybe I'm saying it wrong, but I heard Eduardo.
With like a G.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it might be a J if it's Spanish. I'm not sure how they do it, but I'm not Spanish, but Eduardo.
So he said he told you that was his name.
Yeah, he said Eduardo.
Okay.
Yeah. And so maybe about like 5'8", really skinny. He had on a tool belt. Had on like a sweater vest, like a cold weather vest. I think it was red. I don't really remember exactly, but he did have blue jeans on, and he had on the combat boots or whatever. I'm assuming in my mind that this was just this was somebody who was he looked like he was a legit worker. There was people, like on the houses. There was people working in different areas, so I didn't think it was
Sure.
that he was a legit, not necessarily a contractor, but someone that was going to be able to.
Someone knowledgeable to
Right.
be able to.
Yeah. Right. And I didn't explain to him what had happened. Like I didn't say, okay, this happened. I said we need a piece of carpet. You have the carpet that for this model of home.
Okay. And what did he say?
He said yes, and I was like, do you have the carpet? And I gave him like a hand reference of like the size that I would need, and he said yes. We have a roll for that. They had the I don't know if he said they had all of them have the same, and there's model homes or the same color. He was saying something along. I don't really know the definition of that, but some certain homes have the same exact thing and everything.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like might have the same floor in one, the same because a lot of the homes are the same every 5 houses or whatever.
Right.
He was
Like they
saying-
have like 3 or 4 houses that they build over and over and over again.
Right.
Okay. And they put the same finishings in them.
Mhm.
Okay.
That was my assumption that I had taken from that.
Okay. And so he said that they had it, and then what happened next as far as like him having it?
So
Do you need to get that?
no. It was I just always check to make sure it's not my daughter.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're not worry, mom. So he said he was going to bring the carpet and fix it, and I gave him the code to get into the garage.
Okay. And you had mentioned that you thought maybe you would find somebody that would want to do like a side job or whatever else. Like how much did he say he was going to charge you for doing this and for the carpet and stuff like
Right. So we never had made that just like that conversation. I just said, hey, and I'll give you a small donation. So what I did was I said, okay, I think my ex-husband, Holly's dad, he used to like work in like sheetrock and stuff like that.
Mhm.
So in my mind, I'm thinking, little jobs like this, back home would have been like $10 an hour. Here, it's probably a little more, like $15, $20 an hour, whatever. And I said, I'll give you a small donation. You didn't ask me earlier about the part, so sorry if we messed up. And I said, I'll give you a small donation. And then in my mind, a donation was going to be $50. So that's exactly, I had cash. And that's exactly what I had was the $50 like on the counter. And I explained that to him, that it would be on the counter. Thank you for, doing it. Make sure the garage is closed. And like I said, you didn't ask me about that, but I did go through a conversation. I just didn't be like, hey, bring the carpet. Here's the
Sure,
garage.
and that's why
I don't want you to think that because that is not what happened. I went through the process of make sure you close the garage back. We have a security system. I told him we had cameras. I talked it up through the conversation. Okay. To let him know that this is the steps and, the processes and stuff like that were followed.
Okay, so let's talk about that conversation a little bit, just because we didn't, and that's why we go back and get, you know, more information and everything else like that. So, he says he has the carpet, and then, did you ask him like, okay, can I just have the carpet, or did you ask him like, can you fix it for me, or did he volunteer to fix it for you?
What do you need to have it?
Like, did you ask him if he would just give you the carpet, or like,
I was going to be like a package deal. I was assuming, but it's just like I wasn't asking for like the carpet for the size room. I gave him like the like the size. So in my mind is he's bringing a scrap like rolls or scraps or whatever that's already some extra from the job.
okay, so you didn't ask him to just like bring you carpet so you could fix it. You asked him to come and fix it for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean I had in my mind to fix it. So then I was like, you have to measure, and then like because I changed foods, like one side was going to be like this length, so if you cut it different on that side, and it just was a little out of my thought process of that. I could,
Okay. Yeah. Have you like if you've never done carpet before, I would imagine that like trying to patch something would be kind of hard, especially if you had to use different stuff to cut it. Okay. Okay. So he agrees to come to your house to fix it. So you give him the address.
Yes, I went through the whole spiel. Here's where it's at, like here's money, how much you know we do back home. I mean, it was probably like a good 2-3 minute conversation
Okay.
of the specifics that needed to be done, and I did that out of panic because I needed to get it fixed. I didn't want to put it on Craigslist because people say call me or this and they upcharge and oh we need to replace the whole section and things like that.
And did he tell you like what he would charge you, or did you just say this is how much I'm willing to pay?
No, I just immediately said that I was going to give a donation, like in the terms of like I didn't really have a lot to give you, but can you like hook me up? But I kind of was like, can you like hook me up like that? You know, being more of like a please do this for me. I really need it. I don't have a lot of money.
Like a favor?
Yeah, like a. I mean, cause if he's on the job working and he makes so much an hour and can make an extra $50 that day, that was 150 might turn into 200.
Gotcha.
You know, so in my mind of thinking of doing that was back to the times that colleagues that would do the same thing. You know, he would be like, don't go pay a subcontractor. Just go get someone who wants to work after hours. You know, or whatever. And so that was my thought process. That'd be cheaper, faster. Someone come do it right away, and then we're done with the situation.
Okay. So, what did you tell him as far as like how to get into the house and stuff like that?
What do you mean how to get? I just gave him the garage code.
Okay.
And I explained where the carpet needed to be replaced. I mean,
okay.
There's no like when you enter the home, there's no like specifics. You just upstairs, downstairs. That's it.
Okay. So you told him it was downstairs and kind of the area that it was in, or
you walk downstairs, you would have thought it.
Okay.
Like it wouldn't have been like you need to go search for it. I mean, that's common sense.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I'm not saying you common sense. I'm saying to the person that's common sense, like, oh, that's carpet, you know. Because see, I had took the rug right here when I showed the police when they came. I had took the rug and put like a piece of carpet that was on it. But the problem with the piece of carpet that was on it was that was a piece of carpet that was from the outside.
Oh, okay.
Like, you know what I'm saying? So we walk on it. And,
it was like an extra piece.
right. And I mean, sure, they could have, used the same carpet, but I needed a carpet to fit that specific size. So if someone had extra carpet, then why not go ahead and fix the whole thing,
Sure.
And we could have a little extra roll for hopefully if there's ever any emergencies or anything like that.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay.
Because I thought that there would have been some somewhere. Like,
in your house?
right.
Okay.
Because, like sometimes, I knew like when we had our home, we sold it, we left our square, what are they called, the hardwood floors? And we left like maybe like 10 little sheets and things like that. So like I thought, but in my mind, like, okay, no, I'm just going to go. I hadn't seen anything, so I had to, go find it, yeah.
Okay.
And you act so much differently when you're trying to be impulsive and hurry up and get it done, quick decision, when I probably could have just been like, hey, let's look at something that we have maybe in the back corner, we could have cut a piece out or something like that. But I didn't want to go mess up another lady's house.
An old lady's house?
Another lady's house. Well, it was her house. Like the renter, like the owner, we rent from them.
Okay, so you
Yeah,
rent. Okay.
yeah.
I thought you guys owned.
No.
My bad. Okay. So, so you left, so you went there, you said that he was about 5'8".
Yeah.
Okay. What color hair did he
I
have?
say 5. My husband's 6, but just a little bit shorter, skinny, dark hair like mine. You might think I'm Hispanic, so like I'm really brown in the summer, but
He wasn't here too. You're Hispanic.
I know, but people always think that. So skin complexion was a lot darker than mine.
Okay.
So, I don't know if you want me to give you like a for skin complexion thing, but I would say like middle to tannish
Okay.
color.
And was his hair, like, did it have texture to it? Was it straight? Was it curly?
Well, he had a thing on his head, so it was like a little, I don't know, like a hat piece or something. And it was just, I can't tell you like a hairstyle because he had like a little brown strap thing around it, but it was just like almost like jet black hair.
Okay.
But it wasn't like long.
Okay. And then, what was his face shape like?
maybe like a little chubbier than mine.
Okay.
Like more rounded.
Was there anything about his face that like stands out that would help us be able to find him? Like that would we be able to be like, that's the guy right there? Like, did he have?
Well, I was noticing there was like
or-
some bad thing, but like maybe like a little bit of is it craters or like the little holes. I don't say holes. No, like you know how you can see some people and it's got like a little like holy like skin from the acne.
like acne?
Yeah, yeah, like stars. I don't know.
Yeah, that's really good stuff.
Yeah,
Go
so,
put that up.
like acne, like stars were kind of like present just a little bit there.
Okay.
And not bad though, not like, you know, super bad, but it could have been like even more like wrinkles or like whatever. But it's just a little section of like right here, but you can tell it's just like from like age or whatever.
Okay.
Or maybe even from dryness. I don't know. I wasn't giving him a skin consultation, but I do remember there was like little spots here.
Okay. Did he have any facial hair?
Yes. He had a mustache that went right here, like around in this area, and that was completely it.
Okay.
It went like this here. Like the.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to give you this because I don't know how to say the wording.
Okay, just the mustache.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said his hair was like jet black. Do you remember like could you tell approximately how long it was?
For his hair?
Like, was it long, short?
Yeah, I just told you that. I just said it wasn't long. It was, the belt was like barely fit around it and like flat, you know, like little flat pieces here.
Mm-hmm.
So, not bald, but not long. Nothing was hanging on the shoulders or anything like that.
But it wasn't like a military cut or anything like that.
Yeah, no, not a military cut or anything else.
Okay. So kind of like medium length. Okay. And then how old do you think he was?
I would say easily late 30s, early 40s.
Okay.
And based upon me thinking that too about the facial structure, you know how you can look at some people's skin and the elasticity or whatever, and it's different. So like those little, you could tell that had been there for a while.
Okay.
Almost like it was like a, I don't know, sunburn, but almost like you could just tell something had been. That's a very unique feature I just wanted you to have, because that wasn't something that, you know, like, hey, did the person have lipstick? This was, you know, on their face that would be permanent.
Sure. Do you remember seeing any tattoos or any other like
No,
large
I didn't remember seeing. I just remember the vest. I didn't see any tattoos. He had a shirt under the vest. I don't know, shirt or jacket.
Okay.
I mean, like, I say under the vest, but like, you know how you have the vest over and people wear the shirt? Yeah. That's like a Colorado thing, so kind of.
What color was the jacket? Do you remember?
I just remember the red part, because remember I told you I was like, I think it's red, but I was talking about the top layer.
Yep.
Yeah.
That the vest was red. Yeah. And I didn't know if you remembered what color the shirt was that was underneath.
No, I
or if
don't.
you- Okay.
I don't.
And then you said he had boots on.
Yeah, he had on like the Rocky boots, or like the construction boots. That
Okay.
like,
Do you remember what color they were?
yeah, they were that light tank like a sand.
Okay.
And he had, remember I told you he had the belt thing. I don't know, everybody had the belt, but I just,
You said it was a tool belt?
yeah, it was like a strap thing that had a pocket. I mean,
Okay.
and I remember I told you that at the scene. I don't remember like a specific color. It was just, oh yeah, you know, you see somebody, you're like, oh, person in a black shirt, but no, whatever, I didn't.
Okay.
I do, but the face did stick out, and I wish I was good at drawing, because I'd want you to notice that or whatever. And it was like more rounded, kind of like craters type thing.
Sure. And then, and you went through the fact that, so you guys left there and you went to Petco?
Well, we already talked about, I don't know if I got gas beforehand or not, but I told you guys I would be more than willing to give you the information from exact travel for the route, but we immediately left the Worsted Ranch area up the track.
Okay. Yeah. So you had said you were going to leave him the cash on the bar. Did you go back and put that there, or were you going to or had you left that there whenever you left?
No, so we have, I always have like everything that was in all the notes and everything like that was in the drawer that sits on the side of the kitchen or whatever.
Okay.
I had cash put in there because I had gotten, I was playing the lottery, so I got cash back from the lottery, and I had already laid it out on the counter. My mindset was, the reason I already laid it on the counter was not because I had it predetermined I was going to leave it out for a specific person. I already had it laid out on the counter because I was going to give that money to Harley, because Harley has been paying on the dogs, because Chance, we finance him.
Okay.
I say finance him, but she's paying him back or whatever, and we always give her a portion of Chance and a portion of her car payment. So I was going to give that back to her anyway.
Okay.
And so in that moment, I don't even remember when I came in that I checked to see that the whole I left her $100, but
Okay.
I didn't check in the moment if that $100. So when I walked in, I didn't say, hey, there was only 20 there. And my mind wasn't thinking about, you know, like it was gone. So I thought, you know, okay. But in my conversation with him, here's how much you want to do, donation, blah, blah, blah. So when I come in, I didn't think to go look to see if he left the remainder of the $100. Like that just wasn't in my mindset, because
But it was already there on the counter whenever you had left.
right. And that was just because when Holly got in, I was going to tell her that was usually like either I Zilly her money, or, you know, like whatever we pay.
You what?
Zilly.
Oh, I haven't heard of that one.
Yeah, everyone else does Zilly. Like, so it's kind of like Apple Pay or whatever. So usually like I delete her money or things like that. But I realized this, I haven't had my USAA credit card in such a while, so I didn't have a way to, you know, to go get it or whatever. So I had lottery ticket money.
Okay.
So I was like, I'll just use the lottery ticket money that I'd been stashing to go buy new lottery tickets.
Okay. And do you remember, was that like when you put it out there, was it like 20?
Yeah, so it's all, yeah, it's always tens, and the reason it's always tens is because I tell myself I'm not playing anything like above the 10 amount.
Okay.
And I go to the Safeway all the time and put it in that machine. If I put more than $10 in that machine, they're going to keep it. And you have to.
Oh, okay.
You have to ask, like, you know, oh, I put a 20 in there. You got to spend 20 in lottery ticket.
Okay. So you had $10 or $100 and $10 bills on the counter when you left.
Yes.
Okay. So you weren't worried, you didn't have to go back to like put that back out for him before you went out.
Yeah, no, and I didn't intentionally like leave it and say, you know, whatever. In my mind when I left, because I didn't know like, hey, what time? I didn't have a specific time. I knew I needed to be back before Lena, but usually Holly gets off at 3:15. So I was assuming she might meet me back home.
Okay.
But she works. Remember I told you like they were having people having to take shifts and all that. So she ended up working till later in the day.
Sure. Okay. All right. So, and then you come home. Let's talk about what happens when you come home. Okay. And I know that that it can be difficult to talk about. So,
and I didn't want to talk about that part without. I'm one of those people that tries to like not think that mental health is always an issue or like things like that. And in my mind, I was afraid of the whole like, oh, it's causes mental health problems, you know, like that type of thing. So
sure.
Talking about it, I'm trying to like, don't think if I'm like emotions, I'm trying to be the blocker to think that I'm not going to let that be a stigma that I'm going to have mental health problems because of this. So that.
No, and what I was going to say is because, you know, I've been a special victims unit detective, and so I've had to investigate different types of assaults and sex assaults and stuff like that with adults and children.
Right.
And so I just kind of want to let you know, and this is, you know, I would let anybody that I was going to have this conversation know, that's what I've experienced with, and that it can be a hard thing to talk about, and that I understand that. And that it can be kind of a sensitive subject, and like people don't always want to say specifics, but for us, like to be able to document everything and to be able to really pursue it, we have to get into the specifics. And I just want to apologize up front for that because I know it can be uncomfortable. Does that make sense? Are you okay?
Do I have to talk about that?
I don't want to I don't want to be dreaming. It is so anymore. I'm sorry, you don't want what? Dreaming. I want to dream anymore.
Maybe I keep saying it. Like in my mind, I keep saying it. And I'm trying to block it. I'm fighting a battle, blocking out exactly everything, you know.
Sure. Well, so
if you would just ask, like I can say yes or no. I just don't want to be like really specific in terms of. Are you talking about like you're gonna ask me questions about like?
So what I'd like you to do is start by telling me what you remember hearing whenever you came in that day, and then and as you walk me through it, I'll have to ask you some questions. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So you, and correct me if I get anything wrong. Okay? You had said earlier that whenever you came in, that you thought maybe that Gannon had come into the house first.
I'm almost positive he went into the house first because I had to get the bags that we had purchased.
Okay.
The Petco bag.
Sure. And you guys came in through the garage, correct?
I want to say the garage. I'm like 80% that it was the garage because we parked on the front without the shop.
Okay. So you come in through the garage. Gannon has already come inside. What's the first thing you remember seeing whenever you come inside?
I usually always go in to think about, you know, hey, I need to let the dogs out. Hey, I need to do this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like that is my mentality is to go in to do that. And the alarm could tell if no, it won't because I had put those things on there. See, that's where the hard part is because I can't give you the exact time because, yeah, but it might. And some of the sensors, remember I told you I had the things going on and we had put the little towel things on them or whatever. Some of the sensors were picking up, but some of them weren't. So I can't give you the like exact time if I went in. It could tell you if I went in and went upstairs or went downstairs first by the motion. But the motion was all off because I had put
towels.
Right.
You hadn't pulled those down from the night before yet?
Yeah, like in my mind, that was not like, some of them, like the one in the corner, like hangs off the side, so it might have picked it up or it might have not. So if it wasn't for that, I could tell you by that, did I go straight in and go straight to the basement? Because it would say like,
Well, so
there's emotional activity.
I want to, so with this kind of conversation, it's really all about what you remember and what your perspective
Right.
is. Okay.
So I remember it was just basically being, like normal because I'm excited. We got, new clothes for the pets, and we're coming in the door, yada, yada, yada.
Okay.
The days halfway through, I knew I had specific responsibilities to continue out the rest of the night. My brain hadn't said, hey, you need to go check or anything with the money yet because I just wasn't on that, that direction yet.
Sure.
I was on the direction I wanted to work out, I wanted to listen to my music, I wanted to relax. That was my mindset. So it wasn't to be like, okay, this here, that type of thing. Sure. It should have been because I gave someone the code to get into our house, but in my experience in Lorton Ranch is in that, most everyone has people, they give people their codes and let them come in and fix things. And, like you can do the Amazon packages and have them delivered inside the door. So I wasn't thinking, like I need to run in and check, make sure it's okay. If I felt that I was doing a harmful situation, that would have been my first off, I wouldn't have done it. But second off, I would have went in immediately and been like, did he fix what he's supposed to do? Did he think something from the home? That would have been my initial thing. So it was a normal, I want to listen to music, I want to work out. I don't know, I might have got some drink. I don't, up and down dogs, that type of thing. That would have been my, mentality. But what, I didn't hear anything until I had my headphones on and I thought, like, it's one of those things where you thought you heard something, because like the downstairs, if anybody makes any kind of noise like a boing, it's like it echoes really loud.
Oh, really?
Like it has like a louder echo through the vent.
Okay.
So even sometimes, whether you're asking about noise counseling or not, even like having things on or not, sometimes it's just the way that, they're sitting on there, you hear something, and that was like, almost like an echo noise.
Okay.
And that was, and below my room would be that storage room.
Okay.
So
you were in your room when you heard that?
So when I heard that, I don't remember if I was, I know I had the headphones on.
Okay.
I don't remember if I was in the room or walking back and forth because I had a big speaker box over here. And then either I played the big speaker or played the headphones or however on the big speaker back and forth. So I don't know if I was like here, there. Again, I wish I could give you the motion thing because that would give you a better time, like at 254 or whatever, 55 here, like that. But when I heard it, that's when I was just kind of like, oh, did I hear something? Remember, I even told you earlier, I had this a couple of times before I even thought that would be of a concern.
So when you thought you heard something, what happened there?
So I don't remember if it was one or two times or whatever that I kind of was like doing this here and like back and forth. And that's when I told you that I, started to walk down the stairs. And I told you that Gannon was on to the right of the area.
Okay.
Like when you walk down the stairs, he was on the right of the area.
Okay.
And the guy was over here.
Okay. And was the guy just out or?
So the noise was probably because of like moving around, I guess, or whatever. And the door was like almost not necessarily like a semi-crack, but well, maybe a little semi-crack. I don't know if he was looking out, like peeking out or anything like that. And so I noticed that someone was right there. And that's when immediately it was just, there was no, it wasn't like, hey, how are you? It was, if someone's in your home, they're not there to, when they're not supposed to be doing whatever, they're not there to like, talk to you. It was immediate from then on. That it went to that, Gannon came in, tried to get on.
So
blah, blah, blah.
let's slow all that part down.
Okay.
Okay.
Mhm.
So you go downstairs, you notice somebody's there. What's the next thing that happened?
So I noticed that he was there, and he had, I told you, when I went in my room earlier, one of the things that I remember triggered, not that it triggered, but I thought was odd, but I had my shades, and I remember I told you my doors were open to the cabinet in the room.
Okay.
So I noticed that they were open, so that kind of, my mind was like, did I leave that open? But that also set off the fact of when your brain runs rapidly and you're looking, you're like, gosh, that's why that door was open.
Okay.
That
So like you put it together.
Right. I put it together very, very quickly. And so that part ran back in my mind. And so immediately when he saw that, he saw me, I don't know if the intentions was to come in that soon. I don't know the intentions if it was to do anything, because I don't think the intentions was going to be like take anything from him. Because it was, he already had on gloves. He already had obtained a gun from our home, like had already, done those things. And immediately it was an attack move from me.
Okay.
And from there, and I didn't mention to you, I did go in the cabinet because I take a lorazepam for anxiety, and I was like already super anxiety from like having all this, like going on and stuff like that, like fire, stuff like that. So I took 2 lorazepams. So I did go in and take two lorazepams and blah, blah, yada, yada.
And that was in the cabinet, the lorazepam, or was that somewhere else?
Like in the kitchen?
No, you said that you went in. Where was?
I'm sorry. Like in the kitchen, we have a kitchen cabinet. I have to say that to you.
Okay.
The cabinet that I'm talking about, the doors are, is a bedroom cabinet. I say cabinet. It's like a armoire, like a smaller one has doors that open. Okay. I should specify cabinet thing or something.
Right.
The bedroom one, the kitchen one would be where the
medication.
Right. So I did take. That's why I said I think I might have got some drink or something, but I did take 2 lorazepams. Okay. And so that I did do that, and then I did I'm not that.
Okay, so just so we're clear, the kitchen cabinet was where your medication was. Describe for me the armoire in the bedroom where the shades and your gun was.
So you want to know like what's in it or like what?
What does it look like? What
So-
color is it?
Sorry, so it's silver,
Mhm.
like a chromish color with like glass.
Okay.
And it does have handles, like a little knob that you can pull on or what, like pull open.
Mhm.
And then of course they have like I keep my important documents in there, like a passport or
Does it have drawers or anything?
no drawers.
Okay,
It has the insert,
like shelf.
yeah, the shelf.
Perfect. And where does that fit in your bedroom?
If you walk in the room, like say I'm like opening the door, walking in the room, it's exactly right here.
Okay. And does it fit on something or does it have its own feet?
Like it's on feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're talking.
Yeah, it has its own feet.
Okay.
Yeah, and like if I had to do like I don't know what samples or whatever, I just wanted to tell you about the medicine because I didn't want you to be like, but I mean, it's prescribed to me anyway. So.
Yeah, sure. That's fine.
Yeah, and I had already taken one that morning too, so it was just I don't have taken a panic attack, but I just had taken a lot. I don't say a lot of it. It's not that, but I taken. Yeah, I don't take any at all unless I'm having a panic attack, and I had
It was a little bit more than usual.
right, just because it was just like
Okay.
the whole anxiety of it. So.
So you go downstairs
Mhm.
and you see him and you said that he had already found a gun.
He had already been in the home, like in our home, like moving, like I say moving, like doing something, because you wouldn't have just walked in and known, hey, there's something here. You would have to go in and those people would probably look through drawers and things like that. I don't know. I'm not making that assumption. That's what it is. I'm just saying he had already obtained one. So
Okay.
kind of like, I can't speak for what, like what went on or anything of that nature. Okay.
What? Can you describe the gun for me?
So it was our black gun.
Black gun.
I don't know what make and like what the brand was or whatever.
Okay. Was it? Do you know whether it was like a revolver or like a
No,
pistol or
automatic.
automatic?
Yeah, okay. You just pull the trigger.
Okay. And is that like, and do you know the caliber? Maybe
I think the 380 maybe
380.
or 9, one of those.
Okay. So you said it was your black gun.
Mhm.
Okay. How many guns do you guys have?
4.
4. Okay. What kind are they?
I don't know the big one that Albert has. It's kind of like an AR something.
Okay.
And then there's the shotgun. And so two, I think they're both 2.38.
380.
Yeah, like I think I think it's like a 380. Like, they're both 380s.
Okay. And are they both black or like sometimes they have like the colorful ones?
Yeah, mine's like a teal color.
Okay. So you have a black one and a teal one.
Yeah.
Okay. 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 I just wanted to cover that really quick. Okay. So you go downstairs. He's already obtained a gun. You think it's your black gun.
Well, no, I don't think. I saw it was color black.
Okay.
So I was assuming where I told you that my mind went through that was like
Those.
our black gun.
Right.
Now, at that time, I wasn't 100% if it was or not because
Mm-hmm.
there's plenty of black guns.
Sure. So tell me what happens next.
So, do you want me to go through the whole like about again?
Well, we need to know like more specifics about it. So you said you saw him and that he had the gun and then he attacked you. How did he attack you?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a recess until 3:15. Again, don't discuss.
I know you said you worked with like victims and stuff before.
Mhm.
But hard to tell someone about me, but like touching me.
Sure, I get that.
And I just need to like not relive that right now. Can I get a little bit?
Like you want to take a break or?
I just you're wanting me to give you like play by play basically of an assault is very hard for you to ask me to do.
Okay.
That's not like me explaining how to play a game. That's very difficult to explain what you remember.
Well, and we can take it slowly, and you can tell me what you remember, what happened, and stuff like that. You know, I want to make sure that you're okay, and I want to try and find Gannon, right?
Right.
Okay. So the more details that I have, the better it is that I'm going to be able to try and help you and to try and help Gannon. Okay.
For me telling you about an assault on me is not going to get like a faster result unless we like actually put some action into it, you know?
What do you mean?
Like, I don't know, like action, is it too late to like check your body? I mean, is it
No, it's not.
like those type of things? Is that
It's not too late at all, actually. No, it's not. And if you want to do that, we can actually absolutely get that set up so that we can make that happen. So it's definitely not too
is
late.
it like a private like area or like how does that work?
So what it's called a SANE exam, and they're done by forensic nurses
Okay.
at the hospital.
Okay. So it's like in a actual people
Yep.
wouldn't know that's what you're there for.
And so, I mean, well, obviously the nurses would,
Right.
but not like just whoever else is in the hospital.
Right.
No. And so, because it is like because it's a forensic thing and because it's part of a criminal case, you know, obviously this person who assaulted you, you know, so that we could gather evidence to make sure that, you know, when we find them that we can prosecute them and stuff like that. We would want to take you over there to the hospital and we get the forensic nurse to come and talk to you.
Okay.
And then, they have paperwork to go over with you, just like any other kind of like bureaucracy or anything else like that, right? And they get your permission to gather that evidence from you and to do an exam. Okay. And they're all female, all the nurses.
Okay.
So, and you know, they have their process that they go through and they collect all that evidence and then that's turned over to us. So it's not too late at all to do that.
So that was my
But we need to know what happened because just like if, you know, like, and this is just like a totally off the wall example, but like if your kid comes in and tells you, hey, mommy, I'm hurt because I fell down. Well, you need to know where they fell and how they fell and whatnot so you can help them.
but that's the easy easy thing. But when you're doing several different things in your brain and not to mention you're being violated physically, it's hard to give that specific, you know, details. I remember the pushing me in the room. I remember when my head hit. I remember those things.
Sure. And what I'd like to
I remember my clothes getting taken off.
Okay.
Okay. But I don't want to be telling this got taken off. I don't want to be on that.
And that's not what it is.
I would tell that to like a nurse, you know, in the specifics so that could assist in the process. But maybe I would. I say I would, but I don't know. It's just the hard thing to be like, okay, your pants are tight. Remember this, you remember that, like that.
Sure. And really we need to know like the narrative of it and there will be some stuff that I would ask specifics of. And if you remember, you remember. And if you don't, you don't. Or what you can say is, you know, well, I remember that, but I don't want to say.
No, I'm not trying to not tell you anything. It's just a hard process. I guess maybe I'm thinking you're asking me too much detail. Maybe I'm overthinking what you're asking me. So do you want me to like I said, do a play-by-play of what I remember? Like as far as like clothing?
Like, well, just start at the beginning and tell me what happened. Okay.
So, so when he pushed me into the room,
okay,
I remember like a battle process of like, you know, like back and forth, you know, like that type of thing. I remember that type of thing.
Tell me more about that. The battle back and forth.
Well, with someone, he's not much bigger than me, so it's not like it was this big, powerful person. That I mean, I feel like I'm fairly kind of a little strong. So it wasn't just here get on the ground. It was you know, like getting like move around the room. I don't really remember like which direction.
Sure.
After I hit my head the first time, that's when it started to be a little blur into what was happening then.
Okay. So, and remind me, what was it that you remember hitting your head on that first time?
I think I want to say it was that red and black table. I'm sorry, red and blue table that was in Gannon's.
Red and blue table?
I feel like it was the red and blue table that was in Gannon's room because I remember like going back and hit my head.
Okay. Okay. And you keep motioning back here. Did
yeah,
you
like
the back of your head?
Right. Yeah. So like it was in like, well, there was a couple, like the ground was a big force, but I was also fighting back. So I don't want you to think that it would have been some sort of, and I did have like, I was gonna like show you, I did have the blood in there a little bit because from the little scratch, but I did have the ability to push back some because he wasn't like overpowering that. It was just like, here you go.
Sure.
That sounds awful to say, but okay.
So when you got pushed into the room, and you got pushed, like you guys are doing this battle back and forth, and you hit your head, did you end up on the ground first?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't. I just remember hitting my head, and I remember the next time I hit my head, the second time that he came back after me and tried again. So there was a couple of times that I kind of was in and out of it. And so not to mention, I had taken lorazepam, a little extra than usual.
Mm-hmm.
So it was, you know, a little bit I don't know how to say, like, I did not, I'm not bad, but it was
Sure.
kind of like being like zoned out a little bit.
Sure.
It was almost like I was out, like blacked out.
Okay.
Because it was one of those things where I could like hear what was going on, but I but I didn't like know what was going on, or vice versa.
What do you remember feeling?
There was not like pain as far as like your female part. I feel like the pain was on the struggle of like your body was tired.
Okay.
So like it's tired in trying to like your brain's telling you don't give in, but your body is just in a tired mode.
Okay.
And that was, it was more of like I just almost like I was giving up, but I wasn't. You know, like once we were, you know, I can't talk about it.
So are you saying like once did he penetrate you?
I remember my clothes coming off. Not my top part.
Okay.
Remember the bottom, and I don't remember if this was the first time or on the second time, which wasn't that successful time. I remember my clothes coming off like on the bottom, and I remember having my top on.
Okay.
And I remember I was pushing like pushing back.
Sure.
And then I like out of my mind, it was almost like a little blur because I hit my head again.
Mm-hmm.
Like you know, you're like trying to push up, like to push somebody off, and you get pushed back down and hit your head.
Okay.
And then it's kind of let it. Yeah, we did it. Like
I'm not gonna. Here's the thing: is that this conversation, like what we talk about, is not. I'm not gonna run and talk to your husband about or hurt his ex-wife or anything else like that. Okay.
I don't want to give in because I wasn't. It wasn't. I didn't agree to it, but at that point it feels like I did give in.
Okay. And thank you for telling me that. I appreciate that. When you say that you gave in and that he completed it,
I don't remember about when I say completed. I mean as in I was able to like have that bolt of energy to get up again. You know, I don't know if there was like completed. I don't want to think about that.
So I'm not asking if he like ejaculated or anything like that. That wasn't my question.
I'm sorry, that's what I thought.
So my question is, did he put his penis in your vagina?
Right, yes.
Okay. Do you know? Okay. Sorry, that question. And that was when you were on the ground? Okay. And you said that he was pushing you down. What part of your body was being pushed down?
I don't remember.
Okay. So you said that like you kind of like came back up.
At some point, I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't want to give you wrong information about step by step about my body being violated. I don't think that's fair. Like I don't think that. And then every time I have to keep saying to you like, if it's happening, I have to say that to you again, and I have to say it to you again. Difficult.
Okay. Was there anywhere else that you were penetrated?
No. You mean like an area?
Anywhere else on your body?
With the penis? Yeah, no.
Okay. And then at some point it ended. Okay. What happened next after it ended?
So, but they didn't end at that direct moment because remember Gannon comes in.
Okay.
Like
Tell me about that.
Gannon comes in to like jump on him.
Okay.
Like, to like kind of help me out.
Okay.
And so I don't remember anything but like laying back, and I remember that I could like hear that Gannon had came in.
Okay.
I could hear that he knew this is not what you're supposed to do.
That Gannon did?
Yeah, like Gannon was aware that someone was trying to harm me.
Okay.
He might not have understood the complete essence of it, but he understood someone was in our home and wasn't supposed to be doing what he was doing.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
I mean, our home we're very open. We're always like, we talk about like, oh, you don't have a girlfriend, you don't do this until you're married. So,
Okay.
so he's very aware of, you know, like that's not how things happen.
Sure.
In his mind. So he came in at that point in time. And then I do remember that Gannon was like, I don't want to say thrown, but like he can't jump on a big guy. That's a big guy to him.
Mhm.
You know, 5, 6, 7, 8-ish
Mhm.
is a big guy to him.
Sure.
Because he's 4 something. And I don't remember from there. I just remember that Gannon tried to jump on him, and I remember Gannon was over here at this point in time, and then it was just kind of like a blur about what happened. But I do remember after, and when I say finish, I don't mean what you're asking me about exactly. And I do remember when that was like getting up,
Mhm.
that it was a situation. So that was when he had the gun. Gannon afterwards, not necessarily at him, but had the gun and had Gannon.
Okay. Can you tell me more about that?
So I just know that in the way he had him was kind of not necessarily at like a here, or if I had like a dummy to show you, it was more of like a,
Can you tell it?
okay. It was more of like a just wrapped around, but like Gannon didn't, was he recognizing like the gun, he wasn't trying to at that point fight back to him.
Okay.
He was just crying like to me, like to help him. And so that's why I made the decision to try to send the other kids somewhere else. Because what if I would have ran for help at that point in time? I had every opportunity to run. Probably where I should have done some sneaky technique of, I thought about it after. I should have like gave Lena a letter, or something like that and said, hey, go to the mailbox, take the neighbor's letter. Like, this is something I thought about after, but I didn't think about it at the time.
Okay.
Like in the
So,
time frame.
so when you were on the ground and Gannon came in, what do you remember hearing?
Him yelling,
What was he yelling?
like he was yelling my name, like directed specifically at me, as in like,
Gannon was?
yeah, like,
What does he call you?
because, well, I just remember I told you about my name thing.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah,
asking. What
yeah.
he
So
called
he was saying Tesha.
you. Tesha?
He was like saying, are you okay?
Okay.
And then that's when he realized that wasn't. Like, not that I wasn't, but he realized I was kind of like in and out of it.
And what were you saying?
I was like immediately like doing, the first part was doing the first time was doing the pushback, like get off of me, get off of me. So I wasn't,
said that?
but I wasn't communicating with Gannon.
Okay.
Like I wasn't saying Gannon go, do this specifically, or like I didn't say like run, go do it. I didn't say anything directly that I recall.
Okay.
Now maybe I did that I recall wasn't specific direction, to guide him in any direction. That was more of like a battle, like a back and forth thing instead of being. But at that point, I do remember like when I was down and you kind of get like that little concrete where your head jars back a little bit, where your head jars back a little bit. Kind of made me a little like dizzy a little bit.
And was the man saying anything?
I don't remember anything but noises.
What kind of noises do you remember?
Noises?
I can't guess. That's the thing, right? So like I can't put words in your mouth. I can't guess. So I know like I'm sorry, pleasure noises.
Yeah, I don't know how to describe it. Like pleasure noises, but like sound.
Okay. And so he's making pleasure noises, and then Gannon comes in and yells your name. What does the
I mean,
man
I don't remember specifically he just came in and yelled my name or if he jumped first, but
Okay. What does the man do?
it was more of like a this, but he was still inside of me,
Okay.
kind of. I say kind of, but like he's moving,
Okay.
so obviously he's got to put more like force on your body.
Okay.
And that's just when I just started to cry, because it was like a giving up, kind of like a giving up type moment.
I'm sorry that you are upset by that.
And it was just, because what, I mean, what are you supposed to do at that point?
Sure.
You could keep trying to fight, but they're already taking something from you that you only have personally with yourself.
Sure. Do you remember Gannon saying anything else other than your name?
I know he's calling help at some point, and I think that would have been when he had. I don't remember. Oh gosh, I don't remember like any anything other than. Oh, I think I feel like I remember the second. I don't remember around the second time of the battle he was saying get off of her.
Okay.
But I don't. I'm telling you, when I tell you that, and I hope to God that you were never in that situation, but it's just almost like a blur because you're so disappointed in your like emotional feeling, like your self-worth.
Sure.
And how you feel about yourself.
Sure.
You feel like you're nothing.
What did you smell when this was happening?
I was going to say that to you. I forgot to, like earlier, and again, you didn't ask me that because I was thinking about, I could smell like a very um, strong, like paint or like almost like a paint, like someone had been painting or like they were around a house that might have had the drywall, almost like it was like a work smell.
Like you're doing this like the drywall. Are you talking about like paint or like the texture smell?
Yeah, like the powder of the drywall. You know how like you sand,
Sure.
and it has like that smell.
Mhm.
Like I could smell like that part on them, but I feel like at one point I thought I smelled alcohol.
Okay. And you said that your ex, Harley's dad, did drywall. So the drywall smell is something that you would be familiar with?
He would have did it a while ago.
Yeah, sure.
But I know like in our home and things like that, I'm pretty. I don't want to say like know a lot about drywall, but just from being around the work sites growing up, I think with him, I was young when I was with him. I remember a lot about drywall in general. So
Sure.
I don't know if it's specifically drywall. It's more of like a sandpaper-ish smell.
Okay.
Like
Did you smell anything else? You said you smelled alcohol.
at one point I remember smelling like not like a deep, strong alcohol smell, but I could have like a sense of alcohol, like a breath of it.
Sure. Sure.
Come up like aroma.
Okay.
And it kind of was like I don't know, like almost like a foodish, like a salsa type smell. I remember at one point.
Okay.
Okay. You kind of like you walk into a restaurant and it smells like some fresh tomatoes and that.
What do you remember feeling on your back?
Just a couple of days before this, I have been having like a lot of lower back pains like already.
Mhm.
So it took that like pain away. And it was almost like it was just like, because I'm getting pushed back, but I'm straining.
Mhm.
So it was almost like I felt a little bit of nerve, but I didn't feel it. Like I didn't have any, hey, there's a back pain. Oh, back to this. It wasn't like that. I knew that there was nerve being shifted or, changed in some direction.
Okay.
That it was Florida. Kind of hard.
And just remind me, you went upstairs and told Lena to go away, basically, to keep her safe. And then you came back down, and that was when he had Gannon, or he had Gannon before you did that?
You mean,
Like when you said that he had his arm wrapped around
right? So once he had him, once I came back, because once I got up and whatever, there was the ring. Remember I told you about the motion and things. So he grabbed him then. He had him still when I came down, but
You grabbed him then?
right. Remember the ring is what triggered, because there was the first ring that wasn't there wasn't anybody on the ring, or there was no one there. Because I think I went up and down, or maybe I don't remember if I went up one time and down, or up one time twice. I don't remember exactly, but I remember there was two alerts,
Sure.
or two triggers, to the door.
Okay.
And I was like, yeah, so two triggers. I feel maybe it was two times, because the first time there was nobody there.
Okay.
There was no. Something must have set it off. Yeah. So and then there was Lena was the next trigger.
Okay.
But I knew the next one was Lena, because I knew the timing was almost perfect, and you can hear from our house when the bus hits its brakes.
Okay.
So I didn't have to go look at an app or anything like that, because I knew that the timing was just the same as normal. That you can hear this is right there. You can hear kids are on the way, like that type of thing. And
Sure.
I knew it was Lena, and that was my first thing I open up. I let Lena in. I had a conversation with her just like it was a normal day. But then that's when because I didn't want to be like, here, go. I did quickly say, here, go, whatever. But I wanted to not just open the door and be like, here, go right now.
Okay.
I had to at least make a 30-second, 1 minute, maybe I'm exaggerating 1 minute, but 30-second dialogue of here, I need you to go get milk.
Okay.
Or here, go, Daddy said go let your bike for her.
Sure.
That type of thing. Because later on, I knew she was going to have to eat snack at some point. And I figured just that later on she was eating. I figured out another time she eat snack. I was worried about getting her out and about that time.
When
I'm sorry, I should have given her a note. I should have given her a note.
we don't, we don't need to go into like what you should have done or shouldn't have done or anything else like that. Things are never perfect, and we can beat ourselves up for 100
Yeah.
years about things we should have done.
Right.
Right. Okay. So I'm not here to judge you or anything else like that. I'm here to understand what happened
Right.
and try and gather as much as we can so that we can help you and we can help find Gannon. Okay. When the attack was going on downstairs, you said your head got hit a couple of times. Were you hit anywhere else?
Probably, yeah, are you asking about like punch or like?
Yeah, were you punched, slapped, kicked?
I don't remember. I don't remember being hit anywhere else.
Okay. Do you have any injuries?
I don't have like any specific injuries here because I was grabbing like this, like,
Okay.
like pushing up. Most of it was just like head, I don't think trauma, but head force on my head and then the nerve in my maybe spine, that part.
Okay. And then
And then I did like have like a little like this, that little part, like right there was like bleeding.
Okay.
And then my nails, I know they look crazy now, but they were, and then of course that was a burn mark, so that was a, so my nails were like that because when I get nervous, you know, like I don't know, or whatever, but that would have been from me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you go upstairs, tell Lena to go, and then you go back downstairs.
Right.
And he still has Gannon. What happens next?
So he still has Gannon. Hold on. Can I like be kind of try to read?
Yeah, do what you need to do.
So like he was the first time my body, and then he has Gannon, and I don't want to make sure he's hurt, so I go there, come back down. Oh, that's when he was asking. Well, he wasn't asking me. He was demanding different things. You know, he was demanding like I probably didn't tell you that earlier, but I do remember that now.
Okay.
He was like demanding things from me. He was demanding me that I was not to say anything, that there would be consequences. He didn't say the word, there were consequences, but it was in a louder tone of direction of saying.
What exactly did he say?
I don't remember exactly. I just remember there was some sort of, you gotta make sure you don't tell anyone at the door, you know, and I had common sense enough to know if he had Gannon and has a gun, that I'm not gonna make a stupid decision. So coming back down, at that point in time, I remember being like, what, like, I don't remember if I was pleading or asking, Gannon was saying help. I didn't have a weapon. I couldn't just go grab and hurt him. So somehow, I don't remember exactly what, we end up being in it again, like being in a commotion again. And that's the second time that he was attempting to try. And that's when I kind of went completely blackout, and I don't remember, you know. Oh yeah, I remember I told you he was demanding different things, and I gave him a brown suitcase. I gave him a box that was in the room. He asked me, he demanded the brown suitcase. Well, he didn't demand the brown one, he demanded a suitcase, and I just gave him the brown suitcase.
Okay.
And in my mind, I didn't know.
Can you describe the suitcase for me?
I don't remember. I just remember we have like 10.
Okay.
I just remember the brown.
Is it like a check bag, a carry-on bag?
Yeah, maybe like 27 inches, maybe.
Okay.
Like,
So
you
it's
know,
like when you would check, not when you
No,
carry
you
on.
can't check 27. You can only check 20, 21. So
the check is the ones that like you give to them.
Like that, it can't be over 21. Or spinners or whatever can't be over 20. It has to be over 21. It doesn't have to be over 21 check, but if it's over 21, it can't be a carry.
Right.
So the bigger, like
So the bigger one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like I say about 27 inches, or I say inches or whatever. And I thought he was gonna put things in our home and like take all of our stuff and like our anything that needed. I thought he was gonna like take the gun.
What did he do with it?
And take, like I don't know. I provided what he asked for or demanded, and then we got into it again because there was yelling, and I don't remember what we were yelling about, but it was just anything I could do. I give you this, take everything, and we just whatever, and
okay. And you said that he wanted a box.
Yeah, he that was one of the things I'm trying to remember other than and that's why I said I thought he was going to pack our like whatever there was in our home. Originally, I didn't think that he was in our home to take. Remember, I told you I didn't think he was in our home to take something because he was trying gun. But at that point, I thought he was going to like clean us out with. I say clean us out, take whatever he could,
like steal things.
Yeah, like steal things from us because you can. If you're in Lorson Ranch and you're like, oh, I'm going to the airport, but it doesn't look like you're walking out the front door with a TV. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But that was my mindset of like.
Oh, so you think that he was gonna correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like what you're telling me is you thought he was going to take stuff from your house and put it in the suitcase in the box.
Right.
It looked like he was going to the airport.
Yeah,
Not like he was stealing
Yeah,
from you.
yeah, and I don't want to say specifically the airport, but like it looked like to
Oh, he
make
could
it.
travel.
Yeah, so like in my mind, I'm just thinking he's about to clean this out, but I don't really care. Take everything
Sure.
that he wants to take. That was like in my mindset, and then I remember there was like talking or yelling, or I don't remember how we got to part, the second part, but I remember he wasn't able to, And of course, between all that, I mean, I wasn't running around naked. I had to put my pants back on.
Sure.
And that was a awful feeling. Like, I mean, it wasn't like, I just ran upstairs and I had to, like put myself back together.
What do you mean by put yourself back
Like
together?
my pants. Like I couldn't. If I would have showed up at the front door or whatever with Lena or anyone, I mean, I walk around in like shorts and all that. But I'm saying like it would have been, and like you say, we're not going to go on what I should have done, but it could have put off alarm to this is what you need or whatever. But this is my daughter. Is it okay if I just let her? Uncle. Okay.
Sure. Do you remember? So can you describe the box for me?
Brown box.
Was it like a cardboard box?
Yeah,
like a wooden box?
Yeah,
like a metal. Like did it have stuff in it?
Yeah. No, like there was nothing in it, but it was just a regular like shipping boxes. Like that's why that makes common sense of I'm putting stuff in there, but he could have easily have gotten that himself, but he would have had to have let him again go. But that that was his way to have control of the situation.
Sure. And where was that box at before you got it?
In our storage room.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that where the suitcase was as well, or?
Yeah, I got the suitcase and the box, and I was saying things because I did think he was going to rob us. Like I say, like, take all of our stuff, and I started out with being upset about being robbed, but then it was like take anything you want.
Mm-hmm. That sounds really scary.
Yeah, it definitely is. Because in my mind, I'm like, but I knew if I am given into the situation, then I can get what I would expect the result out of it, which would have been that everybody would have been safe, and he's going to get what he wants. And your intention was he saw someone that he wanted to take advantage of.
So you give him the stuff. There's another altercation, and you said he couldn't, and you kind of trailed off.
Yeah, like he couldn't at that point in time like take my pants back off. Like it wasn't like the first time because I was more of in a like lackadaisical thing at that point, because once we were when I hit my head the next time on the thing, I think that hit some sort of spot that I don't really remember after that. Like,
where was Gannon when that?
I don't really remember
after
that. That's where it kind of was. Everything from then was a blur, and so it was me telling you that was like, what do you mean you don't know what happened after that? And no one's going to understand that unless they're there in that moment that I don't remember.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I have to ask the questions, right? Because if I don't ask the questions, then somebody later is going to be like, well, what happened? What happened next? Where was he? And I can't say, well, I didn't ask, right? Like I have to ask the question.
I'm sorry, I wasn't. Yeah. I was just saying, like in general, not specifically.
Right. So if I ask the question, I'm not trying to make you feel bad or anything else like that. I'm just trying to understand and make sure that we cover everything.
Right.
Okay. So you say that you hit your head again. You kind of don't know what happened next. Do you remember, or I guess, can you tell me how this ended?
I just remember being out of it, but I could also, in my mind, I could hear, loud banging, but I don't remember. I couldn't see, what was going on or anything like that. I just almost I could hear a little bit of a struggle, but I don't know what was going on.
Okay.
And that for me is hard because I need to know, and I hope because dreams, I'm maybe I'll dream and remember what was going on, or maybe I'll have a recollection later of, oh yeah, I remember this, but I clearly have been pounding my brain to give it to you about exactly what was happening.
Sure.
At that.
Sure.
At that point in time.
What's the first thing you remember after this incident, after the attack, the second attack?
I just remember being like, where's Gannon? and I was freaking out because I didn't know where he was at.
Okay.
And I didn't see anything that would have told me, and I thought he was hiding.
Okay.
Like I thought maybe he was in the closet or, somewhere hiding so that he knew, like he would be okay, like away or whatever. I thought he was hiding.
Okay. What was the first thing you did after this happened?
I was calling his name because I did think he was hiding.
Okay.
And at that point in time, once I realized that he wasn't hiding, I went into that mode of like, okay, I'm fixing this.
Help me understand how you understood that he wasn't hiding.
Well, because if I am saying to him that I assumed that everything was, I didn't see the guy in my sight, I'm assuming that he was hiding, like in my mind. So like, I didn't see the guy, so I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, like, Gannon, where are you? Gannon, I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, like, Gannon, where are you? Gannon, or maybe he was in the closet or somewhere hiding, so that he knew, like he would be okay, like away or whatever. I thought he was hiding.
Okay. What was the first thing you did after this happened?
I was calling his name because I did think he was hiding.
Okay.
And at that point in time, once I realized that he wasn't hiding, I went into that mode of like, okay, I'm fixing.
Help me understand how you understood that he wasn't hiding.
Well, because if I am saying to him that I assumed that everything was, I didn't see the guy in my sight, I'm assuming that he was hiding, like in my mind. So like, I didn't see the guy, so I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, like, Gannon, where are you? Gannon, where are you?
Okay.
So then I realized Gannon would come out, or again, I can't say we do different things at different times, but if Gannon thought it was safe, he'd come out. So then, in my mind, to be honest with you, when I said I'm gonna fix this, I thought Gannon was still hiding. So when the detective searched the home, I really was hoping that's what was going to happen, and he had been scared to come out because he didn't know if it was safe. Or maybe if he was like, had hit his head or something after what I don't remember, he could have been, hiding and maybe got, I don't know. I don't want to make assumption of how he could have maybe not been aware or alert. But I think my thought process was when the guy said he was going to search the house, I was going to find him. Like we'd find him. That's when it really set in that I didn't know where he was at.
Has Gannon ever hid in the house before?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, they play little like back and forth of like hide behind the sofa or like boo, but it's only like a little bit of time. But but we don't have like the violence of him seeing another man hurting someone. So I would think in that moment he would have been hiding.
Okay.
But he wasn't prone to be like, I'm going to hide out. But his personality is very in like actually getting along with people and that type of thing. So
yeah, I think that somebody had talked to the school and like they said that he was pretty laid back and quiet.
Right, and that would have been my thought. Again, Gannon was on his medicine, so he has a different the way he acts is differently than when he isn't.
Sure.
So he would be a more hyper. So that's why I would have expected that he would have come right out. So because on his medicine, he'd been like zoned out, how to make decisions correctly, because he would have been, he's just like that. When he takes it, give it to him, he can't do any schoolwork like he has medicine.
Okay.
Like, I mean, reading off everywhere. So my mind was thinking, he didn't take his medicine, so.
What's his behavior like when he doesn't take his medicine?
It's not bad. Like, it used to be where you couldn't get him to focus on anything. Like, if you went to church, he could not sit in church without electronics. And I know that might have been a little bit vocal, but he needed something to have that attention. Because for ADHD, he needed something to have that on. So without his medicine, he could, and like on the hike, he might run way up there, and then we take up, because like that much energy.
Okay. And is that what it was like on Sunday?
You mean at the hike? Yeah. It was like he had the burst of energy, but then his stomach was, when his stomach got hurt, when he didn't stand. That's when he took more of he was able to control it because he was focusing on his obsessions on cleaning his body. Because I mean, imagine like walking around.
Sure. That would be uncomfortable for
right.
pretty much anybody, I think. Okay. What happened to the gun?
So
the gun. This is how I knew. I didn't know in the time that the gun was out. I didn't know. I didn't know the time ago. I just assumed with the black colors that it was. So remember I said that I put the stuff back in the closet. I put everything back the way it was because obviously at that time I had told them what had happened because I was in that mentality of I'm going to fix it. So I put everything back in the position that it was, and he did not take the gun. Or he couldn't have because the gun when I left it would have been upstairs. But I didn't bring it downstairs, but that was our gun. So that's how I knew for a fact that he had to have our gun, or either he had it in the process of stealing it and somehow it fell and he maybe had another gun. I'm not sure about that part, but I do know that I put it back in it.
So where did you find your gun?
Correct. My gun or
After it was over, and you said you were putting everything back where it belonged.
Yeah.
Where was it whenever you found it to put it away?
So like at the carpet, because the carpet roll piece had like fallen off, so it was at the carpet.
Okay. And and you said the carpet was kind of
Like leaned against the
leaned in, but kind of had fell over coming out of that storage area.
Right. So it was like I want to say it was in like pieces. I want to say it was
The carpet or the gun?
No. I want to say that the carpet had like not necessarily multiple pieces, but I remember like maybe different directions. I don't remember, but I feel like I saw different directions.
Okay.
But yeah, it had fallen over, but the gun was there. I didn't see where Gannon was at. That's why I assumed in the situation that he was hiding.
Okay.
I didn't think that there was a concern, at the time that,
Okay. Describe for me what Gannon's room looked like after this happened.
I just remember putting things back together. Like I say back together, but like I remember I had already like straightened out his room from before because when he had the like burns and stuff. And I do remember Gannon was I do remember Gannon was bleeding. And I think from the hospital could have been something with his arm.
Okay.
But I do remember he was like he did have like blood and stuff like that. I do remember at some point that he was bleeding. I want to say I remember he was not necessarily on me. I feel like at some point in that Gannon might have the first time he might have like landed on me or somehow I was like hold him, not necessarily hold him, but feel like he was there.
Okay.
So I had that like knew he was here, but yet I was still taken advantage of.
Okay.
And but yeah, back to what we said about the ring. So I put like everything, back in its order. I want to say that it might have been 15 minutes or 20 minutes. I don't know. It would have had to been. So it probably would have gotten off at 4:30. It might have even been. Sorry. It might have even been a little bit longer that I remember being out of it. And the reason why is just the time frame.
Okay. And the this all happened on Monday, right?
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that I had it right. So you put the stuff back together. You found the gun on the floor next to the carpet that had fallen over. Where did you put the gun?
I took everything and put it back because when I had to tell like Albert, that was the first question that he asked was like, where are all the guns? Are they all here? That type of thing. So I put them all back together.
Okay. And I don't live in your house, so I don't know where it all back together is. So where are the guns typically stored?
Either in that shelf that I was telling you about.
The silver one?
Right. Or in the closet.
Okay. And
So I put the other guns were never had never been touched until you guys.
I haven't seen you.
Well, you're the person. So they were already in the closet, but the handguns usually are in different sections, which would be accessible in case of emergency. You don't need the shotguns to be that, that accessible. So I put my handgun was already in its place.
Your teal one?
My handgun was already like in its place completely. I mean, I don't know if it was in the exact same location, but my handgun was present.
Okay. Where was it at?
In what you just told me.
Council first for a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take about a 10-minute recess. So if I can have all of you head back to the jury room, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Don't discuss case among yourself. Don't discuss case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please. For the interruption, ladies and gentlemen, that was an emergency I had to deal with unrelated to this case. With that, go ahead and start with one.
And then just as far as timing goes, Judge, do you want us to just play it right up till 5 and then
About 5 till.
5 till? Okay.
Yeah. So everything was already there. I just put, I say gun, when I say put my gut, put the guns back in their place. There wasn't multiple out in different places. I just want to make sure, that it was, it was, I put that gun back with its partner gun. To make sure it was in the same position.
So you put the black handgun into the silver armoire thing, chest thing, with your teal handgun.
Right. In the same chest.
Okay. And have they been moved since then?
Well, Albert took them.
Albert took both of them?
He made me give him mine too.
When was that?
Today.
Today?
Yeah. So like he took all then when you guys I'm sorry, when in your department, I guess they went through my closet or whatever.
Okay.
They still left the guns in the closet, but they weren't in the same place that they were.
Sure.
And so Albert took all them too because he was like, oh, well, I don't want you to harm yourself and things like that. He was saying the things, and so he took them all and he made me give him mine as well.
And that was today?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a history of trying to harm yourself?
No. Say things like, he tried to say something about like, I'll grab a knife. That is not true. I do not do that. Like, I have never done anything like that in my entire life. Never have received any kind of counseling for anything prior to anything like that, disturbing, nothing like that. So there would be no, like reason. And right from the beginning, that mental health thing, I've always tried to put a blocker up because I know that, things in your life can cause a problem. And I just never, I never did anything like that. Like, I might be like, I was raised in the country, so it might be like someone says something about the fighting, someone like, watch out, like that type.
Sure, yeah.
But not anything that would have been like, I'm going to cut myself and harm myself. He was, like in his military mode, protection mode. And,
well, he cares about you. That's good, right?
He wanted to just take everything away. From there, so. He was like, I don't want you to hurt yourself. And I was like, what?
So I just want to kind of like sum up what I think about, or what I kind of know generally about what happened on Monday. Okay. So Albert didn't go to school that day, or not Albert. I apologize. Gannon didn't go to school that day because he was not feeling well, and because you guys wanted to get the carpet fixed. Right. You went to the new build area, and you met Eduardo. And you arranged for him to come over to your house while you were gone to work on replacing that piece of carpet for you.
You should come over to my house while I was going to work on replacing that carpet?
Yeah. You gave him the garage code and stuff so he could come in and
but she said I was gone when we replaced the carpet. I was gone shopping while he was
gonna do the carpet.
Okay. I thought you said it. I was making sure that you hadn't twisted the way I said it.
And that's exactly right. I want to make sure that nothing's twisted.
Yeah.
Okay. So you were gonna go to Petco, do some
I didn't have to go pick. I had to go shopping to get dogs some new.
Yeah.
Just have to do that.
Yeah. So you were gonna go do some shopping, and he was gonna go fix the carpet. You left the house around 10:30-ish, 10:30-ish, and then you go. There's at some point you got gas. You went to Petco twice.
And I think you Starbucks earlier, but it was actually Dunkin' Donuts.
Okay. Coffee. Yeah. Dunkin' Donuts maybe. Okay. And then you get home about 2:30. 2:30. You come in, and you said you wanted to listen to your music and work out.
Yeah, I was in the kind of like donut mode, not in the remembering. Oh my gosh, it's gonna fix something.
Okay. And then sometime between that 2:30 or after you got home at that 2:30 time frame, you were getting your headphones, putting your headphones on, music, zone out, whatever else. You thought you heard something. You went downstairs, and that was when this attack happened. And then, what time does Lena come home from the school bus?
It depends. They change the school hours. It could be anywhere between 3:15 and 3:30.
Okay.
Depending on.
So 3:15, 3:30 is the typical time Lena comes home. You don't want her to be in danger, so you send her out to go ride her bike and check the mail. And you go back down. Another altercation happens, and whenever the next thing you remember is that you kind of come to and Gannon is missing.
Right.
Okay. So and that was probably like around 4 o'clock. Rough estimate.
Yeah, because it would have been, or it could have been 4:30. But it wouldn't have been after 4:45 because let's see, Hollywood took 30 minutes to get home, so she hadn't got home. Lena was still riding the bike or out and about. Yeah, it had to be 4-ish.
Okay.
4:15, no later, like I said, than 4:45, because that would have been already.
Okay.
like on her way home.
I think I have a pretty good idea.
I'm pretty sure that was exactly right.
Okay.
Because I think yeah, because then I sent Harley and Lena to Dot Street. Yeah. Yeah. So Harley had a drink Lena.
What is the, you have an alarm on your house? What company do you use for that?
ADT.
ADT? Okay, let's write that down. And you have the same, is the passcode for the ADT stuff the same as like your garage door code and stuff like that, or?
Like, you mean like the login?
Like when you go in to disarm the.
Oh, yeah. No. It's different because the alarm is Gannon's birthday.
Jan's birthday?
Yeah.
Okay. 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 I'm gonna take a break. You need to use the restroom.
No, but I really need to. I haven't showered and haven't eaten, and I'm just getting tired.
Okay.
So.
Okay. All right. And we had talked earlier about whether or not it would be able to take action at this point as far as like gathering evidence and stuff like that with whether it had been too long, and I told you that it wasn't. Is it something that you're willing to do?
Yes, definitely. I would do anything for you to figure out who Eduardo is and make sure that.
Okay. And it's perfect that
I found you to say to make sure that I could just like.
Okay. What pants were you wearing when all this happened?
There was a set of like clothing. I had like washed the stuff like you and I. Yeah, sure.
I get it.
I had taken some of the stuff or whatever, but I put it with all the stuff that like I had washed and stuff like that. I don't remember if it was the black and purple or the black and blue, but it was like sporting athletic things. They were on my chair when I went home last night.
Were they like leggings or joggers or?
Yeah, they were like kind of like this.
Like
yeah. Well, but more of the nylon-ish material.
Okay. So they were like black and maybe purple or blue.
Yeah, it was one that I wear like a lot of Nike and stuff like that. It was one of those.
And you didn't give them the alarm code, right? You just gave them the garage code.
Because you don't have to have like the alarm code to come in the house.
Okay.
You have to have, and that's assuming that I even set the alarm. I mean, I may or may have not. I mean, typically I try to, log into my phone and do it if I forget. That's just assuming if I had, whether I had or not set the alarm, but I'm pretty positive. I don't say positive. I'm certain that I had set the alarm.
Sure.
But it doesn't have a sensor on the door. Like
were you able to see if you log into your alarm account whether or not it was alarmed at that time?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to show you, but I couldn't serve it.
Okay. Okay. You might need to like plug into the Wi-Fi or something like that.
Yeah.
To do that. And there's open Wi-Fi. It's like EPC. Yeah. It doesn't require a password or anything like that. If you want to do that, you need to use the restroom or anything like that?
No, I'm actually, am I like free to leave or?
We're not holding you here. We'd like to get you over to the hospital for that.
I would totally do that, but I really am. I just want to get some food and take a minute, and I can drive myself to the hospital. I don't want to feel like I'm some, person they're going to look at differently because I am showing up with, seeing some people, and that's why I asked you where the secret, like where people would know, because I understand you have a goal and a purpose, and that is our common purpose to have done here.
Mm-hmm.
But I also am thinking about how emotionally.
Yeah, and I get that. And so I'll tell you that if we drive you over there, we don't go in the front. We go in a back way. So you wouldn't be seen by the general public or anything like that. And obviously we're not in like uniforms. Everything is concealed, all that other stuff. So it's not like we walk in with a scarlet letter or anything else like that. So, okay. Let me go check on a couple of things really quick and then we'll be right back. Okay.
Okay, you said I was free to go.
Are you wanting to leave right now?
I'm really hungry. I'm thirsty. Look at my lips. They're chapped.
Okay.
They're like really bad.
Okay.
I mean, you guys know it's not like I don't answer or talk to you or anything.
Okay.
I've kept some communication with you.
Okay. Can you give me just a few minutes to just check to make sure that I covered everything that I need to cover and then I'll come back in?
She said that I would be able to go. Like, she didn't say I would be. Like, I'm sure I've been here hours. And he said specifically that I would be able to go.
And I'm not saying that you can't. I'm asking if you can give me a few minutes.
I think if you can just call me or, I still have like, I have to maintain my mental health in this whole situation, and that's very important.
Mhm.
You know, and I just want to go. My lips are burning, and I want to take a shower and look at my fingers and all that things.
Right. So it would be better to get the forensic
I'm
exam
not
done
going over there like
before you
not
shower.
not like things. I'm not doing like as in shades and things like that. I'm not doing that. I haven't showered in 2 days. I like that. That's disgusting. I'm not doing that. But I will gladly go.
I mean, you're saying you want to go take a shower before you go get the
No,
exam
I
done?
didn't say I was going to go take a shower. I said I need some time to like to just rest. I'm exhausted. I want to take a shower. When my hair is nasty, and I'm not going over there like dirty, smelly for someone to.
But you realize that's how we gather evidence, right? So if you go take a shower right now, and I understand that you're like uncomfortable, right? And that you want to take a shower,
Right.
So that's why I would like to get you over to the hospital to get the exam done.
Okay, well, then I'm driving myself there because I'm not getting escorted to an exam when I'm already going through a difficult time with having someone violate my body
Mhm.
to whether you go in the front or the back. I mean, am I not allowed to take myself there?
I didn't say that at all. I'm trying to figure out, and I'm trying to impress upon you, like, if you go take a shower, then you wash away the evidence.
I don't understand. I just said,
And you said you weren't going to go over there while you're.
yeah, I don't want to get dirty. I can at least go freshen up or something. Like
Okay, great. I'll be right back.
okay, so you tell me how to leave?
Please. I have to go over here. Let me get somebody to escort you out.
Okay. Hi. Said that I could go.
Well, can you talk to me about what?
You told me I could.
I know, but I'm left.
I understand that.
Sorry that I left, and I just want to get the fill in. So I have a couple questions about Sunday, if you're okay filling that in. I know you're tired.
I'm tired. I said that I could. So I just want to take a break. That's all I'm asking for.
Where do you want to?
That means I want to go to rest. Like she said, I could drive myself to the hospital. So I just don't want.
What do we need to go?
Am I
You
able
okay?
to just go? I mean, what do you mean? Am I okay?
If I'm hearing about a hospital, I mean, what's going on with that?
This is why this is frustrating because I have already given her information that you guys can fully like watch and see, and you can know why I'm going to the hospital because she wants to get DNA, like or to have your body checked for right.
Were you guys for the process? Did that happen?
It happened on Monday.
On Monday?
What? I can't. I'll go through it again. I can't.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me make sure that we've got everything lined up for a singing exam. That's what you're talking about.
Like she's gonna do that, and I'm gonna just take a break. I want to get food. Look at my lips. So chat. I haven't.
You want some food?
I know.
What do you want to eat?
She just said I could be escorted out. Okay. And I told me you have my number. I haven't not.
You're done with all that?
I haven't not communicated with you. I have been.
Are you done with that cook?
Nothing but. Can I not take it?
You can if you want. I just didn't know if you were done with it. We recycle them too. So
Okay.
hang tight for me just real quick. Let me make sure that she doesn't have any other questions.
But you finished what you just said.
I get that. I get that. Let me double check with her.
You said she said I could go. That she
Finished up the interview. I don't know.
holding me here.
I'm not holding
Okay.
you.
So then someone lock me out.
You want to leave?
I will clearly answer your questions. I just want to take a break. Like I've literally done followed all your.
Where do you want to go for your break?
I want to see my child. I want to get lunch with her.
Well, I'm more than happy to get you lunch or to bring your daughter here or whatever needs to happen. I'm not saying that you can't leave, but I would like to finish up this conversation with you. There's a couple of questions about Sunday that I have, and this is the first time that I'm hearing that you're sexually assaulted.
You go stand right.
That would be, well, you lean towards the door, so open the door. If you'd like to have a conversation in the room, we can. It's up to you. But like I said, I missed out on a bunch. So
I'm not being able to just go and chill out.
doing this is in the Where do you want to go?
So am I not allowed to? I'm clearly asking the question.
Well, I'm trying. So I guess our communication isn't the greatest at this point in time. Are you wanting to leave the office to go get something?
Right. Yes. I clearly you have my number. I'm not going to not answer you for anything. I'm going to answer you.
Thanks, mate. How are you? Good. Good. So,
Man, I just want to get directions.
I get it. And so, once again, we're back in the interview room. We're on camera. Mitch Mahalko, you think the investigation section, okay? So at this point in time, we were just a step outside and tell me if I'm wrong, that you decided that you wish to leave and that there's no problem with that. I asked if,
You didn't ask, you took.
you really, I
You didn't relinquish the party, you took.
I kept the phone and I told you that you would be applying for a search warrant.
You said applying.
That's correct.
I'm not going anywhere. I literally just need directions. I mean, I have family numbers in there I don't have.
You're going to be applying for a search warrant. Is that understood?
I'm gonna ask you one favor. You let me find out, or you show me something that you can legally take my phone and you don't have a search warrant. Can you show me that? Can you show me that? Can you show me that?
We're being video recorded.
I understand, but can you show me that, sir? Because that feels like that's kind of a little unconstitutional.
And if that's the case, that can be something that you can bring up.
That sounds unconstitutional.
We're going to hold on to this phone.
Okay, can I use another phone to show the attorney? That is unconstitutional.
There are multiple phones here. So,
I'm not hiding anything from you. I just want directions. I want to be able to call my family. No, you don't understand. No, you don't. You are doing something that's unconstitutional. You need a warrant, have it. Thank you.
So we're going to hold on to this.
Is it? But why? You don't even have a warrant yet. I just want directions. I want directions. I don't know. I want to be. That's all. That's all I want. That's the call. You can. It's not about the phone or the number. That's the call. So teacher, at this point.
We've got you for both reports at this point. We're going to be held, so we can do a search warrant. Okay. So we're going to hold you here until we get that search.
Do I have to sit in the room?
Yes.
Do I have to like stay with the door? I mean, I've been shut up in here, ma'am, and I've been nothing but respectful to you.
Sure, and I'm.
And I just, and sir, can I think to you too? I don't care that you had the phone. You took it out of my hand, and that was very disrespectful. If you would have just asked me for it, I would have given that to you. I would have been sure. But it was a way that you did it. Okay, so that was my thing with you on that. And then all I'm saying is, we will have to be trapped in a room.
So, Keisha, I understand that, and I hear what you're saying about feeling disrespected about the phone being taken, and that was disrespectful, right? And I'm sure that, I'm not letting him speak right now, but I'm sure if I did, he would say that he is sorry for making you feel disrespected.
That's fine.
Okay. At this point, I'm being told that you have to stay, and this is where we have to keep it. Okay. This is going to be the most comfortable environment.
Okay.
Okay. There's a couch and whatever else, or other interview room.
What was he saying? I'm paying for what now?
Getting prepared for it.
We're getting drunk for the phone.
For you,
For me, what needed?
because you've given us multiple different stories.
Oh, you're talking about like the thing you stuck on it.
Yep.
Oh, I was like, okay, I got it. I see what you're saying. I got it.
Because at this point, you have evidence potentially on your body.
I got it. I'm sorry. I see what you're saying.
Okay.
Can I at least like go to the bathroom and like?
No.
My phone? Nothing. I can't see nothing.
I can tell you that a forensic nurse examiner is constant to.
Yeah.
We're not telling you can't go to the bathroom. Okay. What we're telling you is that you can't go into the bathroom.
And I had to like,
Hold up. And I've offered you the opportunity multiple times to go to the bathroom.
I know, but I wanted to confess.
Okay. So here's the thing. Okay.
You can take whatever you want from my
Right. We're not saying that you can't go urinate or defecate if that's what you need to do. Okay. We're telling you that we can't allow to have happen is you go in there and get paper towels and begin wiping possible evidence off of your body.
Do you want to watch it?
We will get back with you and we'll get you to the bathroom here in just a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
So just have a seat for us and we'll be back with you.
You can just watch me. What about like a older drink or something? I don't know. Hot meal? Mm-hmm.
So you need a colder bottle of water or a Gatorade?
Are you taking my drink? What in the world? Am I able to make a phone call? Can I make a phone call? You said I could use the phone.
Yeah. I told them to say that. We're not asking questions.
I'm not allowed to make a phone call. I just said I have a right to.
Okay, so things have changed since I made that statement to you.
What?
Okay, and so that is, at this point in time,
I just want to know why.
Please let me explain to you.
I'm sorry.
Things have changed. Initially, you agreed to leave,
And, you know, you can stop answering questions
Right.
whenever you wish, et cetera, et cetera. Now, through the course of the investigation, we have reason to believe that you potentially have evidence on your body, and we're applying for a search warrant.
So basically, that's what, like,
You're
you want
not
to put me there.
free to leave.
Want to be escorted there. Basically, I'm not stupid, I'm very.
We know you are. We know you're very educated. So, and as somebody who's very educated, we're trying to get you to cooperate with it.
But we are gonna apply for the search warrant.
I know, I said, could you just take me over there?
Here's the thing, because you've already said that you didn't want us to do that, now we have to go through the process of getting a search warrant because you've already declined that
I
option.
understand,
So it's gonna take a little bit longer, and right now I need you to have a seat on the couch.
but I cannot call him back. I can't call him back.
Right now, you're being held.
Okay.
Can you do those questions then while we have the time, or you said something about you had questions?
You've already asked for an attorney.
No, I,
Out in the hallway, you said, do I need to call an attorney? I'd like to make a phone call and all that stuff. So here's the thing, I don't want to get into all of that. Any
I
other
was
questions,
confused
because
because
you've already said.
I was saying for attorney to ask him and
I know, and
Not
the thing
against
is,
you.
I do not want it to be misinterpreted in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
Okay? So we're gonna hold off right now.
So you're saying you don't have those questions asked me while we were.
Not at this point in time. Okay? If something changes, I will let you know.
All right, we'll take our evening break. If we can have all of you, where you need to be on Friday morning, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourself, don't discuss the case with anyone else. And research about any aspect of this case. Enjoy tomorrow, see if you can get some sunshine, and then we'll see you on Friday morning, 9 o'clock. All right.
It wasn't too early what you're gonna be in.
Yeah. So, do you guys just want to stand out here, or do you want to go in the?
We can go in.
I'm Detective Bethel, by the way.
Okay.
This is my partner, Detective Riley.
Sorry, I'm just a little, I haven't said. Sorry. Yes. And I felt that. I guarantee you, I get halfway down there and I'm going to. So.
So we were just notified about what's going on with Gannon, and so I just want to start from the beginning to make sure that I have accurate information. So your name, ma'am?
It's TECIA. And same last name, Stauch. AUCH.
Your date of birth?
8483.
Give me the address, because I don't think that street name's right.
It's just Mandan, MANDAN.
How long have you guys lived there?
A little over a year.
And your name, sir?
First name's Eugene.
Your date of birth?
82.
All right. Where do you work, ma'am? Which school?
I don't know. I don't like if I use it for the college.
And you, sir?
I mean, I should go full time.
So tell me a little bit about Gannon. How old is he? He's 11?
Switch up it out. That's, attention, that's not true.
Right. That's what I was told too.
So we were like, everything we've been basing our mindset on, based on that.
But someone actually texts me.
Yeah, technically last night he texted me. I was in Oklahoma at Fort Sill for training and I had to come home emergency. But he texted me last night. He's like, yeah, we saw him on the camera, came in, did not look distressed. Brought some chips, left on foot. I mean, I can show you the text if you want to see it. But
Where did you go to Fort Sill?
when? Yeah, I left Sunday. I've been there one day.
What school does Gannon attend?
Grand Mountain.
Grand Mountain?
Yeah, it's in our neighborhood.
I was gonna say, I think that's a new one that opened up down there. Tell me about his friends.
Most of his friends are right there, like right around our house. Like he has boys that live right at the end of the street. He plays with them most of the time. Braden is his name.
What's Braden's last name?
I didn't know. I mean, I got all his parents' phone numbers and we talk to him all the time. But
If I could get their number too.
yeah,
So we have Braden.
Braden, what? So they're like two families that live in the same house, but they're like related. So
Well, Connor, I know, but Connor was the Webster.
there's a Connor, but he goes to the Webster initially, like because they rezoned him because of the new school or whatever. So he went there last year.
Connor's mom has been with us the past day or two.
She works at
Yeah, she works at Webster.
So this is one of them. That's,
Ian,
so like I said, I think it's two brothers and their families live in the same house. And they got like 3 or 4 kids.
But that's associated to Braden.
I think that's Braden's uncle. I got Braden's mom in there too. But you can get to him through this guy. This is him.
When was the last time that Gannon went to school?
It's been last week.
yeah, so Gannon went to school on Friday.
Friday, yeah.
When does he return home from school?
I'm like 3:15ish.
Yeah, 3:05 to 3:15,
Yeah.
because they changed the new time of the school. Like, it used to be like 3:30 to 3:45. Because of like snow days over there.
So Braden and Connor, are those the only two friends?
I mean,
He know, I don't even know the parents.
I'm looking.
He wants to meet them all on top of home, so he has all their numbers. I don't even, like, I know them from coming to our house. Like, I don't have it locked down.
There's one more. This so Lily is my daughter's friend, but she has a brother that's Gannon's age as well, and they kind of live like right behind us.
What is the brother's name?
Reese.
Reese.
I do know that because I complain and say it all the time.
So they live on the next street over, and sometimes they'll ride their bikes over there, but they mainly play with these boys, these Braden. And then right next door to them is a group of girls that my daughter plays with. I just know their mom.
Campbell.
Canberra is the mom, and that's her number right there. Either one. CANBRA, I think.
So that's a mom of.
My daughter's friends. There's like 3 girls.
Well, one of them is the age of Gannon.
Yeah, I mean they're all these kids are like they range from like first grade to like they're 6.
So these are neighbors.
Yeah, basically they live 2 or 3 houses down, but they live next door to one another.
Okay.
And that's about it. That's all they really play with. Now he's got some other friends at school, but he never really goes to their house and stuff like that. The point of concern was this right here. This is where the concern started. I'll show you the text message he sent me. Okay, so this was, he stayed at home yesterday because his stomach was hurting.
So we went hiking on Sunday.
Okay, so yeah.
I would tell that part.
Yes.
She's about to stump. And we went to Garden of Gods, and we get probably about, I don't know, a few miles out, a few feet in. He's like, oh, my stomach hurts. I'm like, it's probably because you haven't been, like exercising on everything. He's had this problem for a while because he gets like really bad constipation. And so his stomach was hurting, other than that, and it was, you were either on the plane,
Yeah, so that's
something,
on the way
we
up.
were like texting back and forth. And I was like, should I just stay at home? Because there was like blood and stuff coming out of his blood a little bit. And so I was like, I didn't want to go to school like that. It scared me to go to like multiple underwear.
Okay.
So that,
And he gets really down and embarrassed about
so
that too.
yeah, so he gets embarrassed. He's very like emotional about that type of thing because he's sad about it. So he stayed at home. Well, we went and got good dogs, some new outfits. We got 2 new puppies. So we went and got a dog some outfits at the Petco. He gets on, Kohl's, Nevada, exit maybe. I don't know the numbers, but I know it's Nevada and the Kohl's right there. And so we went to Nevada and the Kohl's. He sat in the car because he wasn't feeling well, but I wanted to make sure he was gonna eat, and I gave him some Pedialyte and stuff like that. I think that's about it. Came back, whatever. So when we came back, he was texting you. That's where you know.
Yeah, so he had spilled a candle in the house, whatever. He was felt like he was smelling bad because of his accident. He lit a candle and was playing. He spilled the candle, so he got really upset because he made a mess with that too. So
it turned a big.
So then this is where he starts texting me. I'm in Oklahoma, so he told me my tummy hurts, blah blah blah. And I'm just trying to stay positive, So he's worried about. Teacher said he was really worried about getting in trouble not for the accident, but for the candle thing. So then right here, I was like, we'll talk later. And he's like, do we have bath salts? And I'm like, immediately, I know what that's all about. So I'm like, what's going on? Where did he even hear this from? So I immediately texted her. I was like, we have a little bit for baths and stuff. So I was like, put all the stuff we use for our baths and put it away somewhere so he can't access it until we find out what's going on. And then I asked him for what.
So with that, the day before, when he tells me this, I said, he came in and asked me, did we have any the day before, which was the Sunday. And I gave him a bath bomb because I really didn't know bath salt. I didn't know. So I gave him a bath bomb and we went to the bath. I still was clueless to the bath salt until we looked it up.
So then he tells me this. My friend said if I got some, we could play this weekend. And I told him no, absolutely not. But we were still talking at this point. And then he was like, It went on a little bit. Then he's like, his brother has a car for a sleepover if I can come over Friday. And that's kind of the end of it. That we need some more haze. So that's where we get the idea that he may have left. Well, no, he told her
Okay.
he was going to play. So
Which she does say.
which they do all the time. They walk out and they're like,